town these ballparks next to that face is holy.
It's nice, yo.
Again, you're paying it. The shooting of the curve here is the flex that you could run across the Marcy on the plus 3 angle lead. Again, the Lino's been proving to be very, very strong in the English. Fair enough. That is one of the pieces that was very similar to what we can see all grand finals. Like the band down the spot. Slark being removed, that's a big change. Your reaction kind of says it all there. John the Slark has been extremely focused.
They need to kind of what else Force could pick up. I feel like the primal beast for Polaris is something Force has also excelled at. That might be really annoying to deal with for Savages. That here just really dominates lane. I think they are worried about lane dominating here. Primal beast is an option. You saw them down at the chin at this point for AU. They are allowing stuff like the Omni-Knight and Oracle through. They don't seem to be too concerned for all the saves coming out from AU, the Man 5. Not to see it.
On bands.
It's Radiant's band now.
They want to focus on the AU heroes. No, they don't. They want Force. So we've seen this throughout all the games that Talon have won. It's literally just shut down the offlane. If Force is not having a good game, Talon generally just wins. It seems to be all about that. That seems to be the game plan every single time Talon goes for the victory. And every time Polaris wins, Force is dominating. So he's the key factor here for Polaris that needs to be shut down. Let's see if they can do it another time. But now the bands are there. His favorite heroes seem to be running quite a bit, have been removed. Polaris, one more band to go, and we'll get to see the draft continue. We're going to take this time with this one.
Yeah, it is the last game, like, you know, that reserve time, wouldn't be too surprised if we go all the way down to 0, almost. Well, hopefully not 0. I don't want any randoms in your last match, of course, they will take an extra team. Worried about Savage Heroes, terribly slow on hand. They feel like that's an issue. I'm gonna die, and has that respect then for the disruptor from high. And they go with a Bane this time, so save factor with the Nightmare there. But you've got really good hope the crit to just cancel off the Pangolier. Really good counter there. This is where Talon might think, alright, we can just flex this now onto the offense. If this is your mid, it's just countered hard. And it's just not going to feel great for the Cosmic to roll in and just instantly be removed from the game. So, I think Talon, they've got to find a way to either minimize the impact of Bane by making this like a support pick to counter another support or to counter the offlane, or just find a way to rip into that. I think flexing Candle off with something about this. So way to go with the Visage here. Oh, okay, Talon. They've got Visage Marcy. Are they going to go to Luna?
They're native, but there's the Visage, there's the Marcy. The sidekick, the Dominion, we saw this the other day. It's extremely potent to play against. You answered the real question though. Are they going to go to Luna? It's there. Luna Blessing makes it so much better. Savage, what do you think? Do you want the pawns on Luna?
To be fair, I don't think you should pick up that Luna here and maybe just run something over the Saber. It's still pretty open for Talon as well, where you want to put this. You go with the Dazzle. So, you know what? It is shaping up to be a really aggressive draft out from Talon. I do worry though, because the back line for Polaris feels very well protected just with Bane. You don't have that great mobility out from the side of Talon outside of Tango and possibly the rebound of Marcy. The one thing I do know here, Familiar Stun can break away the Bane after we stop that channel, and they go instantly for the Natsumi Pudge to close things out. So they bring out that Pudge, and it's what a way to call out these Natsumi. Yeah, pick the Pudge. Let's go.
I mean, his punch has been extremely dominant. Like, you see, once the axe is up, it looks impossible to kill this guy. And then the damage just walking up to you, the skull stealing with the line of skull life steal, the damage output. You can't run away because the AD so deep on the wall all of a sudden. If you do run away, you just push you back in. Such a dominant character handle, we don't absolutely enjoys it. There's a good that, by the way, you probably would come out here, but it is that. Whereas if you're not going to get that huge kind of bonus over the blessing, it's better to find coming out here to Carol, because they really have not seen probably the SEA qualifiers, at least in the games you live. But it does get back down to this final game of this justified grand final. So, it gets a little bit of hoping not to be surprised it comes out from Polaris. One more band to go, you Polaris is in, they're still for a position one match Savage.
I didn't expect that terribly. It does feel like a fairly decent TV game. You have some ways of mitigating its output and coming on off with a punch.
Iya, gojek aja lah. Mungkin kamu banyak bohongan kan? Banyak barang.
It does still feel like you can get a lot of value out of it terribly. So, what do you do so far as and if you want to play really fast, you can pick up something like the Juggernaut, play with you more, play with the sustain that will provide, and just kind of get your entire team grouped up, force out the spots, go for the spin mode of the jug up against punch that's decent enough. Although you get match resistance pretty much, you can kind of still run that if you want on Talon's end. So, some options left there. It does look like we're looking for force here in the last pick here. Unless they kind of flex the plot off the land and pick something else in. Revolution, if they do that, I see a couple appears mid. Does look like down on the mid. Something like the Lelouch Electra is still available. That is something that he absolutely loves. I think it's probably his most played hero. And Honka's still in pool as well to help you sustain your punch, give you a good pull. Fourth angle here, reacts, figure out the familiars well enough. We do respect that as TV. Again, it just fits nicely with Talon's right now.
Savage, what do you want? Right into the dip. He's taking the lead back to the Natsumi, but he wants the boss one dude this time around. I like it. Punch, he wants to be up in your face, he wants to be rolling. Dude, he doesn't mind being up in your face. Especially if you don't ask to he'd rather just be in the face of the punch. And against the quad, if it is going to be a good quad, you're more than happy to fight that as the boss one dude. And we even saw it from the game that Natsumi did play position 1 Doom against the Undying. Position 3 Undying is not doing any Doom. Being wrong. It makes the hero just completely useless. So I love the pick from Talon. I wonder how the side of Polaris want to try and take that little drop. Once again. Alright, here we go.
Alright, I mean, Keeper's a good way of showing back this push coming out from Talon, but I like the shape from Talon. Taking this pause one dude to 7, we saw them play this a lot in the end of the DPC through retreat, and they had a lot of success, but it feels a lot better now with the changes to the ads, for how you play them. So, it's a great pickup for Talon, and for Polaris, I mean, they've got some good play. There's just this issue of, like, it feels like they lack wide AoE control, which Talon has a lot more. At least with the rebound, with familiar stuns, with a roll. You have good ways of just jumping all around the place. And for Polaris, they've got to get a really strong start here for Natsumi. They really do. And Force, he's going to have to partner around that thing. And so Savage finds the mana creep, and Force is not going to have the game at all.
Absolutely not. I mean, he almost guaranteed he's going to find the Mandarin Creep because they always seem to find it on the do. Eventually, you search hard enough, you get that damn creep, and then you just dominate the lane. Let's see how this goes. The best of one series now between Polaris and Talon. I'll ask you one last time. You see both these two girls. It seems like you're leaning toward Talon this time. Is that the case? Do you think they came out definitely?
I think their draft is a lot better. I do feel like Polaris still has this really good talent to come out. Like once the ante is up on Natsumi, you can actually just keep spamming hook out as well with the chakra. Like there is some good combinations here. And again, you've got the chakra decay coming out on the force. So there's a lot of early precedence. If Talon managed to hold out in the lanes, this draft just falls apart. And they need to kind of win out lanes. They need to secure the start to Savage. If they can't do that, game feels a lot better for Talon, but that's a big if. And that's asking a lot from the supports to kind of just stop Keeper of Lightning not running down the chakra. But it's just devastating with that combination.
Oh yeah. Well, for the last time for this TI11 qualifiers, John, I am about to ask you before predictions, before this game number 5 does get underway. Give us a battle pass point. John Connie, those points.
Some rock tonight on the network game. Savage.
Nggak bisa.
Powers kill before 5 yards, 0 to 5. You know what? 6 to 10. This time's good 6 to 10. The team with the first tower kill, probably Talon in their lineup. They're probably going to look to be aggressive. And even the first Roshan kill. Yeah, 90% yes, that's Rosh. I'd say Talon out of that. There you go.
Thanks, Beto. Game 5. None of the holdback now by either side. Let's hope it's an absolute slugfest between these two. Everything on the line here. You don't want to have to be forced to give it a last chance qualify. If you can get your spot to TI11 right now, you'd rather get it right now. You want to get away from both teams. Sure, you have the safety in a last chance qualifiers, but nobody wants to go there.
Kira mau bilang mau sampai mau
There's too many
telepon.
teams there.
See that team list, way too stacked. They had a conversation earlier. It feels like you could just run that as a mini major. Almost, right? Like, it actually has teams with
Udah dipesan tapi kan?
it's already a legit tournament because the teams are all great. So, yeah, you'd rather not go draft off the road sides. And, well, that means every team comes out here, Mike. You mentioned wanting some cheese sticks. I'd say this is the cheesiest draft we have all my year.
Certainly is. The Visage and the Mask. We've not seen this kind of drama. It's always fun. Also, the double decay off that you want to try to fight in the valley. It's going to be a 2-2 trade. So a very even start this time around for and of course, as usual, we are going to start off with the mid lane. You are going to have a that mid pay against the mid payer of Makoto. Makoto performing very well with the payer, of course, we know how powerful he can be on this Queen of Pain mid as well. So there's a new hero pick him here in game number 5. How does this hero matchup go?
It feels pretty good for Lelouch. He has a really nice range advantage. First few levels for Pango just doesn't feel great, so you're just going to have to sit back and soak. And Ricardo's doing a good job of ensuring the wave does shove in. He racks all the way to the tower for some safe
Kan ada turnamen Dota tuh saya turnamen dunia kan. Turnamen dunia masih qualifier yang dia qualifying aja itu kan. Karena gue ambil aja di data langsung. Waduh salah. Aku kan udah bisa jadi atlet e-sport. Masih bisa. Maksudnya ke YouTube-nya doang.
Between Q and KB against AU and Natsumi, that this is Marcy quite dominant. It's very reminiscent of like a Viper Marcy, except instead of going slowly with DPS with poison attack, you have Soul Consumption which does 300 burst damage at level 1, quite a ridiculous amount of damage. So if you can hit that level 2 mark and just catch them off guard, you can really start to blow people off. But it also goes the other way. As you can see, Natsumi, he's going to move in with the hook, the 9S setup, but he won't go too far. The Soul Consumption is again way too much burst from KB.
It's a lot of back and forth. This is probably way with the most play. Lots of ways to trade. Q already having caught the cell. Natsumi is not quite finding as much as his world. He is still out there 8-1, but he's not too far behind. I think outside of just Soul Consumption, you also have this play you can get with the Brave Shield plus Sidekick. Yeah, the attack speed on the message about the filmers, it's good trading for KP once he has a lot of points up there. So that's a little bit of the back and forth that players will have to watch out for. Natsumi, of course, he would want some landing kills, like flashy stats, very important for Puck while he's farming up for that axe.
But that's all pretty sad. run with a poison touch. You've got so many decays to be taken by force, and if you do eventually try to make the jumping on the Undying, he's just going to drop tombstone every time. It doesn't help that you've got Chakra Magic to keep resetting the decay either. He's looking at 16 strength, and it's only going to go on as time goes on.
Yeah, we saw Savage have to do this in the last game, but he's not as protected on the duty. You can't just bounce away from the movement on its way over. You're going to have to try to keep finding a good creep to eat up. No matter if creep and small.
Sa lupa lagi dan Tangerang.
Savage still going to be under pressure. Voice just feeling happy. The duty will still farm. The Fowler is still a spell that gives you 3 goals, so you're not going to be cut off from that progression, but the side flags are making it tough.
If you look at this combo of Undying Hold, it's probably going to be something that you do that whole battle. The whole lane is going to be another hook set up here, set up by AU. KP, he's taking a lot of damage from that rock, so he might have first blood at dance. First blood the way of the punch. The original wants for a better start for Polaris.
Apa?
That's what you want to see. You want to build up the flashing stacks here for Natsuki. And once he gets more and more, it's an easy game to get hot stuff. Easy pull back, easy damage out, and you just run down. You have to be a bit careful bleeding out the bot lane. They've got progression of their own. That's going to keep E4 levels up. So only level 1 soul assumption, level 1 rage shield. Neither option for the right click.
Jauh banget kan dari rumah.
Back to my point about the Pro Undying, I think this is one of those viewers that, unless you see major nerfs to Undying before in the patch before TI11, this Chakra Magic Decay spam in the laning phase, it feels so busted. It feels incredibly busted.
It is. It's a lot of damage out. It's really easy to catch that boss on the bad spot and knock him down. And Savage is blade. You are getting so much farm out for Force. Now, mind you, again, Savage not lagging too far behind in the CS. And overall, in terms of these creeps coming out, it is looking pretty good for Talon, though not too far behind for Polaris either. Savage and he's 116 HP. Really well done.
Okay.
Pretty forward play from Savage. He didn't have 26 charges, that's why he felt so confident to move off like that. He's trying to bait the tombstones to be used, but of course it's not all for it. Meanwhile, here we go again. Right man, it's still what Q does have a rebound, but the hook never connects. Trying to connect with the hook mid-rebound is the way to stop somebody from bouncing out like that. But it's obviously much easier said than done.
Gak bisa.
It's pretty tough to do that. Hard to kind of predict where it wants to want to go. Natsumi though, as long as he's not being harassed out of lane, he's getting the farm. Vanguard not too far away. Nice steal onto the bounty while Q's trying to sneak up. They are still
Sabtu Minggu kan orang nggak pada datang Minggu malam. Kayaknya aku juga sore kerja pakai begini malam.
Fully committed to jump in. Lelouch is still really mobile in the bot, even with just the level 1 blink. That is the one.
Nggak boleh lah, kalau ceritanya.
Amazing. So Lelouch has a lot of plans.
Sekali kalau sama aku boleh, boleh banget.
I think we're going to see any commitments towards that really this time around.
Certainly not. Here we go again, Natsumi, this time he'll be the target. KP, look at the damage. Maybe some of that very tanky kind of pulse line out of the punch. Be that easy to threaten in terms of his life. So the line can keep working on towards the Vanguard. The top lane, Savage was being chased down the dune, but just pops the scorched earth and runs. Not able to keep up here, not willing to drop the tombstone either. We'll just start off and back to the top lane he goes. Close the gap between these two teams once again is now the first ball and tombstone. They want to find Savage, no need to play. Oh, it doesn't connect. He was a hero. Oh, how close can you get? Right. He can find it around high. He finds the bot lane Q. Oh, he's going to rebound back the way they use. They find the bait, the code is rotated. Disaster for Polaris Esports. Absolute disaster.
Miss out on some keys killed Savage now. How did you just go? You're at that.
Ya gampang jawabnya baik-baik kok mau komunikasi, mau
with that boom, they could try to make some plays, but again, gap closing here a little bit tough. They do try to be completely away from top. I mean, this combination of force and takes
Ini nggak masalah. Nggak biasa, bukan nggak biasa, aku pernah. Sekarang gue berasa aneh lagi. Sama juga aku juga. Yang pas
Fine everything flags. I'm surprised how they didn't drag in the cause of that play. Just opt to keep farming. Maybe didn't expect all that movement out. Polaris getting a lot of value from the forward warriors here.
kenangan pasti ada lah. Daripada dengan lari.
And it just feels like the town center. If you slow down and savage too much, it's a really tough game. Try to clump up block, but I'm assuming he has some work protection as well. You can't even find a punch on the end. They got this great order behind tier 1. Polaris, they go savage, just sticking around here.
Walaupun aku sering tinggal bareng juga nggak pernah.
It's an awkward one. If you're confident with vision in the back line, but a good TV spot showing out there, from the top of the response, down, left, fine. It's aggressive work, still looking good. So you managed to find tier 1s up top and up down the bond here for both sides. Town needs to take out this vision in. This control coming out that you just stop, zap, it's just walking in this direction again.
Savage. Force. There's something. Savage is not help around it. And he can't find a way out either. He's eventually to come out of the queue. I think he's trying to work with Makoto. And he's trying to swing it against Full, but he is such a tanky undying. What are you doing? Look at the refresh. Look at the decaying step down. Q's got the tombstone. He might be another kill to go the way of Polaris.
Ya apa ya? Ya nggak tahu juga nanti. Sejauh ini aku nggak berbiasa. Jadi kayak berasa. Ini senyaman yang kamu aja kalau kamu pengen punya lagi nanti ya beli lagi.
Every time Savage dips into that jungle, he's just not safe.
Bukannya nggak suka, biasa aja. Ya bukan nggak suka, ya biasa aja gitu. Mungkin nanti kalau nggak butuh,
Really on point in this game. Savage just gets the minus goal now. So at least you got that farm acceleration, but it's been such a slow game. Barely above KB network, but his bottom network 4. 2K lead up for Flex. You can eventually get the 7 down.
bukannya nyeri dong.
You free up the jungle, but it took 2
Aku mau taunya.
Savage. They've gotten their value here on Flex.
You're behind now. Savage, very low network on this too. Scan as well. Polaris, they see the scan. Well, they see the smoke with the scan. Double damage was still picked up by the
Ya apa ya? Kalau dibilang bullshit banget kalau nggak suka. Kayak belum terbiasa.
Without the big key one tower dropping yet for Polaris, you can't really make your way over. There's no good pathing to that area. It's a talent.
Karena kalau butuh juga mereka kok.
At least you got a double damage from the Makoto. You can say that for the next team fight.
Apa? Paling ntar kalau
Got to find that.
enggak kalau misalnya astagfirullahaladzim.
You got to do your 2K behind. That's not good.
Apa? Ya paling nanti kalau emang suka paling akan mancing. Misalnya ini bagus deh pasti gue gituin.
Talk about how much counts to the stopping force, it's not coming out this way. And he is just abusing this chopper of the gate.
Yang
Which is
apa
ridiculous
ya,
way to get done that.
jangan kali jadi deh, kamu pakai udah di rumah pakai cara pendek pakai tank top aja, udah dari mana kuda itu?
And bags for Natsumi, slowly but surely coming out here. You're getting into the BKB. And once you have that protection, it just doesn't feel like you have any answers. Outside of the doom. Savage, he's still just going to farm. He's not going to look for those new opportunities until the BKB blink is up. And that's going to take some time this game.
Aduh, kayak susah.
Completely blind as well. He had no vision. Still blind, does get away. Principle, but no film to come with.
It's a little poker way. That does at least tell Talon where Polaris is kind of pumping up down the block. There's some space to recover here on Savage. Timing on the Visage. This will line up, and KP just got him around a little bit for the Warriors as well. And some vision out to figure out where Polaris are playing right now. There's more passive game. Does feel like it's pretty suitable for Polaris. You know, you're given the ability you want not to. You're still going to play the bottom, it's not carefully.
Does connect, lines around, put this one off the mark. Natsumi not quite on target. Side actually not even flinching, just keeps walking forward, places the ward, acts like it never happened. They will get away with Makoto intact. He's the key line, Johnny, he doesn't finish with winning twice. He's fires. Hey, you. Case down, holding thunder. The fuse blade is there from Makoto, but a nice nightmare. Hey, you gonna hold Makoto. He comes for a whoosh. What a nightmare dodge, but still, the sidewave's not gonna be there in time. Hey, you barely survives. Just barely.
Back off. He tried to make a move on to force up top with the CPs, but just a little bit too far forward. Savage doesn't have anything like the blade. Force is just free to walk away. These back and forth fights with no kills, it is starting to feel a little bit better for Talon. They extend the role, but you also force out the Fiend's Grip, you force the rotation out from the Luge, you're still finding farm on Savage and KT. These two cores are just going to hit some key items that you desperately need. And they'll just be kind of swinging it once the BKBs come in and once that repack stuff. So Talon's starting to find the stall on. Polaris, once you see them hit this axe on Natsumi, they need to start playing. They've got the early BKB on force as well. It's undying. It's definitely going to live up to its name in the middle of these team fights. There's just no solution yet.
I mean, at this point, you may as well just go Axe, right? Like, you may as well do Axe to get the 8-string seal on the decay. Because you can just have double decays constantly with Chakra Magic. It's not value here for the Unbind in this game, but obviously being responsible has to go BKB. So after that, you think about the end. I'm sure forces.
Yeah, it's a good game for it. He's softening up, doing softening up. And weird quarter roll, kind of taking you to try Marcy free BKB. Does a lot. So it's really not something that's completely needed for force. After the fact, we'll see if that's something we want. The lead for Polaris is starting to slip away a bit, and we are finally seeing Savage pull up, BKB up now. On the news back to one item, and will allow them a little bit more play, but if you really want to blink on top of that, blink and refresh for the Shivas. And for this time.
Online, the code is there, online again. The Giga Channel Tower. There's not casually running through, nothing happened. Literally nothing happened. My just keep casually pacing since boss 5,000. And the back of this game. The Pirates, they don't want to the school to try and find time for the Axe. Natsumi's got it. You mentioned it's time to fight once the Axe is up. We'll see when Natsumi wants to get started. But now, he's just trying to escalate and fun.
It's probably not. You can still look at your ability there. Let's look at the other side of Roshan, though, off the back of the force. It's a good progress here to do some runs. Well, not the quickest rush in the world. No, neither one of these teams really fast rush takers, but Talon don't seem aware. Rush, given enough time, will still fight.
Thank you for following the good man. BKB. We've seen how powerful Pos 1 can be from Natsumi himself in the specified grand final to just give Savage the space and time. We talk about it in the draft, but you have to give this kind of time as well. Because eventually, you're going to win one team fight, you're going to sidekick one of these familiars, and things are going to look rather silly. Buildings are going to start falling apart. It's not going to be fun for the Pirates if they end up losing 17 5.
So Flyers, they've got a nice smoke here. They still have this war giving vision of bot jungle. They know where Talon's farming.
Natsumi, on target, had the vision this time. He's stripped there just in case they have not willing to let the skill go. Natsumi, you'll try for the familiars as well. Hard for them to get away with this rock slow. Yeah, plus 200 for Polaris. Now 1k advantage going back the way of the Radiant.
The vision game has been such a big difference maker for Polaris. So, before the board, trying to go whoa, it's support, it's going to go they understand where Tom needs to be. They understand where Tom wants to play. Vision in out in those areas. Tom, either both boards are really much. They've got this ramp board on the root spot. They've got this ward in their own top jungle, which is very inside their jungle, not really seeing down the ramp, not seeing the ground area all too low. And it just allows Polaris to really dictate these engagements every time. So with Blink up on Savage, you do have Blink Doom with Warstomp as well with BKB here. And that BKB will force a choice out from AU. But you could still kind of use Natsumi to kind of shock through BKB with just never right away, so it's not something you might all too much talent. And the question for them is how long do you want to wait? How fully what are you going to sacrifice? So it feels like you can't afford to use KB as well. Because it does need some popularity and ridiculous here. And it absolutely safer players to go for another smoke.
For a defense, but he can be out of position very soon if he's not careful. However, they are behind it. If he will show this to this Natsumi, he's been very good with these hooks. He's got to be so cautious in this match. Playing a lot of pop-on punch, he knows what he's doing. On him. They're not going to be defended talent, they don't want to risk it right now. She gets the ages Natsumi with the axe, it's just too painful if he gets close enough. Even with some big KBs up, it's just, they don't last long enough. It feels like Polaris can just sustain forever until the big KBs are up, and then he just runs.
And that does open up the team fights more and just completely nullifies the grip that they will want to bring out first. And just have
Mati jalan.
for his team. But that Lincoln's assault is going to take some fun.
Sudah, istirahat dulu langsung dulu. Langsung istirahat. Beri jam ya.
Frankly, Natsumi doesn't have much flesh use, so his tankiness isn't that amazing. I think he's going to help a lot in that sense. Physical output of KP, or heck, the physical output of KP once he gets over KP is something to be concerned about. Talon will actually go for a smoke down there.
Know where Natsumi is. The problem is you want to avoid Natsumi and find the backside, you want to find the other heroes of his team. The punch is at one position one right now, like a little bit of a keep their farm going, they trust in their strategy, they trust in their draft. Throughout this whole best of 5, every game has been one-sided, and one team fight can do that. So you don't want to be that team to give that team fight away to the other. Problem is, Polaris, they are still finding more objectives. They lose, top tier 2 tower's gonna drop, just casually taking it as the mid-quap. Will eventually back off just in case, but does force a rotation now. Best of 5, Marcy's every game has been one-sided. Once again, one team fighting Spire, it's gonna be all about you don't want to be that team to give that team fight away to the other. Problem is, Polaris, they are still finding more objectives. They lose, top tier 2 tower's gonna drop, and they find it casually taking it as the mid-quap. It doesn't seem like. Probably for the best anyway, because now there's a BKB up on Natsumi.
You're gonna need to choose your Doom targets here. for Savage with all the protection coming out. The triple BKBs ready on Polaris, and they'll smoke off the back of that. Talon?
High ground behind. He's been spotted. Stones are there on the Familiars and the Dazzle, or rather Doom is there. Lelouch, he cops it. BKBs were there in time. Savage in the middle of nowhere. Where's the Doom? Who's he got? Oh, he's doomed the zombie! Oh, he's doomed the zombie! I thought he doomed the quad. Then I see the BKB and I'm like, wait a minute! Oh no, not like this!
That is... Yeah, that's not good. Talon, that's a pretty big loss. Polaris, they're gonna find a tier 2 off the back of that. They're gonna be able to get everything they need.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top tower.
Just try to rinse that off. Yeah, it's really tough for Talon. Polaris, though, not going to be feeling bad about that. Going to be very chuffed with themselves. They find a double damage rune here as well. So, the objective should just... Top tier 2 faults, outpost next. They've got the forward wards here on Polaris' end. And Talon, and they've got to hope for the best next time around. They've got a minute 20 to wait for that next Doom. 2k lead comes back here for Polaris. Savage, and the full Shivas is coming out here. But, yeah... what can you do?
What can you do? That's the saying, Jonathan. That's the saying I always like to come up with. What can you do? Force, he can buy an Aghanim Scepter to make things even more dominant. That's what he can do. Ag's up now. 8 strength still on the decay. It's getting even more scary because you got to worry about the Pudge, you got to worry about the Undying. Xavier's is going to be spamming Chakra Magic, so it's double decay over and over again. Savage, he gets spotted out, but he'll run right towards the Dire Triangle once again.
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrated.
Lelouch, he's just going to show himself in the mid lane. Pops a DD, tries to chip away at the tier 2 mid tower, but there's no creep wave, so the backdoor protection is there. And Polaris, they are one step closer to pulling off this Game 5 victory. They are certainly in the lead in this game, not just by net worth, but just with the way these drafts work. It feels like Polaris, or rather Talon, needs so much more. Here we go, Savage. Sorry, John, go on. He does blink up.
They need a lot more. I mean, the Lincoln's timing for Mikado, that still feels like the key to allow them to take some fights. Just blocking off that Fiend's Grip means that your Pango will at least have a lot of play. Blink up now on Natsumi, though. So you can just instantly blink up and dismember with the BKB. Once you pop the Lincolns on the Pango, you actually do have additional control now on the Pudge. So you actually don't care anymore about this Lincoln's build up on Mikado, as long as your Blink's on point and your BKB uses on point. So let's see, fast Roche respawn here as well for the side of Polaris to find, and they've got the control here. They can just dip right into it.
Gaben's been too kind to Polaris this series, haven't they, Dom? Here we go. Second Roshan. Talon, you'd love to fight. They do find Xavier's. That's something. They've got the Coddle down. That's going to put an end to the Roshan. They don't want to fight without that Keeper of the Light. So now mid-tier 1 tower opens up, and Talon, they do move in with the Familiars and the Sidekick. Let me help the cause. It seems like Talon, they've got to be careful with the way they go, because they're moving right into the high ground where Polaris is standing, but it's a 4v5. Maybe this is the fight. Savage, dismember out immediately. Force, where's the Tombstone? He hasn't dropped it yet. The Tomb is going to be on target this time around. They've got the punch. This might be the team fight. Talon, they're trying. They find AU on the backside. Sonic Wave. Lelouch, he'll try to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, Hyde, he does go down, but they found Natsumi. That's the target they wanted. Talon, they've got the team fight. Oh, Polaris. They forced an ugly fight for themselves. They thought maybe with the high ground advantage, they had enough, but it wasn't quite there. And now Roshan, it goes back the way of the Dire.
I mean, this Roche doesn't take that long. With the Morrissey and the Sidekick and the Familiars, this is where you're going to see that Shrine Roche melting to that output. And Polaris now, they're finding themselves on the back foot. 9-7, still having a kill board on their side, but the lead slowly fitting back towards Talon's way. Aegis going the way of Mikado, and a free shard coming out for Savage, so even more coming out from that Infernal Blade. Mikado, he's got that Lincoln's up, he's going for the Basher next, he's gonna have some way of stopping these channels through with a BKB. And for Polaris, this is where you might start to ask yourself,
Courier is dead.
did they miss out on their
Wonder
time?
what idiot
I mean, they
got
still
it.
have scaling left for the punch. There's still a lot of presence left for this lineup. But you do have to respect that Talon still has... they've got scaling as well. I mean, Mikado is on the Pango. They've got disruptive teamfight elements. Whereas for Polaris, their teamfight, their most disruptive element in the teamfight, outside of the single target spells, is the Tombstone. And it did disrupt that last fight really nicely. They had to kind of focus on it with Hyde. Did pay for that with his life. But they still managed to make it work. And, you know, this time around, it makes a big difference, Mike, when you do manage to land that Doom.
It certainly does, John. It's very important not to doom the zombies and try to doom a hero. That's always a very, very important factor.
Oh, you know what? If you had... this might be funny. If you had the Ags on Doom, the AoE Doom following you around instead of on yourself, I don't know if there's really utility in that, but there's something there.
Power needs a
You
hand.
can't miss if you just cast it on yourself, right? Right? That's 4-head or 5-head thinking, Jonathan. Well done.
Radiant's
Savage has
power
queued up
is
the
under
axe. He's got the same idea.
Radiant's
Can't miss if I just
power.
cast it on myself. That's the way to do it.
Talon, they managed to find some good objectives now. Bot tier 2 fault, so they equalize map control. Pretty much mirror map control from both sides. Mid tier 2 stands. Bot and top tier 1 still stands for the opposing lanes as well. Aegis, since you've got 3 minutes left on Mikado, he's starting to get really aggressive with his blinks forward. There is some nice split push coming out, which you can achieve with a Keeper for Light, of course.
Dire's
Save is
top
just
tower's
shoving in
about to be
top,
Radiant's top
doing some
rubble.
good chip damage out, but Talon going for a smoke.
Find nobody in that
Radiant's
Radiant
middle
Triangle,
tower is
nobody in
under
the Die
attack.
Jungle. It's literally only Xavier's pushing out the top lane, not allowing a creep wave to get anywhere near the Radiant base. Sees a TP from Savage. That does get cancelled as well. Talon now. Okay, head looking very, very strong with Savage. 21k net worth. Polaris, they're the ones that need to find a way back into this game. In they go. Talon, they understand their lead. They do not want to back off. Makoto, he's got the Aegis. Now a refresher
Radiant's
orb up
middle tower
on
is
Savage.
not feeling the love.
Who dooms up? You definitely want the team fight now. Polaris, they're the ones that have got to find a way to force a fight and win that fight. Or just keep avoiding. But the more you avoid, the bigger Savage gets. We've seen this from Natsumi as a hook. Natsumi, Lincoln's broken. They find the Pango. Makoto, he has gone the first time, but the Doom, it was there by Savage. He'll rush in. He'll refresh. Who's the next target? Savage, he gets Fiend Grip. AU's got him. The Doom, the Shallow Grave. It buys time. AU ends up going down. Savage will survive with the Sonic Wave. They chase. They lose. Still trying. Lincoln's broken. No mana. It won't matter though. They lock it down. They have got the quad. Force trying to run. They are in big trouble now. Polaris hook up onto the Undying will save the day as Natsumi goes back in, but Talon have got this team fight. There is no saving this one.
Radiant stretches out.
Managed to make it work. It was a very awkward fight out from Talon. I mean, not expecting the Lincoln break on Mikado, gets held down. Savage, with a refresh, with all the items he has to use, he just doesn't have the mana pool. So he's actually investing into stats now. Level 2 up, two points in stats. Barely enough to get his 2 uses of Doom. I think the big issue is he's not able to really use the Shivas on top of that yet, so needs the eggs just for the stats, and the value is going to be there. 9-9, 10k lead for Talon. I mean, it looks like a big lead, but you look at that farm distribution, it's only really Savage ahead. Natsumi, Lelouch, and Force are close behind. So I'd say this game is a lot more even. You can't count Polaris out. They can still play around and take away that durability on Mikado if he's not careful. Now, Mikado does have the Batcher, and he is going for a BKB. Once that's up, pinning down the Pango is going to be a lot tougher. But that is more time to wait for. Polaris, well, they've got their own build-up to kind of seek out here as well. In fact, they're going for a smoke.
They're going to try. I suppose the fights need to be on their terms. They saw one Doom used. That's one less Doom you have to worry about. That's one positive. No refresh orb available on Savage. Lelouch, he'll show himself. Maybe just trying to bait for his team. Talon, taking that bait. Very patiently waiting in the tree line, hoping Polaris move more forward. Makoto now baiting. Polaris not taking that bait either. They know exactly what each other are doing. Someone's gonna move in first. Who's got less patience? Neither side. It's like a stalemate between these two. It's like, nope, not me. I ain't going first. You're coming.
Yeah. Play it safe. I mean, there's so much on the line in this game 5, right? We talked about the stakes here, Mike. No one is going to take any unnecessary risks. You play it safe, you go back, you farm up, you build up, and just keep trucking along. Now, there is one thing I'd like to see in this game, Mikey. Maybe down the line, our Giga Chad Hyde could go for the Ags and refresh the refresh. I believe it does refresh, right? It does not have the clause where refresh is excluded. So refresh to refresh, I mean, it's not enough mana on Savage, to be fair, but you know, the possibilities are hilarious.
They certainly are. Double damage room found out once again, Talon. They seem to be finding a lot of these this game.
Laying around.
See who takes that one. Kodo usually taking the double damages here for the team. You don't really need it on Doom. Nope, they're going to give it over to Q on the Marcy. So the Marcy with big Basher. Double damage now on Q. He's a core now for the team. 11k advantage for Talon. Kodo Plus saying 19% chance Polaris can make a comeback, 81% chance Talon pull off this game victory. So they're not out of it yet, but Polaris, they are in dire straits. They need to find something. They need to find a way. There's the axe.
Yeah, it gets scary. I mean, Savage shouldn't be missing any more Dooms. So the zombies are not gonna have that. Why does that happen? How can your click prioritize the zombie over here? That's just kind of strange. Still smoke out from Talon. They want to reveal this.
In defense of Gaben, it's not his job to let Savage doom the hero. Right? It's Savage's job to click the right target. In we go, Savage. Smoke forward. Force is ready to break the smoke. They're under vision though. Talon, realizing this, will back off immediately. They don't want to fight within someone else's vision. Hide. 4 staff away. No hook. They'll get their own vision down now. And that Radiant Triangle. This game reminds me of like you're getting into a street fight, but nobody wants to chuck the first punch. You know? It's like, no, you throw the first punch. You throw the first punch. And neither side wants to do it.
Yeah, just two fellas, you know, sizing up each other but never getting physical. That's it.
I mean,
and honestly, it feels like a few of the games in the series have just been like that. Right? Like it's very patient for both sides.
You mean every game of this series has been like that, John?
I was waiting for the breaking point for you, Mike. I'm glad to see it came out.
Eventually it will. Oh, goodness me. It really is that, right? They're popping their chests out, you know, flexing their muscles. Here we go. Roshan started. Natsumi hook is there, but Roshan's down. Doom is out. Savage, he will rush forward. Leilusha, big sonic wave, however. It lasts on 4. Is it going to matter? Nobody dead yet. Everyone survives. So the sonic wave does buy time for Polaris to back out after seeing the Roshan was down. Alan's still 17k net worth ahead. All 3 cores on their side are well and truly far beyond what Polaris have right now.
Yeah, they've managed to pull out, and I think that's a big difference from a few minutes back where, you know, it's mainly just Savage. Everyone else was equally farmed. You do have at least 2k lead on KP and Mikado each now. You still have 1 more Doom to go on Savage. Did not manage to pop that refresh, so it still has additional usage on hand. And Polaris should be ready now for that AoE Doom. They know it's up there. Their respect for it. They did pop a BKB on Natsumi. Probably just gonna play safe then. Force as well. I mean, he has the Ags up now on the Undying. But the issue is, if you do get doomed, you can't really steal the strength. So, kind of falls flat there as well. Still 9-9. After you point out they're just sizing, they go again. I mean, they stand up in front of each other, but no one dies. So, it's just a bunch of posture in here, Mike.
There is a Harmless Relics available here, I believe, for Talon. If they wanted to give that to Savage, that feels kind of nice. You know, 20% debuff duration seems good. Yes.
I'm curious though. I feel like that doesn't affect your self-doom duration, right? Because that's not technically a debuff on you. Because it's probably a buff on yourself. And so it will only affect. I think that's the way it's programmed. I'm actually not sure. If it's a debuff, then it would doom yourself, right? So it must be a buff because it's a positive on yourself. So I think if you want to get the longer duration doom, you actually have to doom an enemy to count it as a debuff. Because when it applies onto itself, the duration doesn't change because it's a buff on yourself. Right?
This is the
Debuff
one
duration
hero.
means it has to be defensive.
This is the hold back. Makoto's now trying to move in. Illusions, that's all he's caught. Makoto, he'll pop Rolling Thunder. Maybe Polaris can try to force a fight. My point was, John, that Doom's the one hero. Like, he's literally the devil, right? Like, if there was a masochist in the game, this is the guy, right? Like, if there's one hero that can debuff himself, you'd think it'd be Doom.
Yeah, but when you self-doom, you don't really doom yourself. You know, you apply an... I think it works like it applies an aura on you that applies doom in an AoE. So it technically isn't a debuff, which means, again, technically... I mean, I would love to see if it does make a difference, but no one on Talon even picks it up. Savage just sticks to the spell person.
Look
That
good.
makes more sense in you. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're right, but I'm just messing around with you. Just messing around.
That would be funny, though.
Towers getting pushed around and they're scanning for
No,
enemies.
you know what? We still need that. It's doom in time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's got. Why don't we have it? Oh, but please.
We have it? I don't know. I don't know. You need a tunic, John. Maybe for the Doom Arcana eventually that comes out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You charge in, you've got the guitar and the taunt, and you do yourself. It's doom in time, and you come in with a taunt. There you go.
Tier 3
That's the
tower, John.
Chad play.
Tier 3 tower. On they go. You've got the familiars to
Familiars.
abuse here. This is the best part of this draft. Sidekick, familiars, throw them in, let them do the job. Alright, we've done enough damage. Off we go again. 9 to 9, 40 minutes in.
I can't believe we're actually only at 18 kills.
Yeah, I'm
Like, that
starting to
is
feel like-
just surreal to me.
I'm starting to understand how the League of Legends casters feel, John. I'll tell you that.
Well, at least you know objectives are falling. They take Roshan and they kind of poke, well, no one dies, but they take a tower. As they say, they take a turret. If you would want to
Oh,
really
don't
go
say
all
that.
in
Yeah.
on this one, Mikey.
Yuck, don't say that. I was joking.
Oh, that felt wrong.
I literally got a
felt
shiver
wrong.
as you said that. Moving on. That joke never happened. Top lane. The familiars. Here we go again. These are the real MVPs for Talon. You may not like it, but this is what peak Dota looks like. Yes, John?
Radiant's top
You got
tower
silence the crates, you can pop out of the infants.
fortified structures.
You got
Pretty
bonus
good move,
damage,
if you ask me.
Fortify Forest out. Just from the side of the familiars alone, Mikado. He's only got half a minute on that Aegis. This is really risky from him.
Absolutely. There you go. Tier 3 tower's gone. Makoto, he'll keep going. Gibstone drop force, he's gonna force something. I mean, you've got to fight eventually. Makoto! That'll be the Aegis. It's something. Let's see if they can find him a second time and they cannot land the hook. Familiar's still chipping away at that top racks. Rolling Thunder, Makoto, he's literally just gonna zone them out. That's it. Zone them out, let the birds do the job. And they do.
Radiant's top barracks is falling.
Oh, how do you stop this? Like, you can't even kill the siege creeps with Illuminate. It just falls.
The only shame thing is that Marcy sidekicks herself. Like, imagine you could just sidekick in an AoE on 2 heroes or 2 units. Then both familiars could get the sidekick. Now that would be peak Dota.
Mikey, you're getting me excited. Maybe that should be a shard instead. That'd be amazing. That'd be very balanced, Mike. I like the way you're thinking.
John. 9 to 9, 42 minutes in, 23k net worth. Hex is up. At least Lelouch's got the Hex up. I mean, there's some farm going the way of Polaris. Talon are in complete control. Absolute complete control in this game 5.
They are. They've got enough gold here for Mikado to just buy out the overwhelming blink if you wanted to, or are close to it. So another big item timing out for the Pangolier. For Polaris, this, again, it just feels like the point where we might be hitting a dead end in itemization. The Ags here might catch Talon off guard, though. So they do have some more AoE hold from Polaris' end.
Oh,
Not to find
Natsumi!
an angle.
He got bashed up, but he has the BKB. In he goes onto Savage, but the Self-Doom is there. Into the Shivers. The Pudge trying to run. Where are you going? Sonic Wave. He's going nowhere but down. The Pudge is out. He has buyback. He can try to commit, but there's 3 heroes down for Polaris. Both supports without buyback. It is getting very close to a call here, I think. It's Polaris, they have not found an answer to this draft. Makoto, he's in, he fills it. Onto Force. Back off. No need to risk it. There's your buyback. This will be the last ditch effort, Talon. Are they going to stick around? It's still a 5v3 situation. They're so close to being able to qualify to TI-11. Onto the mid-racks they go. Lelouch desperately trying to chip away, but the Familiars, they are the MVPs of this game. They are doing all the work. KP is doing nothing. He's just microing Familiars.
Oh. Back off, they show some respect. 32k lead. 9-12 scoreline with a 32k lead. I have not seen this in all our years, Mikey. It's another one of those strange firsts to see a team just completely choke out the game and just not kill and just take complete control. Polaris, they have got to show the effects of this Will-O-Wisp. It has to fly out in these team fights. They've got to get control. They cannot afford to lose Natsumi early on. He's one of their only two ways of controlling through the BKB. They need that dismember. They need the grip from AU as well. Positioning is going to have to really work out in the next few fights. Talon, and they don't have protection of Aegis. They're watching Roche. Mikoto keeping an eye. 20 seconds for the respawn. And that should be our signal for the next piece of action here.
99% chance win probability for Talon right now. They've given 1% chance for Polaris. On the Radiant Triangle, Talon will hold. Waiting for their next refresh on the Doom, I believe, for Savage. Not that he really needs it.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
Roche.
It's up.
Reacts. Refresh up. Yeah, at this point, just give Heidi Axe, I guess, or Mikado if you really wish. And just run it down. This should be the opening. This should take care of that range. Racks and the last set of racks down. But secondary life onto Mikado. Everything else left. No, they give Hyde the refresh to just carry you around. Now pass on to Savage. Okay. Mikado gets the Axe. Alright, so Giga Hyde doesn't quite get it. But again, another Ags, another Aegis, another opportunity to push. They are trying their best here to stall this out from Polaris. Lelouch just split pushing. But they'll still have an angle from the mid creeps to go through the back door. So let's see what Talon opts for. They're still on the hunt. Oh, you know what I realized, Mike?
What is it, Joe?
I saw chat. Right, so it's like F10K at 9 to 9.
The betting scene, yeah, that they're not really having a fun time this game.
F10K, 40 minutes. Who would have thought?
Oh, goodness. Let's go on bot lane.
Have to take care of the creep waves. I mean, they've de-pushed here in Polaris very nicely. So they are stalling this game out very well. Talon, they have two cheeses. I didn't even notice this. Hyde's got a cheese. Q's got a cheese. They could combine that together, make a nice fondue. Start looking toward the high ground. Mikado's just playing poke. I mean, this hinges on just a great initiation app. They've got to find a way. Use the Will-O-Wisp when BKBs fade. That's their turning point for Polaris.
All right, here we go. 42k advantage. Let's see if they can hold this. It's their last chance here, Polaris. They've got some buybacks. It's a rough affair. D-Ward is there. Talon, they're going to start moving in. Come the Familiars, Mikoto. Gonna move in, does get a bash, but the hook is out from Natsumi. KP, almost losing Familiars. He'll end up getting them healthy as now the jump is in. Doom is out, they've got Lelouch on the Queen of Pain. He has buyback though, he'll buy back immediately onto Force. They've got the Undying muted up. Force trying to back off, he has buyback. He'll buy back immediately. In we go again. The Will-O-Wisp is holding them down, but where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? Who's jumping in? Mikoto, he'll be pulled back by Natsumi, but he has the roll-up. He'll be alright. Talon still sitting back, moving back in. Savage, Self-Doom once again, looking for some buybacks, but finds nothing. They'll try and deal with the Tombstone, but they cannot. Talon, they might have to retreat. But here we go again. The Familiars, Mikoto, he'll get to open the tier 3 tower. They want Megas. They want the happy death. onto the Undying. Sonic Wave is out Makoto. He'll drop low, but he still has that secondary life. He should be alright. They've got the melee barracks. They're onto the range. It's Mega Creeps incoming.
Solid now had Mega
Refresh on Savage. He's got another dude. Here we go, Makoto. That's the Doom out. Savage moves in. Aeon Disc will be proc, so the Hex does nothing. Polaris, they are holding on.
Yeah. I mean, it's Mega Creeps up, but they have the wave clearing. They've got great AoE with Natsume. They're going in.
He's gonna jump in, but the Hex is immediate. The punch is caught out. There's no buyback on Natsumi. He'll go for Dismember Savage. He's just gonna go for the man fight. Have Talon done it? They've taken down the pause one punch. They're onto the club. That'll be a dieback. I think Talon are making their way to Singapore here, John, as they've got everything they can ask for in this game 5. GG is called. Congratulations to Talon Esports. So after 5 long, grueling games, they have made it all the way to the TI 11 in Singapore. And look at those happy faces. They've done it. Hugs out, smiles, cheering. Oh, it must have been scary, John. It's been a scary grand finals for both sides. But you've got to feel bad for Polaris, John. They were so close to having the underdog Dark Horse story. Oh, boy. I mean, oh, what do you say? The pride of Visayas region from the Philippines, John. I mean, they put on a hell of a performance. I mean, you can't be unhappy with Polaris. They put on a hell of a performance. I know they're upset. I know they've got a flight to catch tomorrow morning. They're probably not happy. They've got to go last chance qualifiers. What can you do? What can you do? They lost to the better team today. They dragged it out to 5 games. You couldn't ask much more.
They managed to hold on, and again, for both teams, it's a great story because Talon was a Div 2 team, Polaris was a Div 2 team, and both of them are, in some form, going to TI. Talon in this game, just playing so patiently, 9-18 game, but it doesn't matter. Talon just farm up, they get this passive game that they enjoy more, and they deny Polaris the ability to even look for the aggression here. A perfect game coming out from Mikado, just managing to do everything he wants, itemizes perfectly in this game as well, just to ensure that he is safe. And Talon, after a long journey, make it through. For Polaris, I mean, chance qualifiers are tough, but they've shown us today that they're a team that can adapt really well, that they've got these great drafting ideas on hand. Look at that bracket overall. Talon break the winner's bracket curse. It does go 5 games, but they do go through. And Polaris, they got knocked down by Talon.
5 seconds left. It's Dire's ban now. Radiant's turn to ban. Ten seconds. 5 seconds left. It's Dire's ban now. Ten seconds. 5 seconds left. It's Radiant's ban now. Ten seconds. 5 seconds left. Dire pick. Radiant's turn to pick. Ten seconds. You only got 5 seconds. Even less now. Radiant pick.
Most contested between these two teams. I think Resolution playing it from that off lane, he's looked very confident and strong on it, able to have a lot of impact even in those losing games. And on the other side, Liquid making it work with Boxy most of the time. As a more greedy 4, it feels like Zai able to play that kind of sacrificial off lane, lets Boxy Marty get that space to farm and get that BKB basher that we are so enjoying.
Yeah, really are. So what is Zai's hero going to be here? Because it feels like quite often you pick this master, you're grabbing your Vipers and your DPs and things like that.
Yeah.
Is there still room for like a Mars or something? Oh yeah, Bat. Yeah, good point.
I think Zai plays the Bat on Team Liquid most of the time, so that's an option. Or
do we see a first phase Slark again? People learning from ITV and early on.
I'm not sure what the priority is for Slark on Team Liquid because they
like it for
picked it.
Matu.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Matu likes it. I think the last time they played it, they even swapped Matu to mid to play the Slark versus the Bat Rider. So my thought was more, I'm not sure if they want to pick it with no like Bat on the enemy team. Like I don't know whether it's a priority hero where they think it's just really good the same way Into the Breach does, or if it's a hero where they pick it as a response certain matchups.
Right. Yeah, it could very well be, because Witch Doctor now for Liquid is going to give you that selfless support for Insania. A lot of damage can come out of him, as well as just protecting against some of these pushes and dives on the tower. Cask can be an incredible tool to hold people back.
That's pretty wild, I would say, of a pick. When you have first pick, usually you pick a core in this position because you want to ban to protect it. And it's meant to see these two heroes starting from Secret and be something that's like a pretty big counter. So when you look at heroes like DP, usually you might see a Lina come out, for example, just because she can outrange the Death Prophet, buys that Skadi, does a lot of damage from range, and doesn't let DP get close. And if she does to use that Siphon, she kind of just shreds her. So an idea like that is something we tend to see, or something that is a pretty good just matchup in general into DP for like mid, as an example, so that she's forced into the off lane.
Yeah.
But we don't see that here at all. Double support, pretty rare.
Yeah, and then it also gives this opportunity, you know, I mentioned the Viper with the Marcy, allowing Secret now to ban out some of these duos that go hand in hand with her. Might even see a bit more focus onto Zai's hero pool as well. It feels like it's kind of difficult to ban out against Mickey. He's got such a broad pool of heroes. Maybe you'd consider now throwing in like the Matu Lone Druid as a potential ban here in second phase as well.
It's Dire's ban now.
I think, yeah, Viper Bat just makes so much sense. You've let them do this now.
I guess they have a different idea in mind, or they value this Witch Doctor super highly. The kill threat from Maledict just is quite aggressive. I don't think there's any real Witch Doctor safe lane combos anymore. Like, usually you just pick something with kill threat and then you'd use Maledict and stun and look to kill like a Juggernaut type hero.
You're racing again.
Yeah, could be.
And
You're playing into DP most likely, right? So
yeah, they pulled it out against Entity, against a Faceless Void.
that hero's not getting through ever again, I hope.
He's getting banned every step of the way. Yeah, I'm looking at this and thinking, like, if Team Secret ban Razor now, you've pretty much removed the entire pool of ranged offlaners that go along with the Marcy. So it would have to be like a Mars or something for Zai. Oh,
you're
what have I
missing
forgotten?
one.
Sorry, what is it?
You've forgotten our good friend Visage.
Oh God, yes, so I have. How can I forget him?
There's always one more. It's nice Wraith Pact Buyer.
The
Big
plus
nuke
one.
damage. Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's the plan there. It's like, hey, you're gonna ban out 3, we've got a 4th. Always gonna have an option there. Which one would you be more scared of? Or do you think, you know, like that Lone Druid is still a threat?
Lone Druid might not be that bad into Death Prophet Clockwork. But usually you love this Lone Druid into a certain response. I mean, I know Liquid love it anyway, just in general, because Matu is so damn good at it. But for example, we saw a lot of early Lone Druid picks from them against stuff like Puck, and just these like spirit heroes, mobility heroes is really good into. I think when you're playing on Liquid, it's a little scary to pick Lone Druid because you don't have the counter picks now. Like, if you were going to pick it, it needs to be where Witch Doctor was, I think. Maybe they'll still pick it now if Team Secret picks something that's really susceptible to it. But you get counter pick on Secret twice here, so their drafting is going to get much easier after this little hurdle now. Pick another support here most likely. What have they got as an option?
Ench is still out there as a potential. It feels like this Witch Doctor is one of those kind of almost blocker picks against those aggressive supports in lane. He can actually contend with them decently. So Team Secret go for more of a defensive route. Obviously, he does bring aggression through his ulti and the blast, but having that shield onto people like a DP allows him to dive quite freely.
Oh my gosh, I love Lich, and he kind of just hasn't been a hero for a really long time now. I really love him against physical damage. I think the last time I saw a Lich professionally, I'm not saying this was the last time it was picked, but it was into like a Slardar lane, and it pretty much completely nullified anything he could do in the game. It was so hard for him to ever fight or stick on the targets he needed to go on because of the frost shield, the armor that Lich gives. So in this game, where you're playing into a Marcy who wants to buy that BKB and wants to stick on someone, this Lich is going to be so helpful. I actually really love this pick a lot.
And it's super irritating playing into, you know, Clockwork, hookshotting, cogging you, there's ghosts flying, there's Chain Frost bouncing. Super difficult to engage and disengage from all of that nonsense on the floor.
Yeah, because they're all physical damage as well.
Yeah.
And Switch Doctor ult too, so they just need to, I mean, obviously Maledict, yeah, but like, Team Liquid should probably look to get some mixed magic types. Yeah, okay.
There he is.
Mixed damage heroes coming out.
And I guess they've got flexibility technically here with the SF. Feels like that's going to be more of the Mickey hero, but could be in the hands of Matuma Man because safe lane SF has been on the rise through these qualifiers. Pudge. See what they do with it though, and that Pudge probably going to tell us now that, yeah, mid SF, safe lane Pudge.
Sad. I was in my mind. I was thinking about this Pudge because as soon as I saw SF, I was thinking, okay, what have we seen so far from this qualifier, and how many times have we seen this Pudge doing some hooks into? Well, at least they're attempting to do hook into SF ult. That's the first hero I think of. So that combo is going to be there and present throughout the game.
Man, it's no joke as well having like a cask and a mallet on you while you're being rotted and dismembered by Pudge. This is a pretty spooky safe lane that Team Liquid has built up already, even facing into a DP clock.
It's Dire's band now.
I feel like DP should probably be fine. I like the Lina as a response, because if this SF does go physical damage build, that Dragon Lance and stuff, Lina is, like I already talked about in this draft phase already, able to outrange heroes like that. It's sort of a similar concept to like Sniper, except I don't think you can really Sniper into Marcy and Pudge. It's a little rough and scary.
Gonna be a bit difficult.
Radiant's turn to
looking at that. Probably gonna go that physical damage build. That moves DP pretty much guaranteed into the off lane, so you've got this last pick for Chrysalis. And they already removed the monkey, Team Liquid. That's been his real mainstay hero, his go-to.
10 seconds.
For him, I'm just looking for something that can
5 seconds left.
be more of a body. I think right now they're playing a lot. Actually, it's not that bad. If DP gets an early BKB and Clockwork can always hook in, you have two heroes that are willing to sort of go in there and split the enemy heroes up. Nina's definitely going to be your backline damage. Your ability to pick off right now is pretty good as well. A lot of nukes. You have tower push, ability to take objectives. What are they missing? Maybe just more team fight in general, like team fight control. If there's a carry that can give that to you. Otherwise, just anything that. I mean, you have last overall pick on secret, so you can just pick a counter to whatever Liquid is about to bring out.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, when you're looking for this kind of team fight or a stun from the carries, it's Sven that always comes to my mind. You know, he's the big boy. I think
I like Bloodseeker.
Ooh, that'd be pretty good. The shard up against this Pudge, always handy. But now we're getting to these last bans. Secret, they ban the Visage now, so Zai's hero pool shrinking even further and further if we are looking for that ranged hero. And Liquid, Bloodseeker's out there. Slark is out there. Good call on the BS.
Ah, sad. Yeah, that's probably my favorite. Just thinking in terms of BKB Pierce and just ways to make it so like this SF is going to be having a bit of a struggle when Clockwork hits level 6. I'd like to see Team Secret smoking up to try and kill him with that, because he's a very susceptible hero to dying before he can finish a BKB.
5
Is
seconds
Nature's Prophet a hero Zai could go towards here? That's another ranged offlaner, and it does give them a bit of tower push, which it feels like they are lacking. And also the ability just to play that Liquid style, right? Similar to what Nigma do, where it's just dogpile. You send heroes across the map, you're all grouped up as 5 and you're playing together. Having a TP helps out.
If they pick Nature's Prophet, I think that might open up a Spectre pick for Secret.
Okay.
When you're playing SF and Nature's, I mean, the Spectre ult would be so effective with Ags. As long as your team's able to fight early, maybe Lina could go Magic build as to make up for it, to make up for Spectre. We've seen Spectre struggle the worst when she's pressured really hard and can't lane, because she struggles to farm the jungle. But yeah, Nature's Prophet, I guess like the lane pressure would be pretty bad to deal with, but it would be a good response. I'm not sure about the Nature's. It's just very counterable, I think.
Yeah, and Razor is still out there. So the option available. We are focusing pretty hard on ranged heroes to pair with the Marcy, but there's still the potential here for them to grab the Zai Mars or something like that to give them overwhelming team fight with Requiem. Oh wow, overwhelming team fight. There's the purple pointy-headed boy, Darkseer. So they got Hook, Vacuum, Requiem, Cask, and all of Marcy's kit as well.
Darkseer's a very hit or miss hero. They nerfed his Ags, but actually just before the draft ends, actually. I want to see, I mean, the carry needs to be a little careful. Sometimes you can just pick some hyper aggressive carry in lane and just click him and kind of keep him out the lane and not let him get XP, because he is very weak. But Marcy sort of makes up for that with her spells. So who would it be? You're kind of dissuaded now from picking the illusion heroes like Terrorblade and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like Luna, these Agi heroes all suffer pretty bad into Darkseer. So you might see something like a Lifestealer come out as a result, where the illusion isn't as strong. It's just a little. I'm just thinking like it's hard because you have that BKB Pierce disable with Pudge and stuff.
Choose your hero or something.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that works for me. Yeah.
So Dawnbreaker
Not-
carry? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I was thinking like strength carries. What is there?
Yeah, CK Dawnbreaker, something like that.
Yeah. There's like an idea of Medusa that was floating around for a while as a counter to Darkseer because she doesn't really care so much about having her illusion stolen. She just, I don't know, I feel like the shield keeps her alive through the initial like vacuum into wall that I saw, and also you usually get a pretty free lane against Darkseer as a so that hero's kind of worse now. No one really picks anymore. I feels like I like the Stormbreaker a lot more, very aggressive, able to go fight. About this Marcy.
Especially knowing how Liquid like to fight, you know, mentioning it earlier on, they do traverse the map often. You look at, think about heat maps of Team Liquid, they're just bouncing from lane to lane once we get to like 15 minutes in, grouping up and playing together. And it's always so nice to have this Dawnbreaker paired with someone like a DP, someone like a Clockwork. These are heroes that get in behind enemy lines, that are actually, you know, kind of under threat often, but able to heal or initiate or stay alive that little bit longer through Solar Guardian to actually catch up with your Lenas, your Liches, to get that magical burst towards the team fight.
Yeah, you're saying good things. I like it. I love it. You're so smart. Good boy. Good boy. Nice Dota point. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean for it to go that way.
Give me some Battle Pass levels.
Yeah. Here's one level for you, sir.
What? You've got like 1,000 of them. Give me. Of course, Team Secret did have a bit of a warm-up against ITB earlier on. They won in that best of one, game 3 of the best of 3, whichever way you want to look at it, earlier on today to get themselves in this spot. As Liquid, I mean, coming into this, obviously having to prepare for 2 teams, but probably preparing more for Secret, knowing the caliber of this squad and knowing what they're going to be bringing to the table. Are we doing our predictions then? First player to get 15 denies.
I don't know, SF, and then I guess Secret for first roast kill. How long will the game be? I don't know, 30... these games will go really long. 37 to 44, and then highest net worth by 25.
37 to 44, 60 plus minutes.
Oh, fine, 60 plus minutes. And then highest net worth at 25.
Lena.
Rezo.
Oh,
30 seconds
okay.
to showtime.
Okay.
It could be Lena. It could be Lena.
DP, okay.
Welcome back to the wall.
I love the Rezo
Is it
DP,
everything you
because I
remember?
feel like his lane's going to be really nice. It's against a Pudge. If he doesn't... I mean, we've seen DPs get hooked twice and die twice and to this Pudge lane, and they still come back and recover and get to that high net worth position. And I don't think they have... I guess they could do a cask into a hook. That's probably the biggest thing they have to be careful about in this
I
top
always
lane.
wanted to see an ancient fall. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, especially if you're chasing the Witch Doctor down.
Come over there.
Oh, Matu. Missing his hook top or down at bottom. Boxy rebounding away. So Secret getting their hands on 3 bounty runes. Early days here. Boxy gets that final one out on the map. But yeah, Zayat's up at top. He was actually able to take the rune before Matu could hook it. Pretty close one.
Shame for him. But good. Secret.
Oh man, look at bottom. Darkseer. He's being held away. Frost Blast from Lich. Chrysalis was there zoning him away. And it looks like Boxy's going to try and come in, secure whatever last hit he can as the Marcy gets on top of Puppy. Iron Shell doing a bit of damage, but this Celestial Hammer, it's a serious problem for Boxy as he gets Frost Blasted, and the Fairy Fire is required to keep him alive a little longer. Crystal is trying to give chase here.
He wants that first blood money. He wants it more than anything else in the world.
He's got a hammer. Boxy's trying to juke him, but there we go with the burning damage. Chrysalis needs one more tap in the back of the Marcy to get the first blood for Secret.
Yeah, you're not even losing that much in the lane right now. We're on to the second waves, and it's pretty reset. He got the solo XP for that first blood as well as the gold. And now he's just going to ferry himself out boots and a clarity. This is exactly how you're meant to play a Darkseid lane in early levels. He is honestly so weak. He wants to use his Ion Shell to farm creeps. It's hard to just stick one on himself on his support and try and trade, like, because the damage is just not that much. The spell is very weak. So this was really nice from them to just instantly like zone Zai out the lane, and then honestly just punish Boxy as being the only one with the shell, the only one that can do damage, and Zai's not going to do anything, you know? So if you can go on Boxy like that, it makes his lane much harder on Zai.
Yeah, that's that cool adaptation, right? Usually with Dawnbreaker lanes, and it's usually in the off lane, we're waiting for level 2. It's like, when does Dawn hit level 2? When does that kill happen? But here in the safe lane against the Darkseer, they make it happen a little earlier on as they continue fighting with Zai and whittling away at his resources here. Boxy does get a nice large camp pull, so at least the wave will be dragged back towards Dire's side. And Zai can get a little bit of that farm back towards himself. I mean, a lot of focus on his bottom lane, though.
Oh, that's true. As much I want to talk about, because Darks is one of my favorite heroes, and his laning is honestly just the weirdest part of him. It's always hard to get a normal, like, human lane out of him, where he's just, like, laning normally because of, like, his weakness. You'll usually see a lot of wave cutting from pos 4s and stuff. And it's also really hard, I feel like, for even pro teams to judge the strength of this hero. Because sometimes you'll buy like trading items on your pos 4 and then you quickly realize that you can't trade because the hero isn't that powerful, and then you do result to just a lot of wave cutting and stuff. You see like these hard camps getting pulled, general like trying not to properly lane. It's kind of like the timing for Darkseer is always just on whenever you get more points in Iron Shell. If you get 2 points in it, you get 3 points in it. This level 3, this level 5, these are kind of big points for it, where you might see them try and turn up and aggress. Like Puppey moving out of position with 2 Iron Shells on them could easily kill him.
Especially with a hero like Marcy, right? You know, in days gone past, we used to see the Spirit Breaker, the Earth Spirit, with this Darkseer to play aggressively. While up at top, we'll take a peek into there as Rezo drops pretty low. Insania now trapped in the cogs and turned on, though. Very far up for Rezo, is going to keep him alive through the Maledicts. They don't bring the DP down. And down bottom, they're going at it again. Crystallis not going to land his Starbreaker, but a big Frost Blast with the shield, slowing the retreat from Liquid. And a big creep wave arriving. Zai, if he dies here, is going to be losing out a lot of this wave. And Crystallis, that tree block didn't quite work out for the Darkseer. Another Frost Blast from Puppey gets it. Exposed back across the tower, but it's aggroed onto a range creep. So Crystallis, he'll Starbreaker. Keep Boxy away. Puppey did still die in the end. But a good dive onto this Zai Darkseer, keeping him down.
Pretty sad. I wonder, he didn't have buyback either to kind of come back into lane for that XP or anything. I don't know if he would have anyway, but sometimes when you see such a massive wave, you're just like, I am despairing right now.
Yeah, please give me the experience. It's like you're saying, he wants those points in Iron Shell as quickly as possible. And then, of course, the third lane in Dota 2. We've got 3 corridors here on this map. Nisha, 24 and 7, starting to take a handle on this lane. But Mickey has brought up stick raindrops, trying to mitigate some of this damage, but it looks like he's losing out in the long run.
Dang it. I voted him for the most denies by 15 minutes and he has none. I don't know why I did this. I should have voted for Lina. Yeah, this top lane is pretty okay for Rezo. The more levels he gets in this Spirit Siphon, it's obviously very scary to play into the Maledict. Usually you combat that with some early Fairy Fires and like sticks and stuff. Because the burst heal, you know, right, Maledict works off how much damage you take, so with the heal it makes it a lot nicer to deal with. He's gone for a raindrop as well, so they're just going to be trying to play to just survive and be able to skirmish a little bit.
I mean, looking at bottom again, it's difficult for the Liquid players to play the lane. They're kind of hiding in fog, scared of this Puppey Lich, who is level 3 now. A lot of nuke damage from that Frost Blast, but Boxy trying to play forward and disrupt the pull. Gets a good amount of damage there, thanks to the Observer Ward that's deep. Scouts out the Lich. And Science, now the target on top of the Clockwork. He drops low. Not sure he'll actually die to this. There's one more tick that'll take him down to 40 HP. But surviving the burst from Liquid.
Super close. Got on Crystallis.
Oh yeah. Ah, Crystallis. Frost Shield. He's got a Fairy Fire. Oh, and Shell going to be doing too much damage here, though. He's got boots, but he's not fast enough to outrun Zai and Boxy. One more rebound will claim the kill on him. So a bit of recovery from Liquid, while in the mid lane, top roof spot, Lina finding the Witch Doctor with a Laguna Blade. Shadow Fiend. 1 raise, 2 raise. Maledict still there on the Lina. Has a Fairy Fire. Not going to be enough damage. This is now a bit of room for Mickey. Knowing that Lina is out of resources, might have to go back home. He decides not to.
He went for 3 points in Shadow Raise. Some of these SFs we've seen have gotten only 2 points in it. I've even seen some of these pros going for like points in attributes and stats before. maxing out the Shadow Rays. But this time was C3. I think 3 is the max that people usually leave it at before they go for Necro Mastery.
There's a bit of a difference between safe lane and mid SF though, right?
Yeah.
I think mid SF's favoring Raiders more, and then safe lane SF's, you're right. Kind of the Mask of Madness stats plus passives build. Don't even bother leveling Razors sometimes.
What is a good build for him this game? Because we've seen these Dragon Lances, and I'm definitely not opposed to that this game because you're playing into a clockwork. So you want to be able to build that Hurricane Pike, like 4-star, keep yourself safe, and not have to rely on having to pop like a BKB if you get gone on.
And we're charging towards Chrysalis down bottom. The surge and rebound, allowing Boxy to close the gap. Starbreaker cancelled by the vacuum, and Chrysalis getting blasted down while Nisha rotated here. Does kill off Zai with a Laguna Blade. But Liquid with a numbers advantage and now still having vision over Nisha. Stick around for a little bit longer.
Okay.
And I had to go on Insania top at the same time. I need to do a salve to regen back up.
I really like what they're doing bot with the vacuum.
Scanning.
Like Chrysalis never being able to get off the Starbreaker is really annoying because he's kind of relying on it to stun them and walk away, and they're never giving him it. The constant reposition is coming out. I think they've pretty much utilized every possible moment to go on Chrysalis when they can, and it's going really well for them. And now like we're just gonna see like rotations around the map. Laning stage is gonna break down. These runes are gonna be very important as well. If SF can take like a haste rune, for example, or even this invis and like TP to a lane or something, he can easily kill someone. Give him that extra gold before he swings back to mid and just keeps pushing up the lane.
Yeah, like Maledict into Razors. That's a good way to burst through Resolution top. I tried to hook him into the trees, but Martu finding a creep instead. This is Rezo thinking about Exo. Doesn't use it just yet. A little bit afraid, definitely respecting Liquid's ability to respond, like you say, with this SF being off the map for the past minute and a half. Not sure where Mickey is lurking.
Usually you give a support the lane mid when top of the jungle. But I guess because the wave is super pushed in, it means that someone's got to take this farm coming into the tower. I hope Boxy runs there or SF goes back to mid lane. Feels bad to kind of like creeps like this fall. I think they're looking bot for maybe some more kill threat on Chrysalis, knowing the supports are playing tough on secret side.
Yeah, they've got a couple of wards down there. One in the lane, one deeper in the jungle for Liquid. And spotting out Nisha's movement. So they know that Lena's off the map and isn't top. Chrysalis alone down bottom lane. And yeah, Mickey, he comes in, clears mid wave, pops the invis. Does head southwards.
Oh, you know, actually, I like this more. They're not giving Boxy the mid lane because they don't need to. Like, he can get both farm for himself or for Zaya just by being near him. Careful there.
Come on, dive, mate. Level 4 clock. Is he going to see the TP in time? He'll find Insania's Witch Doctor trapped inside the cogs. And this likely will be the tier 1 tower falling. Rezo not even opting to use the exorcism just yet.
About to say, if they can keep that would be really massive. Because then they can use it for like a mid fight, or like when you take this top tower, you have the ability to walk through their jungle, force Pudge out of it. Pudge struggles to farm Ancients, so he doesn't feel quite comfortable with this, which is why we might see Liquid move Heroes bot and try and take that tower in response. Because if you're not taking bot tower and you're losing top tower, then your mid's going to start to have the ability to get pressured as well. You don't really have very good team fight. You'll be more relying on punishing with like rebounds in and disposes, or like a hook, maybe if Matu's playing around mid. Your mid defense is a bit scary. It's more on just trying to push those waves out preemptively with the Mickey raises.
A nice little sidestep by Chrysalis. And also the fact you can just have this Dawnbreaker sitting bottom, defending tower, shoving waves. Liquid don't want to go fight top because they know that Solar Guardian can come and bring the numbers for secret. And they would have to have a full 5v5 to defend that tier 1 tower, so they're just going to let it die. Liquid instead, yeah, like you say, kind of focusing on cutting waves down bot. Matu, Zai, and Boxy all down here. Well, this is where Secret have the options. Now, Liquid are kind of committed down into bottom jungle with the vision and the placement of heroes they've got. And Secret, they can farm top, they can push out waves, take over their ancient area. And Nisha's got his travels. He's been off map for a solid 3 minutes. No one's seen the Lina in a long time.
Radiant's middle tower.
And now we're taking 5 heroes bot. This is, if you're afraid, if you feel like they have one up on you, you need to just commit this many heroes, like 4 to 5 heroes just to take a tower. and it's hard for Secret to respond to that because they're not set up. They're doing the move I was hoping they would on Secret's side, getting Zayat's level 6 and then looking mid for the SF kill. But Liquid are kind of already ahead of that move just by going bot instead. And I think if they TP here on Secret, they would feed, so it makes sense that Crystallis is just going to TP top as a result. And now they're just taking pressure this mid at least instead. Maybe Liquid can respond with like a smoke into it, or then maybe they might just have to let it go. Like I said, they need to rely on this like hook and stuff, but Matu TP top.
Super challenging to come in, collapse on Rezo. Has Yules, raindrops, level 4 Spirit Siphon, very difficult target to latch onto. And Zayat is also bodyguarding that top jungle, making sure Matumbaman doesn't have an easy access point back into his outpost area. Secret, firm grasp on his first 15 minutes. Zayat's tying up Matumbaman and gets the hook shot straight on top of him. Solar Guardian for good measure. Liquid, they're not going to be able to respond in time. They will jump forward to Boxy, but he's stunned. Mid-rebound now. The Chain Frost goes across to Insane. He doesn't bounce any further. Zayat has the Death Lord on him, and the wall dropped onto him and Rezo. But Secret, they got the Pudge, the Marcy, traded the Clockwork for it. They are super happy with how that went. Maybe Mickey might have surged up and runs away a bit ballsy there going forward.
Dox is a bit of a weak one. Honestly, he went for this mech build, but his spells don't really do that much damage until A, he gets more levels, and B, the enemy gets more levels, right? When you use this Wall of Replica, a lot does stand on the strength of the enemies to hurt themselves. So we saw there that that wall didn't really do too much.
Liquid looking for answers. Need a lot more time for this SF though. He got his Dragon Lance working on BKB. That's going to be the key timing for Liquid to actually start playing the game that they've set themselves up for with this draft. There are ways to initiate, like you've been saying, it's pretty difficult. It's rebound in or it's hook out.
That ward on mid is really nice that Zayat's just placed. They're going to see so much now. If a hero even like pokes his head on the out into the lane, they'll know where everyone's stationed and standing.
Radiant's middle tower
how many people are going to be behind Mickey in a move like this. What a nice ward.
Yeah, sees everything.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Matumbaman giving that bottom lane. Try and reconnect in with him. But Liquid opting not to smoke. Team Secret, they can spread out wide. And Crystallis has had plenty of time to farm up top, closing in on his BKB. While Resolution looks like he's... well, he was thinking about that greedier build we saw from him previously, the boots of travel. But he's opting now just to go Yule's BKB, knowing that they can hit this timing around the Lina and the Dawnbreaker. Triple BKB for Secret is going to be huge.
Yeah, Secret understand that Lina is going to be their carry this game. That's why they picked a semi-core like Crystallis on Dawnbreaker. And he's not going for that Deso because he knows all he really needs to do is just get that ult off, get in the middle of things with that BKB and fight. And Nisha's the one that's going to deal that damage, even Rezo too on that DP. So their timings are pretty simple. Just keep farming up Nisha as much as you can. He doesn't really have to stress himself to fight and make moves. Just everyone else go make plays, let him hit creeps, go on connect with ult. That's sort of how they want to play. For Liquid, it's a little bit more complicated. Doxy used to have this timing with Ags where you would have... Oh god, they're going in straight up.
Yeah. Hook shot lands on the Centaur though, and now the hook back. Oh, scrape. Behind the Dawnbreaker. If her thighs were a little thicker, maybe he catches her there. She's away.
Oh, that's some cooldowns that make Liquid have some breathing room here. At the very least.
And they want to go play back into bottom jungle. They see Rezo showing on wave. He's going to TP straight away. Pudge, hook. Oh, he lands it! Matumbaman. He knew exactly where Rezo was standing, and in comes Boxy with Insania. Burst through the Death Prophet. That's the window they open up for themselves.
What the? Did he even have a ward? Or was he doing it on a wave? Sorry.
He ran back from the wave, and I'm not sure if they just saw him start to TP. It was good from Matu whichever way you look at it, and they're going for Zayas now as well. That cast bouncing back onto him. Shield trying to give a bit of safety here as he hook shots in towards Boxy, and the Chain Frost bounces off the creep camp in towards Boxy. Back to Zai as Insania does finish off Zayats in the end. Another couple of Liquid kills. What do they amount to? Like, Lina's still farming, Dawnbreaker's still farming, these BKBs are coming.
You're waiting for your own timings. The Matumbaman Pudge Axe. Gonna be a big one. Gonna do a lot of damage.
I just saw the replay back. It looks like he guessed it. Yeah, creep wave wasn't in range to see it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, so Dogs used to have this Ags timing, but they changed the Ags to be the normal punch now, and it's honestly not that strong, so you have to go differently. So they're playing more for just like punch timings and having heals and auras and stuff instead on this Darkseid, so he's more of a supporting cast. Yeah, it used to be a lot of damage with the double Ion Shell and like how long it would last. You could push out waves really well. Now Zai's kind of resorting to just like playing these side lanes. They're hunting on Secret.
Oh, they absolutely can. It's a simple one.
Hold your feet to the fire.
They can just keep looking for pickoffs like this every time there's a hookup. That's like their main form of initiation. And even if they find these big boy cores, having the ability to have Chrysalis coming down on top with that ult, it just has that security there. Like, you have the damage, you have the control until these BKBs come out. And, like, Matu's not going to have one for a long time. He's going Ags.
Yeah.
Mickey's is probably the biggest one you need to think about.
I mean, this Pudge, you've got to keep your eyes on him, though. You know, we saw ITV utilize him so very well as they scaled into super late game, right? Yeah. With the Ags, the BKB, the Refresher Orb. If he's able to actually get in on top of someone like the Lina, like the DP, he can hold him in place for a long time, but in the mid lane, Solar Guardian coming in, the safety net given by Boxy, disposing SF away. Pulls up the Boxy now, as Chrysalis vacuumed into the wall, Requiem comes out, onto Death Prophet and Resolution. Oh, he pops his wand, Spirit Siphon's up, the Reso DP still alive, and as is Chrysalis, they do finally kill them off though. Insania getting the final blows on them as they trade 2 cores and a big rebound. Boxy is straight back in on them. Zayas has the hook shot. Where's the rest of Liquid though? They're surging forward, trying to chase. Oh, the cog trapping Zay inside, and Zayas still fine.
Was that an evenness trade? They lost 2 cores, or at least 1 core on Liquid.
Felt decent for Liquid.
2 cores now.
Gets away, and Puppy the one to die. Mickey, we can't face against Nisha's Lina from range, and Zayas has gone back in with a cogs on Insania, but the right click attacks on the Mickey, kill him! The BKB wasted. Lina with a long range right clicks, take him down.
What a long drawn out fight, lots of different
wild
chasing.
fight.
Yeah. It's like explosive, and then it cools down, and then we chase into another chase, and it feels like a lot easier for Secret to go back in. I mean, this Roxy went in so far, but no one has like a blink dagger or any really good connecting spells to catch up to him. Still a little bit too far ahead. Like, the idea is the surge, right? But I think he was on cooldown. They couldn't quite get there. I like how they were disengaging. That's like a pretty nice thing about Liquid's lineup, is they're pretty happy if they can force the Dawnbreaker ult and then get out, or even an Exorcism or a BKB. So if they're able to kind of poke, force that, and use Surge or Vacuum, commit whatever you need to kind of get out, then they can reset and look for a fight. Or when Secret starts to turn away, then they hit them with like a hook or something. There's a lot of ways for them to sort of catch and kill. The Dispose 2 is there.
I'll take that.
Secret are much more reliant on this. We're hooking in, we're gonna burst you, kill you, and then get out. We've seen a couple of times now this Chrysalis ult being used, sticking the landing because they're able to disengage.
And it feels like Team Secret's initiation is much more linear, much more telegraphed, and Liquid with a lot of little nuanced plays they can do to disengage. But honestly, off the back of the last couple of team fights, I think the biggest thing is how much gold Insania's got. He's now at 4,500 net worth. He's got Shard. He's well on his way to Blink Dagger. This Witch Doctor is going to start becoming a serious threat.
It's really nice, this Shard, the ability to waste so much time. Like, if clock goes on you, he can just use the Voodoo Switcheroo and let his teammates re-engage. You know, as soon as Secret kind of pile in and jump on you, that's when the Dark Civ Blink Vacuum combo comes out.
Yeah, it's like 3 seconds doesn't sound like a long time, but in real time Dota 2 teamfight terms, 3 seconds is an eternity.
It's half of a BKB at max usage.
Yeah.
Smoking into each other. There is Ags on Matu. The BKB is off cooldown. Fight. What do they have? They have a crit on Lina. She's starting to hit really damn hard. Rezo has that BKB coming on the courier as well. They smoke up and look for a little engagement, and because they're not giving it to them and because they're showing Rezo on bot, they're just going to swing right into the Roche pit.
Yeah, Team Secret, they've got to react quickly to this. The TPs are coming. Liquid are out of the pit now. Yeah, Team Secret saw it with the rocket flare. They do get across the map very speedily. Chrysalis does have that Solar Guardian to join, so he's realized that, hey, I can go farm bottom jungle pretty freely.
It's so low. Like, taking it to half like that makes Roche so much, like, the tension rises so much. It's no longer a full HP Roche that we're going to fight about. Like, if you think you have the damage to kind of quickly kill that, you know, what's to stop Secret from
stealing
running in with BKBs and just as quickly as you can? Because the Darkseer is not going to do that much to it. I guess you got to be careful because there's hooks. Like, if you're holding a high ground ward on Liquid, you're just basically waiting for anyone on Secret to show themselves, and you can get that hook displacement. That would be so rough for Secret. They have the Dawn ult and hook as ways to sort of catch up with them at least.
Yeah, and Zai's counter initiation, it's good with his Blink and Force Staff, but against the BKBs, which are all up for Team Secret, it feels like Liquid have to drag these fights out a little bit longer, kite and bait the BKBs for as long as they can. Looks like Liquid just going to give up on controlling Roshan right now. They're back into farming mode. Guard Matu as he shoves out mid-wave. And this is where Team Secret, they can actually move into that top jungle, find a bit of space for themselves.
Radiant's middle tower's not feeling
Dire's always leading the charge, but they are under Dire vision. Very sneaky ward from Insania. They spotted them coming all the way across.
Will the boiling point be? Because
Chrysalis.
how they this?
Oh, he's very afraid. Boxy gonna unleash. Just try and get that dispel. Move yourself away.
And now Secret have control of top side, so they have to smoke on Liquid right now to re-control top.
Boom! There it goes.
And Secret in the Roche pit. Two heroes vacuum into the wall. Chain Frost gonna bounce off the shard, kill off Boxy. Is he gonna have to buy back because Rezo's in the pin with Exo going? I mean, who's this? Matu is miles away. The Pudge is nowhere near. And Zayat, he's zoning them away with hookshot and cogs. Secret, they've got this. Just for them. Nisha now holding it. And if Lina wasn't a beast already, she's now got 2 lives.
That's really hard. I think the biggest thing that Liquid seem to be struggling with is follow-up initiation. They need a blink on Pudge. And he needs his BKB first, of course, just so he can stand and fight. It feels like there's a lot of things that Matu needs. He needs to buy armor so that he can scale into this Lina. He needs to buy a blink so he can get on the Lina. I think I really loved... It was Otake, right? The refresher Pudge?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, yeah, that was
Requiem, Mickey, Zai, they're on to Chrysalis. He's got 6-1 charges, and Resolution's coming here to help him out. Mickey does have that Shadow Blade to skip away, and the surge from Zai, creating a bit of a gap here for Liquid. They don't get the kill. The Secret very quick to respond. It really is so tense. A slight 2k lead for Secret as always Puppy. Sees the Shadow Fiend, Solar Guardian in with a hook shot there. They grab the ledge off to the right, but Mickey, the one being focused down, dodges Light Strike with his BKB. The dust comes and they see him running. Pops as one, they need a bit more damage from this Lina. Oh, not enough. Nisha doesn't have the range to keep going. Rezo also BKB to try skip out of the range of Matu.
Power ain't looking too steady.
It was a close call for Liquid.
It was honestly like a split second from Mickey dying. The Lina stun was not... It was literally like 1 or 2 frames off from getting him, but he got his BKB up just in time. They had a lot of pain stun. I think it was just mostly Crystalis's when he landed from the Solar Guardian didn't allow him to get like an easy Starbreaker off. That's just, how it be, but had to rely on that cog pushback instead, not quite able to cinch it. It is a lot of spells though that you have to use just to chain stun him for long enough to kill him before his BKB gets off. I think with Lina...
No, Rezo, 4 staff heals. Zaya's trying to get him out of danger, but they've got Dismember from this BKB Pudge. Rezo dodges the hook with the Voodoo Switcheroo. The Death Lord are going to kill him off. Chain Frost over to the other side as Boxy rebounds away. Not going to allow for any more bounces. Another swift move in, going to get a 1-for-1 trade, but it's DP for Witch Doctor. So Liquid, they move in, they move out. 1 strike and they're gone back to farming.
Nice pick off, but they're still on Aegis. I think Secret's still very confident.
Yeah, and honestly, I say it's a DP for a Witch Doctor. Usually I think, hey, it's favored killing off that DP, but Matu now falling in the mid lane. Caught out by Chrysalis and Nisha. No saving him as Zai tried to come in, but Mech on cooldown. And no counterplay for Liquid. That's a big victory now for Secret. And yeah, Witch Doctor had a kill streak. That's quite a bit of money going into them as well.
Actually, how much did he give? 450?
Yeah,
that's not bad.
Amount.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So this is their first tier 2. They'll take the outpost now as a result. They don't have to play topside just because Roche is not going to respawn for at least 5 minutes. So I think they have the option to sweep back into their jungle and try and look for kills there, or if anywhere that someone is showing, I think they can just kind of run at them. So how can Liquid are gonna have to be looking. Just burst Lina every fight, most likely. She's the one doing the most amounts of damage. A massive issue, honestly. Like I said, so many items needed to deal with her, right? Like Pudge alone struggles to stick on people in fights because he doesn't have armor. He needs that BKB, the dismember on Lina. If she went for a Linken's later, that would make a lot of sense for me.
And then they can start thinking about waiting and holding hookshot to stop dismember. Like if Pudge does walk in with his BKB, like Zayas just hold it, wait for that cancel.
Mickey's the one that's doing a lot of this right-click damage. You need to give him the control to do it. Feels like Secret have done a really nice job so far of just planting heroes in front of Nisha and making it so that no one can really get to him. So yeah, they're going to be relying on maybe this hook or a rebound dispose into hook or a vacuum.
A vacuum rebound, Maledict. I was thinking along these same lines. Like, what's the combo with the Darkseer here, right? Yeah. It's vacuum rebound, cask Maledict, Requiem, with Rot slowing them all down. If they can get that, yes, it's huge, but it's pretty freaking difficult to land a symphony of skills that it feels like they need to defeat Secret in a straight team fight here. And Nisha, still with Aegis for 20 seconds, comes in round the back. Liquid able to disengage. Pudge even BKB to run back to his tier 2 bottom. And the 2 remaining members, yeah, TPing out of that bottom right-hand corner.
You raise a great point, though. He's not itemized for this at all, so it's not something I think we'll see this game. But if Mickey had gone that Arcane Blink, and they were able to combo a big vacuum into that ult, that could have been so huge. It's kind of hard, though, because you're relying a lot on your magic damage then, and you do need this mix of physical in there that Mickey is providing instead.
Yeah, then you have these windows of opportunity when, like, a BKB completely ruins your combo, and you've all-in'd on it.
Yeah. I understand why he hasn't gone for it, but God, that would have been cool as hell, bro. That would have been sick.
It would have been. Liquid now very afraid, though. Looks like they want to move out of their base and smoke from a safer position, maybe expecting base wards or high ground vision here from Secret. At the very least, regaining control of their ancients.
You're not fussed for this top side of the map yet. It's something you're thinking about, how you want to tackle it, but there's no Roche to fight for. You're okay giving it to Secret for now. And also Liquid's wards, they're all bomb. So the quicker that they can sort of reclaim the ancients and get back to that space is better for them. There's definitely Secret are getting much more out of the map right now. The network distribution is not the worst, though, I'd say. I think Lina obviously is really racing ahead. She's like, Nisha's like definitely the biggest issue right now. But everyone's sort of keeping up with each other. Liquid is not that far behind by any means. See now Matu going for that armor, going for that Shiva's guard.
Money to burn.
Maybe Darkseer could look for a halberd as well. Anything that stops Nisha hitting.
Yeah.
If they can get it off before his BKB.
Jump in. They find Puppy. A couple of hits in from Mickey, but he didn't get his BKB off. Wasn't expecting the immediate jump from Zayat. Insania casking back, but he's going to get chased down to the end of the earth here. Voodoo switcheroo buys the 3 seconds of time. The Starbreaker perfectly placed as they buy back on Witch Doctor SF. Matu's in with his BKB dismember. The wall is dropped, but Secret, they just stand their ground and continue fighting. Nisha gets the crits he needs. A double kill for Lina, and they're chasing for Darkseer. Mules up from Rezo, Ghosts are flying, back won't work. Secret tracking back to find that Darkseer kill, and now the buybacks from Liquid. What do you do? You're thinking about this Requiem, Mickey fake pumping it, but doesn't want to commit.
It's not even that impactful if he lands it. I mean, at that point, you're playing more for the fear on it, just into a hook or something, rather than the actual damage. It's not a buyback that feels good on Mickey. Did not save his comrades' lives, did not get that kills. It would have been good. Only getting Zayat, I mean, that's gonna feel bad. And under this threat back at all times in secret. Looking at this next Roche, gonna want to be playing in that top side of the map. Gonna see the classic one team takes high ground versus high ground maneuver any moment now. And maybe Liquid will even see that. I mean, they have to fight with this Aegis. It's so important for them, but it's so risky with Mickey. How many 4-stars do you have? You have 2?
Lich and Clock. Yeah. It's a golden Roshan as well. He spawned 10 seconds. That's all it took. He's back in action. Just need someone to poke their heads in the pit. Get a rocket flare over there. But Matu, he makes the move first. Is he going to try and hook someone? He's not alone. Has people behind him. But the hook shot to safety comes from the clockwork, going back to the creep wave. Liquid, they brought all 5 up here, so plenty of room for Chrysalis to shove out that bottom wave. Now look at how quickly they're going. Liquid know they need something off the back of this. And they brought back this SF. He needs momentum. And
They're just gonna walk into the pit. They TP bot. They shove bot. This is a great time for them.
Another Aegis. Even a shard there. Who do we give the shard to? Like, Lich already has one. DP. Dawnbreaker's pretty good.
Oh yeah, that's true. I prefer DPs. I really love the fear on the Siphon, especially because it feels like it's easy for Rezo to kind of walk in. Mickey feels so pressured. He's the one that's doing a lot of the right-click damage that's meant to kind of kill the Death Prophet. But she already has a halberd, he has a plate mail, he really doesn't care. So his ability to stick in these fights and just use Siphon and get that fear is going to be massive for him.
Yeah, a lot of problems for Liquid. Like, Nisha so far has had a perfect game. Closing it on 400 CS, 35 minutes in. 8-0-4 for Yelena. And always positioned perfectly. Like, she's got so many frontliners that can just go and face tank these fights for her. So she's actually just able to sit there and launch damage in. Well, Zai has to blink away, knowing Yelena was on her way to this entrance area.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
Talk about a perfect game. Now they have to perfectly siege high ground. You have a lot of fear. If you're grouping up to push a high ground, that's when Darkseer can get his vacuum. Like we talked about, they have quite a fair few spells that can combo into hooks from Pudge. You know, any hook that lands and gets under the tier 4s even, or just fully out of position is going to be super rough. I think DP doesn't have a blink or anything yet, so she's not going to be able to kind of jump in with you. She'd have to run in with a BKB. If you can...
Oh, the catch! Oh god, get the 4-stars back! Nice play to get some amount out of there. Secret, they popped the Exo and they did spend the hook shot. So there's a good 35 more seconds now where Liquid don't have to be so afraid. The hook though catching Boxy. They wanted to drag Nisha back in. A little bit of misplay there. As the tier 3 is down and the racks opened up on by Nisha. Holding that line, but there's the back. The Requiem, no, it's coming a little late. The BKBs are already out from Secret. They lose their Boxy Marcy. And it's Death Ward, yeah, it'll zone them away, but Liquid didn't get the perfect initiation they needed. My game froze for a couple of seconds, and I think Liquid's heart froze as well.
Now they had like 2 to 3 different ways to try and defend the high ground. The first was that rebound into the hook, which unfortunately was a little mess. Then there was that vacuum. Again, didn't have the impact they hoped it would. His BKB reaction, it's a move that kind of, you can see it just kind of comes and you see it coming. Because SF can't just stand there channeling, you see him. So you're aware of like how they want Zai to jump in and vacuum. And if he does vacuum, the Requiem takes too long to go off for them not to get their BKBs on.
It's like channeling, then travel time. There's
it's very difficult.
So much wiggle room for Secret there. As they still have Aegis on Lena, pushing out that top wave. Melee racks at 500 HP, something they can go in and finish off. Liquid not going to give it up for free though. They will continue fighting for every inch of space on this map.
It is pretty simple for Secret with this Aegis to just walk up and hit. They know the cooldowns are there. They can just do this without fear. The only thing they have to be aware of is this hook. standing in creeps, positioning really well on Nisha. Not gonna give him it.
Yeah, just like that. Walks through the creep wave. No landing.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
Me too, and the rebound in from Boxy. Counteracted by the Solar Guardian. Crystal has rejoined his squad, and another missed hook from Matu. Okay, trying to fear them back, but Lina not afraid of anything. In comes Matu with a blink BKB. Trying to aim onto this Nisha Lina. They get the Requiem off from Mickey this time around. Taking the Aegis. Inside the wall, Lina is still standing there, and a great hook from Matu. Times it perfectly. They've got the Lina kill they needed. Taking her down is huge for Liquid as they'll find Rezo as their secondary kill as well. They hold their high ground, but the rest of Secret, they're bailing.
They went for that chase. A little funny moment there as Matu walks into the cogs and walks back into the cogs and gets forced up into the cogs and just keeps getting punched out. Not able to connect up that hook, getting Zayas to safety. But yeah, that's pretty much the ideal situation for Liquid going into these high ground sieges, defenses. Any moment where you can get that hook under the tier 4, you can get that kill and set up the Aegis into a pullback. That's all you really need. This is a situation that is given to you specifically by Secret pushing high ground. Now you're back out on the map again. You have to look for other ways to kind of punish these. Gonna try and hold space, get that hook, start that initiation. You know, are we looking for a new item by Mickey? He's going for a Satanic, but it feels like he needs a Satanic and, you know, a Daedalus to be able to output the same amount of right-click damage that Lina is.
Yeah, I'm gonna start
going for that refresher. That's hype as well.
Yeah, having that double BKB, double Dismember. That's definitely a way to lock down onto that Lina. And they've got to start thinking about next Roshan as well. Take control of this jungle, get your vision down. This vision does give them a glimpse of Puppey, but in comes Zayas and Crystallis, chaining their stuns, but Liquid have the BKBs. Bit of an answer here to Secret's move into top jungle. While over on the right side, Requiem comes, but Rezo has his magic immunity out already. Nisha trying to open up on them, and Boxy chased back into the top left corner of the fight. That's a good start by Liquid, holding a high ground, getting a bit of info from the vision they already had placed. But Secret are just so quick to respond.
Liquid wanted so much more. Mickey had a DD. That could have been everything for them. Don't quite have that lockdown to do it. Rezo very tanky with the items he has, able to just kind of walk it off. As Mickey, you don't want to overcommit. You know, you don't have that Hurricane Pike, the ways to force yourself to safety. He's not even going for the Satanic anymore. He's now going for this Butterfly. He is going for damage. He really wants to be the one that is killing heroes for his team. And that just means, yeah, they need to focus on taking a fight outside the base where they can start with Matu's Blink and Dismember, followed up by Mickey just bursting them down with that right click.
What they do need now, though, against this Lincolns of Nisha is a way to pop it so they get that Dismember in on her. Yeah. Such a good toolkit for the Nisha's Lina, even queuing up the MKB, kind of feeling it. I mean, SF have shown a component, right? They'll know he's got, yeah, they've got vision on him. They know he's got Butterfly already.
I'm just thinking, Pudge does not naturally buy Lincoln's breaking items. He's very much a fan of these just big, get-in-your-face items, and Nisha's very deep right now.
All the 2 hits. Finds the kill on Puppey, but Zai being focused down, gets off his Greaves, buys a bit of time, but the crits land. 500 apiece from the Lina and opening up onto Matu. Dismembering and healing off a Crystallis, but he's stuck there. Liquid now down 2 cores, and Dark's here with no buyback. This could lead to another lane of barracks. Top lane's pushing in, Secret clearing wave mid.
That was ward based. They're Secret are moving up, putting a ward on that high ground cliff and playing around it. Liquid don't have their own vision.
Look how much damage Lina did, like 6,000, just right clicks, like who cares spells?
So much, yeah. And it's hard because the way that fight played out, like Pudge hooked her away from the Darkseid to try and save his life, but he realizes she has a Lincoln. I can't remember this, so he is literally just stuck there, having to try and walk away from Nisha, who's doing so much damage. He doesn't even have a Skadi. He's literally just using this range from the Dragonlance and Grove Bow to walk people down and just chase them knowing that they can't touch him. There's not enough there's not enough ways to control her on the side of Liquid without people putting themselves really out of in harm's way. Like Witch Doctor, it's so hard for him to just walk up and cast, right? Especially when Nisha has a BKB, can just react to that projectile. Right now, it's just, yeah, Liquid's struggling so much, and this Linken's, like you said, posing so much of a problem because they can't just rely on seeing her and going with this punch hook, especially with a clock hook covering her.
Yeah. Yeah, now Mickey, bought his butterfly a minute and a half ago. MKB's done on Lina. She's got the counter to it. It's still so interesting to me how far we've come on this Lina. Like, you think back 3 years ago or so, and it's Yules, Ether Lens, Magic Spellcaster, that's it. And you got players, you know, like Chris Luck, who go for that boosted travel, Dragonlance, Shiver's Guard. Then people start, you know, copying that, going to the physical damage build. Now you've got the option, you know, go back with the Axe and the Shard, but it's still just this artillery cannon of right-click prowess going out of Lina nowadays, allowing her to, you know, traverse across the map with bots, get a lot of quick farm. And launch out this, what's her range? Like 770 with Grove Bow, a bit more with Dragonlance. She's a sniper.
Well, can Liquid burst Lina at the start of a fight? That would be absolutely massive for them. Well,
need to catch a glimpse of them.
Foxy has Basher.
Oh, yeah, BKB Basher, but smoke breaks on Rezo's invis.
Twice.
They've got no vision. And this is going to give Secret the chance to smoke back. Do they go in the pit or do they go for the fight? They're going to hold the high ground. They've got this Radiant Observer Ward up there, and they'll see people. Liquid is here in game one, but Matsu, where did he go? It disappears. The back wall's dropped, but Boxy shredded by Lina. Standing at ground, Boxy fighting back a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be enough with a Requiem Fear, pushing Nisha away. The Force Staff and Glimmer gives a bit of safety, but they get the kill. Lina's down, Chrysalis go about follow. And Shadow Fiend, there's Mickey, big boy, slapping into Team Secret. The wall is still there and causing issues for them. 3 down, Roshan open, and all Liquid lose, really. Here's that Pudge and Marcy, and Matsu buys back to come into the pit.
And no buyback on Lina means they cannot contest this on Secret. They have the hook, so maybe Zayas goes for a Hail Mary rush in there, but that's all they really have here. No BKB on Resolution, cannot get involved, and Liquid is going to try and block this front angle.
Zayas is still in though, vacuumed away, snatch on the Aegis, Radiant got the kill, and Zayas will die. For his insolence, how dare you?
How dare you? And he did get the last hit though, so you know, mad props, good timing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Did find that angle using his shot, but yeah, God, that fight for Liquid, obviously it really sucks when Matu dies instantly, right? But it revealed where Lina was, and it kind of forced them into a bad fight for them. They are in this choke point on the stairs, right?
Dire's bottom
This big long wall of Zayas. Everyone is trying to fight in that area, and they can't really move.
And they're going to catch on Rezo here.
Now.
Yeah, they're trying to bring him down. Is he maledicted? He is. So the Rot going to chase down the DP. The Force Staff back up, gets Rezo a bit of distance. And Frost Shield protecting. Rezo will live and gets back to Fountain. But yeah, you're right. The fact that Boxy was able to stand and fight with Sidekick, I did not expect that amount of lifesteal. But hell, with BKB Basher, this Marcy really packs a punch.
That's what I was gonna say. Is the biggest point of that fight for me was the Basher on Boxy. Like as soon as Boxy jumped in there, he got pretty bursted down. I thought that was gonna be the end of life, but he got the bash off, and the BKB ran out on Nisha. Suddenly he's standing in a wall, you know, under these illusions, taking damage. Mickey hitting from the low ground, obviously not ideal for him, but between the bashes from Boxy, being able to move onto that high ground. He also timed his Requiem with the end of the BKB on Nisha. So like all these things together, they were able to finally control him. Matu obviously just being the one that gives his life for it. So they don't have that in the future, right? The Aegis was given to Mickey, knowing he's the deep. I mean that if Matu dies, he is now dead. That could be a big point for Secret in their next fight.
Yeah, and if they get a wall illusion of this AC of the Dawnbreaker, getting an illusion of the Lina, you're doing 120% damage from these illusions. Lina and Dawnbreaker, they're slapping their own heroes.
Boom, there it goes.
It's gonna be very particular fights. There's no real, you can't just easily run in there and brawl. It's very easy for Nisha to just blow up and kill you, but it's also at the same time easy for Liquid to, well, not easy, but it's there's a lot of counter play at this point now that this bash is in play. Now that there are ways to control you through your Linkens, and you know, dude. There are threats. The more items we get, the more threats come out, and you can't just play as brazenly as you were 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, then you have to start reconsidering buyback status, boost of travel potential. And right now, we've got SF, Dawnbreaker, DP, and basically all of the Dire team have buybacks outside of the Pudge, of course, who just used his in that previous fight. We won't have the same opportunity for Matu to blink in, die, and buyback to come in.
That was big for him, that fight. So if they can... Obviously, they want to get something from this Aegis, and I think it's just going to be looking for kills. They want to kind of claw their way back, bring this net worth back. Secret looking for an opportunity here, too.
Shotting in onto SF. That's a key target and dies quickly. First life gone. Liquid trying to respond. Matu's still very distant, so it's down to Zaya to get this vacuum wall in, but Boxy can't stand its ground this time. Has to run away, and Nikkei with BKB Silver Edge. Disengaging while Matu jumps in. He wants to be aggressive, misses the hook on Rezo. Dancing away back to safety as both teams, they chuck the kitchen sink at each other, then just walk it off.
Losing that Aegis, not ideal, but at least you didn't lose heroes, didn't have to expend buybacks, and worst case, lose Matu. I think he was bold blinking in there knowing he had a double BKB if he needed from that refresher, but it's something that I'm noting is very important. Looking at the difference between that fight and the previous one is that Boxy cannot really afford to jump in on anyone that's not Nisha. In that fight, he BKB'd up and went to try and kill Crystalis, but Nisha, having that backwards position, not under threat, is able to just click him and nearly kill him pretty instantly. You're still a support, right? You don't have armor items. You're not 5-6 slide. You need a little bit more time to get to that point. So yeah, Nisha is such a big issue. Maybe Boxy can even look to get a blink or something like that, so he can wait and see Nisha revealing his position and then get on him. Like, Nisha's even itemizing sort of to deal with that in advance. He's going for this Hurricane Pike. Or at least he's got it queued up and thinking about it, so that if he is in a position like that fight on the Dire jungle high ground, again, he's able to reposition himself and not have to rely on a clock hook or something to save his life.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nisha just sold his boots of travel to get a bit more money to maybe try and afford this Pike plus buyback. He doesn't have travels on him, and his courier doesn't have it either.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, travel sold. Right, maybe an indication here that Secret just want to play this 5-man group up. No longer split pushing. With the Lina, they'll have the potential for Dawnbreaker to shove out a wave and a Solar Guardian back in if need be. But now, right now, they are a very tight-knit group all together down in that bottom lane. Liquid.
I've got Satanic.
Liquid just executing these fights to perfection, though, right? You talked about how it's not easy. Secret have quite a linear way in, straightforward, telegraphed, but Liquid have answers. They've got ways with this vacuum play around the other heroes they have. It just takes so much brain power to read the team fights. Yeah, execute, see the targets you want to be going on. Team comms have got to be clear. And we'll just wait for next Roshan. It looks like neither team wanting to commit too heavily to anything just yet.
I do like the Satanic pickup on Mikkei. It makes him a little bit tankier. Obviously, dying with that Aegis there, the biggest thing was that he was very squishy. He is lacking pretty severely on armor. It feels like none of his items are really helping in that way. He wanted survivability in the Butterfly, but with the Lina's speed to pick up that MKB, yeah, he just pretty much melted. I don't think he's the one that wants to be having an AC. It'd be nice if someone could have it.
Yeah, maybe Marcy's job by an AC. Go on, Boxy, get an AC, please. I beg. We've got huge items here. Scythe of Ice on Darks here, as well as the Death Prophet. So these instant forms of initiation from both teams available to them.
Going into this fight, 4 heroes on Secret, bar Rezo, have buyback, and only Marcy has buyback on Liquid. So you can't even take a fight, say, around this outpost and just rely on buying back and TPing into it and overwhelming Secret with numbers. If Secret get a fight here, it could just be massively devastating.
They are smoking, looking for it. Zayat's holding onto his rocket, doesn't want to give his position away from this mid lane. Liquid charging down from their top jungle in towards mid. They both pass each other. Where's Liquid going to go, though? They're wrapping around down bottom jungle. Insania might be the one to give away the game. No, he goes up the staircase, rejoins his squad.
Rezo has a Hex too.
Yeah, both sides have got hexes.
Hex could decide everything.
We've got the weird standoff across the river again. Secret Radiant team playing dire side, now cutting waves. Liquid still in that mid lane. They're even looking for the tier 2 tower here that they can take.
Radiant's middle tower
Maybe even regain control of that bottom outpost. But overall, Radiant team taking top outpost with Roshan potentially 10 seconds away. That's huge for Secret. It feels like they have
massive, yeah.
the more important positioning.
And look at the creep wave pushing in top. This is something that Liquid has to deal with. They can cut the bot wave, but those two massive waves of mega creeps are going to be pushing in their base. This is not something that can be ignored. They cannot just sit here forever and hope. They have to either move now and make a play, or they have to return to their base and look for a new angle to approach Secret. Secret definitely in that power.
Yeah, and
play right now.
We know, of course, 2 minutes until Roshan, but the teams they're thinking could be now. Every second for the next 3 minutes. It's like, oh god, Roshan's alive.
Power looks to be disintegrating.
When's our time? And yeah, they will start filtering back, TPing home, defend against the horde of creeps that's aggressively moving onto your tier 4s.
Zayas nearly even finds the hook there on Marcy TPing out, and now, what are you thinking now? You're going to push out these waves, but you don't want to go too far. I mean, where's your vision? You have one on that cliff on the triangle, so you see Zayats and you should move back through there. You have one on the bottom cliff as well. So it's very deep wards, but not ones that cover your jungle. They're going to smoke in because they saw Lina on their vision. And Puppy, they see a lot right now.
Rezo's in the pit though. Aside from Zai, starting on Poppy's Lich. 2 hits, all it takes. Dismember on Rezo as well. Liquid start this fight well, but they must play the pushback. All the disarm on the SF can't turn the fight. Matu still in the pit, hooking back Rezo. As this wall, it has blocked the rest of Secret from arriving. Foxy rebounds over the top, and Matu's still stuck inside. Rezo gets through, but dies. The big crit lands. Mickey turning to fight Zayats and Crystallis, but they've got their BKBs up still. Doesn't matter though. Liquid have battered them into the ground. Lina now, feared up. Nisha throws the Hurricane Pike away, but it's nowhere near enough. Mickey with a monster kill streak. Oh boy, Liquid.
Everything went so well for them. There was that potential for the turnaround when Rezo showed himself in the pit with that Hex getting it onto Mickey, but 4th staff, Gary!
Yes, 4 staffs!
Friggin' staff!
Hurricane Pike, 4 staff, everything under the sun to save that SF.
It's the best item in the goddamn game and gets Mickey just out of there in time. An amazing halberd from Rezo nearly helps there though, because Mickey wasn't able to use the Satanic, but that's when Matu comes in with the refresher on, with the refresher shot. He has 3 sets of dismembers and BKBs this whole fight.
It looks like Mickey's dead to rights, but yeah, bang there with a 4 staff, run it back with a BKB. Crystallis, Solar Guardian's off to the left, but Matu is just in that pit, and Box to disengage from surround on them. They've got this nice concave all around the pit, while Secret, they're stuck in here, trapped by the wall, trapped by their own cogs.
I mean, how good was it for them having that ward? Like, this whole smoke move around play that they made paid off so heavily for them. That ward on that cliff that let them see Lich, let them start the fight the way they wanted to start it.
Oh, Zayats. Oh, Zayats. Are you gonna try it? No, he's hexed up. Solar Guardian and a buyback from Lina. Roshan, what is he, 2,000 HP away from death? And Secret with a chance here to come and snipe it. Another wall, Zai drops it, BKB up from Crystallis as they hook shot onto the Shadow Fiend now. Hexed and disarmed, sent back as they do jump in with Boxy, but Aegis in the hands of Crystallis. Shadow Fiend Yules now, kept out of the fight for a few seconds longer. Rezo and Mickey both BKBing up while Nisha 4 steps forward. They've got to go Scepter and Insania. He does have a Blink Dagger, gets the distance. Liquid, they lose their Marcy, and it's Secret to get the Aegis in the end.
But at least it's not Nisha, because the most important thing here is that Nisha used his buyback and he does not have an Aegis. He is the one doing your damage. Crystallis, he has his own damage in his own right, but it is not the same as Nisha. Kill Nisha, you can win the game off of that right now for Liquid, and they have buybacks. SF has his, Pudge has his. They are definitely in a really good position right now. Even though there's an Aegis, I think there's no illusion that they know that they can take a really game-winning fight now. And we might see a smoke come out from them as a result.
A smoke to smite them.
A smoke to smite them, thanks. Yep, rescue that one. Easy cut, easy cut. They don't have vision is the only problem, I think, from Liquid's side. anything. They don't know where Secret is. I think smoking into them becomes a little bit hard in that respect. The best thing you can do to kind of help widen that knowledge is push out the waves. You see them being really careful with how they push out top because they don't know if Secret is sitting in their jungle. So, but if you get that wave out and no one's cutting it and no one's coming to push it out, you know that they're not there anymore, and maybe you can go take that area, deward it.
Dire is scared.
It feels like every one of these team fights needs the Woe Dota music sound backing to them because it's just ridiculous how well both teams are doing this back and forth, utilizing every skill and item. You know, these 4 staffs, the sides of ice. It is perfection. And like a dead even game in terms of net worth and kills. 57 minutes in. We're reaching the hour
Teams hate
mark.
us today, man. Teams hate us, bro.
Tier 5 items coming soon.
Honestly, looking into the future a little bit, this must be really devastating for Secret. Playing 2 hour-long games back-to-back, and this is still a best of 3. It might go to 3 games, and then if you win this, you have to play a best of 5 as well. It's like an excruciatingly long marathon that you're running right now.
It's potentially like 9 hours plus, right? If you add in breaks, you're looking at like 10 and a half hours of Dota 2.
This is the biggest test of Secret's life to get to TI, seriously.
Capitan Popan being tested at every step. Zayats, jetpack in. Who's he gonna see? Zai vacuums too. Gets his BKB out early and did drop the wall, but Chrysalis is there with his Abyssal Blade and the hook shot. They've locked in Zai. Dead, but with buyback. Is SF gonna get 4 staff, double time, back towards his base. Right, a BKB and a Requiem up as Matsu charges straight onto Chrysalis. They found the Dawnbreaker, but she's got the ability to counteract with the Starbreaker. Still has BKB and Aegis as well, so when she respawns, they've got tools in. Nisha, drag back in, but the Luna Blaze down onto the barge. Vacuum in. Zai has no wall now, though, as the Death Lord is pretty big for Insane with the Aghanim Scepter. They do serious damage to Secret, and McKay with the Requiem, aiming for Chrysalis. He eats up the cheese, and he's got Solar Guardian away. Matu couldn't quite grab him.
Dire's middle tower.
Secret somehow not losing anyone, and Liquid forced to triple buyback. Maybe now they'll get the jetpack in Clockwork, but no. Oh my god, the phone is dying. Oh, Chrysalis though, dragged back on the disclose. Matu the man, the wall man dropped on him. The turn on Starbreaker again, buying more time for the DP to arrive. But Liquid have Rezo surrounded. They've got Dismember here. Catch out the Death Prophet. And Dawnbreaker dead for 2 minutes. They've got buyback on DP. But the fear of your throne falling there required the TPs back.
That was so scary. I was just like looking at the creeps in the base. Oh no, there's no tier 4. Oh, this fight started really nicely for Secret though. Just on Liquid, they wanted to, like, Chrysalis got right up there in the front. I think that was the biggest point of why Secret's fight went so well. He's playing with that Aegis, and he's the one tanking so many, like, dismembers and aggression from Team Liquid.
Sorry, 12,000 damage from Aghanim's Death Ward. Insane. What a beast.
That's crazy. He's got that Ags. He's got a blink as well. He's getting in position for it.
Holy shit.
Nina has to be super careful here. If they manage to find her, then it is
Radiant's middle tower.
probably just the game end with this timer on Dawnbreaker 2. Is he going for a Rapier? Why is he sitting in the up? He is. He's trying to buy it on Nisha. So scary, so scary.
He's farming up an enemy ancients, but now Secret are the ones losing their buildings. Mid-game. He's taking down mid. He's taking down bot.
Barracks is fallen.
And Secret still with no Dawnbreaker for 40 seconds.
Has fallen.
They know that Nisha was down bottom. They saw him on his way through. Looks like they'll come back, grab the outpost. And just calm down for a sec.
It stood the test of time. It's nearly full health.
60 minutes in, there's still a tier 1.
That is honestly a reflection of the game, though, right? The fact that Secret have been in control for so long that they haven't even been able to take that top 1 tower on Liquid just goes to show like how rough it has been and how big this comeback is. They've definitely looked to be in a position of power for quite some time, but that last fight, I mean, it was really scary, right? I think one of the biggest things to note was Boxy, every fight, he went for this Blink Dagger. He's been trying to stick it on Nisha, but now Nisha has this Hurricane Pike. The last fight especially, he was able to just push Boxy away, and then he died to just the overwhelming right-click damage plus Rezo's Exorcism, because he kind of stuck with Nisha to make sure he didn't die. So this like buddy POW system and Liquid not quite being able to get in together just made that fight really hard for them and required those buybacks to come back. And you don't have those now going into the next fight. Because Lena has a minute and a half left until hers, so while they smoked up, I think it would definitely benefit them here now to just not force anything. Chill a little bit. Even on racks taken, let's just get that buyback back, and then we can go fight, because they won't have theirs on Liquid for another 3+ minutes when yours is up.
Man, X-Machina Pudge.
Yeah, what did they get?
A lot of stuff. Giant's Ring, Mirror Shield over on Secret. Stygian Desolator for the Shadow Fiend. Apex for Marcy, apparently. And Book of the Dead for the Darkseer. Mirror Shield for the DP.
Where's the Giant's Ring? Oh, Chrysalis. Oh my god, he's huge. Oh.
I mean, the ability to like go over terrain, it can't be understated how important that can be to disengage, re-engage, poke your head into a team fight and then run away.
Yeah.
Look at that, BKB on Insania's Witch Doctor now as well, so we're going to have even more freedom to get these death walls down.
I wonder if Zayats has got... He's getting a little bit of gold going. He's got 3.4k in the bank right now. Obviously going to be trying to save for that buyback. But if he was able to get a refresher, I think that would help a lot with Secret, because the biggest thing that seems to be having an impact right now is when Matu gets in there, the ability to just cancel his Dismember is pretty huge, because he's gone for this refresher. You know, he's trying to pull this play where he can just lock a hero down for such a long amount of time, and Clock can easily disrupt that. Even if he wants to get a BKB, just so he's able to get in that fight and try and disrupt with the spells and not get kind of pushed out by anything. I mean, there's a lot to go. There's a lot of things to consider. We're in late game Dota, you know? There is that Witch Doctor, like you pointed out, doing 11k damage. You know, you gotta kill him at some point as well.
It's difficult.
Yeah, maybe that's Sayak's job.
Yeah, cancel Dismember, cancel Death Ward. So much on his plate. And I've got a Abyssal Blade on Chrysalis as well, so multiple tools to be able to do that. But another 2 minutes for Roshan to spawn. And both teams, you know, continually contending with these lanes pushing in. Liquid always have to prune away at the top wave. It's kind of nice, you know, dealing with mid. Both are kind of evenly matched. That wave across the river and aim towards Roche, where there's a casual Soul Ring just chilling in the pit. Kind of wonder who that belonged to. Marcy gets off her BKB, has the Giant's Ring as well. Away from the Exo and the hook shot, which were expended there by Secret. So now another waiting period here for Exorcism to come back up. And maybe an opportunity for Team Liquid to make a play. And that's smoking.
You could buy a refresher. Yeah, he's bought his refresher. I think he sold something to keep buyback, but yeah, now he'll have that second Exorcism in case Liquid force the issue, which they seem to be trying to do.
Yeah, no more Yules. And 2 lanes pushing into Radiant base means this Liquid smoke puts them in a really nice space to get a catch on someone. Looks like Chrysalis knows what's up though. He's deep behind tier 4s. Something's not quite right on the map and in this world right now. And Boxy gets the D ward inside Secret's base, jumping away. Zaya trying to scout him out with flares and jetpacks. Roshan now, but 15 seconds away. So both squads going to vie for control around the pit. Vision is up for Secret here in a decent spot to fight around it. But Boxy already knew that was there, and he's likely just going to come across and de-ward that quickly.
Taking a fight there on Secret could have been so big. I know it's like a whole what if and stuff, but if they'd known they were there, running into them is not exactly the worst decision. They only have 1 buyback on SF, whilst Secret have 5, and the wave was pushing in top, so every moment that they're like preoccupied fighting outside your base is a moment that the creeps are trying to kill.
Yeah. It's so nice having this Giant's Ring with a gem. Like Boxy just walks up onto high ground, spotting Vision. Oh, but this could be the difference maker. DD rune bottom. Who's going to get their hands on it? Nisha still hasn't bought his rapier yet. Not enough money for that and buyback, it looks like, is what he's waiting for. And
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I do think there needs to be a buddy system in these fights for Secret. So like, if Puppy is making sure that he's always got that frost armor on Nisha versus Boxy, and just making sure you're not overcommitting in these fights and sticking with Nisha, allowing him to output that damage and not just die.
The jump, disposed back. Zayats inside the Ghost Scepter and Eon Disc pops, vacuuming. Chrysalis is under the wall, gets off his Starbreaker and bashes back Matu, so no dismember, no refresher for him. As the Exo from Rezo contending with the Marcy, but in comes Liquid. They're barring down on Chrysalis. The Dawnbreaker's dead and there's Death Ward. It shreds. Resolution's got to run. Zaya's Clockwork trapped on the northern side, destroyed by Boxy's Marcy. Boxy now has fully scaled into a hard-hitting core.
As you say that again. Whoa. I didn't have the time to speak of Liquid's conditions to win a fight yet. Having a ward like that on the high ground.
Death tax. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
bounty.
Haste!
Worthy tribute.
Radiant's bottom tower's still there, but not for long. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Trying to find those sneaky Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
Oh boy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower might be going down. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Got it.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh boy.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant are scanning. How does that even work? Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's putting up a barricade. Radiant called in the fortification. Radiant's middle tower.
I love it when you resist.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Haste!
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's top tower ain't a tower no more. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Killing spree! Double kill! Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Dire is scanning for enemies. Which one, Dire again? Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree! Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Does this mean my flesh will grow back?
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's going back forward, kid. Nothing doing till that's done. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower's taking a dirt nap. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom is missing.
Double kill! Killing spree! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's top tower is under attack! Dire is scared for enemies.
I just score.
Dominate! Dominate! Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant just murdered Roshan. Hasn't he suffered enough? Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen.
You never knew your place.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
Invisibility.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Sotherex, guide my arrows.
Unstoppable! Double kill!
Beast bomb.
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Get sick!
My voice.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Unstoppable! Dire's bottom tower. Don't look good. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower. Don't look good. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is falling. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Everyone's got a plan for you. Smash down their racks. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is taking a dent. 5 seconds left. Radiant's turn to ban. It's Dire's ban now. It's Radiant's ban now. Seconds to go. 5 seconds left. Dire's turn to ban.
Welcome back. Here we are, game 2 ready and underway with the draft getting started between Team Secret and Team Liquid. It's the lower bracket final. These teams have already guaranteed themselves last chance qualifiers, so they're looking towards the grand finals. Cheapo, game 1 was a long one, over 60 minutes back and forth, but Team Liquid coming out victorious with some superb team fights.
They really did bust their asses to take those fights to the absolute max. It felt... I just want to highlight Pudge as a hero. He is so weird to me. You feeling it too? Like this early game, if they're not having a good game, he feels absolutely worthless. But the later and later and later and later it goes, suddenly he's dismembering someone and they are disappearing from reality. Like he does so much damage, so much lockdown. This hero's crazy in the game.
Yeah, and then you get to tier 5 items. Suddenly he's got, Giant's Ring or Ex Machina or something. He's got double BKBs, refresher orbs, where he's got multiple dismembers. Yeah, all sorts of stuff there to get on top of those key heroes like the Lina in that previous game. And it's got to be said, Liquid with some scaling supports as well. Marcy, we know, is able very easily with BKB Basher to output enormous amounts of damage. And Roxy was 1v1ing the Nisha Lina. 15k net worth against 50k net worth, doesn't matter. You got a Marcy on your team, just unleashing on her. And Witch Doctor, my god. First phase Witch Doctor. Insania showed what that hero can do.
Insania was sick. And he even wanted to go for like an early Blink Dagger on it, but realized that he couldn't and went for like some other items just to help the game out a little bit more. And then after that, they went back, got it, was always in position and just doing the maximum amount of damage. It was super insane. This guy is a beast.
Yeah, living up to his name. And these first sets of bans, Marcy gone, not allowing the first pick Marcy for Team Secret. Undying DP Chen, the others to join her, means Enigma gets through. But we've seen Team Liquid with this Venge and with this Mars really do well against the Enigma throughout the game.
Yeah, it was, especially Goon Squad is the game I keep thinking back to throughout this qualifier, where I've never seen an Enigma feel so pressured and struggle into Avenge like that hard. I really saw a lot of the benefits of this hero and how good it was. It's stressful because I think of this hybrid build from Enigma where he doesn't go just like a Blink BKB, whatever, and focus only on Black Hole. Now because they're going for Urns, because they're going for Wraith Packs, it means that you're delaying this timing of a Lincoln Sphere way later into the game, right?
Zayat's is feeling it already. He's rubbing in his eyes. It's already a long day and setting up to be even longer. Hour-long games. A few pauses between matches. Yeah, you're right. And Liquid, they kind of like this minus armor strat against Enigma as well. Not just in lane to deal with Eidolons and kill them off. You think about the Venge, we've had the Gyro, the Alchemist come out. But it does pretty well when Enigma launches that black hole. Like, yeah, he might have BKB Lincolns 50 minutes into the game. But if you're getting right-click down 3 times to kill you, then your BKB and your black hole just ends.
Yeah, and even then, 50 minutes into the game, people probably have other ways to break that Lincolns, or you're looking at 100 other ways to win team fights as a condition. So, many things to think about. I like you bringing up the gyrocopter. That was one of the lanes that seemed the most effective to me, when they would just stun with the Venge and then just use the flat cannon to kind of harass down the lane. It was kind of a way where even if you're not killing Enigma, you're making him feel pressured, where they are lower in health, like Tusk, for example, he wants to get in there and really go on you as a carry, go on your carry, sorry. But if he's half health, then him committing with like a snowball and ice shard suddenly becomes a lot riskier. The carry's going to matter a lot, both for protecting Venge and lane from them going on him with the Enigma stun and Tusk stun, but also, you know, just to survive, to live, to farm.
Well, I like that Conquer ban. We've seen what Nisha can do with that very early on, just like bracers, phase boots, BKB. You're running around, catching and killing. It's nice to be able to play into lanes with Tusk and Enigma as well with that catch you've got. And equally, Secret banning out this Bristle and the Shadow Fiend. SF, we saw what Mickey can do with that.
5 seconds left.
There's a lot of ways now that the draft can go. Because Venge, whilst she's going to be threatening this Enigma, the best thing you can do to play against Venge is make her have to swap. So you can give challenges, right? So say there's a Batrider on Team Secret as well as the Enigma. Venge has to decide, do I swap to save the hero that just got lassoed and give Enigma a way to black hole? Yeah, great, easy win.
Yeah, I mean, along that line, I would like to see Liquid ban out the Monkey King. You know, it has been one of Chrysalis's go-to heroes, and it's another thing where it's like, do I swap Monkey out? Do I swap the guy that's in the Wukongs out to save them? It gives another threat there around the black hole, and something that Secret, you know, have loved to do. One of their previous drafts against Enigma Galaxy that we were casting was like Enigma Tusk, Monkey. I think they had like a Witch Doctor and they had a Slark as well. So yeah, it was Enigma Tusk, Monkey King were 3 of their 5 heroes.
Lots of issues to deal with. Obviously, there's also that backline catch type draft you could go for. Your Tusk already is going to want to go that Blink Dagger, so if you have something like a Park that's able to go in and be a complete nuisance, I'm not that keen on Void Spirit as a hero, but something along these lines. Pango as well could be pretty good for Team Secret. We've seen how nicely Nisha can play that hero as well, so it's not like you don't even need it from the off lane. That hero's always been pretty valued into Mars because you don't care at all about the arena.
10 seconds.
Offers a way to get into that Vengeful Spirit, offers a way to pressure the map and fight with your Tusk.
Really very deliberate banning here. Like, how long did we take for that Viper ban? A good minute and a half from Poppy to take that out in the end.
Yeah.
Liquid.
You got lots to think about with these bans. You're playing against Liquid. This Mars alone, Mickey is more than happy to play it. Right? It's not, you can't just put it on Zai and call it a day. You have to consider this. You have to consider carries. You have to consider mids. They haven't shown a core like confirmed yet on Liquid. Like, you don't know where Mars is going.
10 seconds.
Yeah. And there is that Monkey ban leading into Team Liquid's 3rd pick now.
5 seconds left.
Hey,
Should just see another support, I think.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I wouldn't mind another way to deal with this Enigma black hole, just for reliability to kind of counter it. They themselves could pick something like Pango if they wanted to put Mickey on the Mars, but I think that's a little bit too telling for this stage of the game. I think you want to save your core for the next pick.
It feels like this is where Liquid would usually pick up like their Tiny or something, but I think with the rise of Clockwork, that might also be, you know, be in their sights right now, thinking about, hey, we've got that opportunity. Or even like another save, like a Shadow Demon is something they've gone towards, but Dark Willow here, the combo with Mars is just always spectacular.
Yeah, this is a save for you. It's not, you know, straightforward the way that Avenge Swap is, but covering your carry with Terrorize is pretty massive in the early mid-game before BKBs come out. Like Enigma 2, if he's going for this Wraith pack, and like Blink Dagger, just to even try and get to use his spells, he's not going to have his BKB for quite some time, and Dark Willow is going to be really effective. So it's offensive and defensive. It's a really nice support who's been gaining traction recently.
And great in the lane as well with the Mars. Oh, hello, Team Secret.
Hey, Puppy.
The Puppy Centaur.
Yeah.
I had it previously up against ITB, and it looks solid.
I'm actually a fan. I'm genuinely a fan. If Centaur swerves into being a pos 5 hero, I'm actually not against it.
10 seconds.
I really liked how it looked on Puppy.
He was pretty greedy with it. I mean, he went Tranquils, Glimmer Cape, then got the Blink a little bit later on. He was helped out by the fact he got a Philosopher's Stone. So we'll see if that comes into play. But yeah, it did look incredibly solid. And with multiple forms of initiation, they've got what you were talking about, that kind of back and forth. You're baiting a Team Liquid to maybe expend team fight spells or save people from, you know, the snowball, the blink stomp, even a static link from Razor now as Team Secret grab him.
10 seconds.
So it's nice to pick stuff with mobility of some form. So like Morphling into Razor is not bad. We've seen PA a bit in the past with that ability to blink out. We've seen overwhelming damage as a response to Razor. So Sven would be a carry that would work really well in the lane burst Enigma with that cleave, and as well provide you with the damage to not care about the link. We've seen, I mean, they could pick something like what's decent? They could go for that gyrocopter and go for something that just has range and doesn't want to get super close up and personal.
And they could go for the Lina here though, right?
Lina? As for just mid?
For Team Liquid, just to put it mid, yeah?
Yeah, I'd be down for that as well if they wanna save the Matu hero for last. You see your off lane and you see your carry matchup, so like in my head it makes sense to pick the carry, but if you think that you just want Matu to be this overall super win condition and you think Lina is solid enough for your lineup, I'm super down for it. I'm down for that.
Nice. It is the gyro. Call for it and it comes. I was thinking,
they just like this against Enigma.
It's like Lina's such a solid mid lane hero. It's like, you know, who contends with her? You've got 2 bans to cover her.
Yeah.
But I guess, yeah, favoring this gyro against that Enigma with the wave of terror to kill Eidolons off.
10
Can potentially struggle against Razor going into mid game. And depending on what we see from him, just getting a static link onto gyro definitely can make him suffer with Stampede, Snowball, and Blinks from these 3 utility initiation heroes that Secret started with. We've even seen Blink Razors, you know, to jump on the gyro and static link him.
I was actually thinking the exact same thing. And then, because that's when I started thinking about other matchups with Razor, like the Lina, where if he gets on top of Lina, it doesn't really matter because the damage that she does just puts him off of her. But I think for Gyro, that is because he's sort of this hybrid carry doing a lot of magic damage as well as physical damage. I'm not sure he does enough to dissuade Razor, especially if he's able to get a halberd and stuff like that on top of things.
Radiant's turn to ban.
That could be like the perfect answer to this vengeful spirit where Razor is causing such an issue for your gyrocopter that you have to swap him out or swap the Razor away, and that gives you space for your Enigma to get in there.
Yeah, I mean, what are we going to end up with here? With 4 bans, all of them going to be mid lane heroes. The pools are shrinking for both Mickey and Nisha, but what are you thinking?
Left.
You mentioned the Pango earlier. Is that still something?
I'm still keen on that, yeah.
Okay.
I think Puck is for Secret as well if they want it. Just because like they don't have any instant lockdown to deal with him. It's very much, I think he can phase shift and get away with a lot. I think the only problem is any mobility hero mid is going to have a little bit of a struggle with Dark Willow. Oh, goodbye Puck.
Yeah, bye-bye Puck.
Yeah, like all these spirits and stuff, they really hate playing into Dark Willow. The Brambles are really obnoxious, especially when you get the shard.
And what's happened to Batrider these past few games? He's just completely ignored.
I don't know. I guess Zai is the one that usually plays it on Liquid, so maybe Mickey is just like not feeling it, and that's why Liquid don't want to play it. But
wanting to put him on one of these mixed damage heroes rather.
Yeah, Nisha doesn't really play it either, so I guess that's just why. Here, who has to pick first? Secret.
Now, either of these teams, lacking any tower push or anything, because it seems like they've got lanes and team fight completely covered already.
Yeah. Damn, all my first pick mids are gone. They took out Nisha, Invoker, they took out the Pango, Puck is gone, the Quap's gone. These are all like just the best mid heroes that both teams have been playing.
So did you want Pango for Liquid or did you want Pango for Secret?
I wanted it for Secret.
Okay. Batrider. There he is, finally at the very end.
And now Lina, it looks like the best option maybe, although she can die, she's vulnerable mid.
Ember
but it is something
that some players have been using a little bit against Bat.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but they've been beating too. I've really hated Ember every single time I've seen it.
Slog.
Honestly, maybe. He was one of those heroes I was thinking about when I talked about the mobility.
Ooh. Well, he's got a bit of mobility. Heavenly Jump. Seen it a couple of times.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is what Liquid picked against Entity when they played with the Batrider. They picked Zeus, and I think they won mid. Bat died at 5 minutes as well. So I think Liquid have a pretty clear idea of how they want to play into the Batrider.
And Liquid are very good at rotating into towards mid as well, right? Willow and Venge both offering stuns and control, able to utilize Zeus's damage early on and maybe shut down Nisha here. But Team Secret with some really strong lanes of their own. Razor, Centaur, Tusk with that Enigma. You've got tag team Eidolons. There's a lot going on here in game 2 between Liquid and Secret. Of course, Liquid won a game up in this best of 3, heading down in that lower bracket towards the grand final where Entity await them. Are you leaning one way or the other? You know, after an hour-long game, do you think that's getting to either of these teams? Like a Secret with 2 hour-long games in a row.
I'll say we get to Secret more. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning more towards the potential for Secret here. Just, I feel like they have pretty strong lanes, and Gyro for me is a carry that without an IO, he can sometimes falter and struggle a little bit. The lane should probably be fine, but you're still getting your range creeps denied pretty consistently by the Enigma. I guess the ganking as well from Batrider, like that's more scary for me, right? Zeus is going to have that level 6 pressure, but his TP responses and stuff are a lot more limited than what a Bat can do. If Bat is able to farm mid, not die, and have a good game, get those boosts of travel, and gonna maybe ride a lot on how involved Matu can get on his gyro. Maybe if he can swing mid, stuff like that.
Zai's item build as well. You know, maybe we'll see this. We've already started to see the shift back towards Blink Dagger, away from that BKB rush to give you more teamfight initiation and that surprise catch, which teams are opting for. But here's hoping for another hour-long game. It's not. It's not in my predictions anymore. There's no guess the timer on it. Production's also saying, please.
Production stepped in to say no.
I want tier 5 items. That's all I want. That's what my dream is.
Okay. They coping. Handle another one. Why us? Give them to OD Pixel.
A bit of a change up in the warding here as well. Like looking at the bot lane, that's kind of interesting. Early Radiant Observer ward, very deep. Actually saw Liquid come down here and place theirs.
Lots to do before the battle starts.
So lane is Puppey and Razor Centaur versus Mars. That is curious. I feel like there's no real threat of an early rotation from the support. Maybe that's what they think will happen. They think they're going to tri-lane them, and that's what they're looking for. We want to see if Insania will join bot and look for that kill on Chrysalis to give Zai a really good start. I'm not sure.
No, definitely curious.
When the horn blows, the
Secret going to start with 4 heroes bottom. Get the Radiant side bounty runes quite easily. Even pinging the high ground. Maybe thinking that they know there's an observer ward there. And we'll get our lane set up. As we will shift Zai down bottom. So they see the Mars down there. They know that he's going to be laning with the Boxy Dark Willow, so Chrysalis and Puppey, they can stick it in this bottom lane.
This Centaur's going to be a little bit of an annoyance with the amount of health and tankiness and HP regen. You know, 8 health regen, and this is without even chowing down on a Tango. Going to be able to literally just click Zai and make his life a misery. Chrysalis also, like, the more levels he gets is 2 points in stack link. It's going to be really annoying because Zai and Boxy, the way they want to play is being able to put down this brambles and do a lot of damage that way. Kind of look to just combine their spells well. Zai always gonna want to be able to get that spear off on Chrysalis, but if Puppey's up in his face and they're both going on him, Puppey could be the one that tanks that spear. Lets Chrysalis like keep sticking on him.
Yeah, definitely feels like the more interesting lane with all the tools they've got. Like already we saw the lane split. Puppey was battling with Zai, now focusing on chipping away at Boxy's regen early on. Coming in behind the Zai Mars, forces the God's Rebuke, so there is no Centaur Stomp. There's also Chrysalis draining damage from the Willow early, not focusing on the first like 2 last hits, and came back to the wave under tower to secure some.
Do you want to overhype something?
Go for it.
Oh my god! Mickey Zeus 6 denies at 1.5 minutes! He's owning this mid! There's no way of comeback! Whoa!
Good job. Exceptionally done.
Liquid are diving top. Holy moly.
Oh god, yeah they are. Kill those Eidolons. Finish him off. And Rezo's pretty low here. Gonna have to get those tangos going. Yeah, it's a big dire creep wave. They're trying to make sure that Rezo doesn't have the easy CS. Zai's trying to lap it up. Well, down at bottom, Chrysalis being forced back. Rezo being stunned top. In Secret, if they don't get these last hits and the experience up here, they're dragging the wave all to tier 2, but then there's a wave on their tier 1 doing some damage already.
Usually you tower as an offlaner here when the carries are just standing in between. You can't do it because you're so low health, and it's way too risky. The kill threat is so high. That was high level.
Zayat's trying to get a bit of damage on Matu there to force them back. This is why we see this Gyro Avenge lane really is one of the answers to the Enigma lanes. Yeah, okay, you're dragging wave, you're denying creeps. I'm just going to keep pushing forward, play aggressively with the stuns from Homing Missile and Magic Missile. I've got plenty.
No.
It's genuinely such a good plan because of the 2 creeps that Enigma denies, it means the wave is going to double up and push in. So you're just abusing that by using the strength of your wave to go under the tower, and they can't fight into it because there's so many creeps. Right? You're just going to take too much damage. You're going to aggro all of them if you try and squad up. It's just not something you can do. So yeah, really, really nice play from Liquid there, and they're playing this lane super well. Really.
Say goodbye to your Eidolons. Gone again. Well, down at bottom, what a play by Boxy there. It's just whittling away at Crystallis. As soon as they see Puppey come back in, they don't want to continue brawling. And mid is kind of evened out a little bit better for Nisha. 14-1, yeah, it's 18-9 for Mickey. He's definitely doing very well in this mid lane, not allowing those sticky napalms to stack up, always falling back to reset.
Every deny counts. Being able to make sure Nisha reaches his level 6 later, or any kill threat later, just gonna be useful for him. I think bot lane, they know Puppey's not there. No, they're not going to be able to go. Zai's very happy as long as this lane is in front of his tower. Just for him, whenever you're playing into Razor, like Razor wants the space in the lane to chase up the entire lane with his stag link and stuff. But not giving that to him, keeping this equilibrium so far up, it just makes the Liquid boys very happy, very safe.
Yeah, and then even the threat to spear someone through brambles under tower. If Crystallis does ever find himself out of position, that is an opportunity for Liquid to exploit. Yeah, Puppey doing a very good job though, zoning away Boxy and Zai. Get Crystallis healed up and drag the wave to a position of safety in front of his tier 1, at least for now.
It does feel like everyone really wants the supports to stay in the side lanes. I'm wondering if there will even be a lot of rotations for the power runes. Because the water runes are going completely ignored, because in the top lane, you know, if Insania leaves, Matu, suddenly he's at risk of dying because the lane is always going to be pushing back towards Rezo's tower. I think Insania and Matu have shown their willingness to go extremely aggressively onto Rezo. If Zayas leaves, that could potentially leave a kill threat there. Rather than this bot lane, they really want to just try and harass Crystallis and get him down as much as they can.
Yeah, they're bullying, but Boxy into the Shadow Realm away from that final hit from Razor, and the Stomp not landing on the Willow. Trying to get a bit more damage onto Zai. Puppey attempting the body blocks, the spear away. Plasma Field doesn't land because of it. He's still aiming for this kill, but very tanky Mars going to bring a salve out to himself as well. While top lane, there's a homing missile and the potential for a magic one. Insania doesn't launch it, just forcing them back while that creep wave does meet the tier 1 for Matu to farm. I also want to point out that Mickey going for Arcane Boots 1, delaying his bottle. He's not going for any of these runes, right? Because he's scared of Batrider chasing him. He just wants to sit by his tower, zapping creeps and denying when they come into his tier 1 range.
He's happy mid, for sure. The fact that he hasn't died, the fact he's free farming, all these denies, he's a happy boy.
Another good God's Rebuke back. Trying to get himself through the brambles. A maze set there by Boxy. Even going to go into the Shadow Realm for another touch. And they've actually put
playing
them...
life on the edge. Ugh.
Yeah, like Zai's playing on 100 HP this past 2 minutes. Crystallis and Puppey also looking a little worse for wear, while back into mid. Giants rotated, dodges the Thunder God's Wrath though. Gets away with murder here with a lasso on to Mickey, but still dying. And Mickey, oh my god, he survived! 3 stacks of Sticky with a Flame Break on him. He will tick down in the end. Not even Insane's rotation can survive through that with so much damage from the Batrider.
That dodge was sick, but getting away as well. Sorry, but nearly getting away as well. Would have been so good for him, but luckily
he missed the spear this time. So the full link and Puppey wrapped in behind him. Might even unlock a kill on Boxy here. There's a Courier and the Dark Willow to pick off, but he's going to take 2 hits to take him down, and they can't close the gap. And now Mickey arrives. DP rotation back in. Crystallis has that stick, and he's got raindrops as well. So yeah, Mickey realizing not one they can keep chasing for. While up in the top jungle, Insania TPing away from Bat. And just like flick your eyes from one lane to another as Nisha steals the stack from Liquid.
Oh geez, that's a big stack as well. They did this last time they played the Venge Gyro, making sure Venge like, going to the camps and stacks them with Wave of Terror and trying to make sure that there's a backup plan for Matu when they finish laning. Having that stolen is pretty massive. Both teams have put the ward down there, so they know what's going on.
And pretty perfect time to steal stacks as well. 7 minutes in, you've got neutral items there. 2 of them for Nisha.
Absolutely degrading.
Holds onto a Tumbler's toy. Oh, Liquid even looking for the vision, which isn't even there from Secret. This is all a bit of breathing room for Resolution. Yes, his Eidolons are going to die, but he's getting much more out of this lane now the Ven just started to rotate around. Zayat is forcing it. Snowball into Insania. And Mickey joins up with his captain. Onslaught of magic damage. They'll take down Zayat's tusk. Zayat's tusk? There.
Zayat tusk.
Oh, an arcane rune for Mickey as well. Chase on the Nisha. Gets off his Firefly, but stunned up now. Lassos into Dark Willow. Thunder God's Wrath isn't enough to kill off the bat, and Mickey's the one being turned around on. Puppy came in at the perfect time to allow the Batrider to give on chase with the Flame Break. They finish him off, and Puppy doesn't even die.
Doesn't die, and Nisha is now very close to his boost of travel. It's only 8 minutes, and he has a full wand, a bottle, boots, and Windlace, and about to finish that boost of travel. That is pretty big for him, and it also means that much more threat on the map. You're looking at Resolution, who is level 6. He's not skilled up his black hole, but if he can get it at level 7 and match with this boost of travel timing, right, then suddenly it's like, okay, now there's actually threat in the lane. Now you have to be really scared of this Enigma. Maybe you can even bring another support up top, look to get a kill with that boost of travel rotation and take the top tower, because they want to take this tower. Right now, Rezo is really being pushed off the lane by Gyrocopter, but it looks like, yeah, they're just going to TP straight top, even without these boosts of travel. And is he going to farm the cam? Oh, there's a stack for him, and that should be his travels. And then they can look to start converting that into some kills.
And then on the other side of the map, Liquid saw Chrysalis's courier coming down bot. I think they've got a good idea. If they scan on the tower, they'll know the Razor is trapped down here. Zai won't break it. But Summermander shows his face on the tier 1, and there's the dire scan. Can they find him in time? The arena, but not fast enough with the spear. Couldn't see the Razor. Chrysalis already out of there. Very quickly swings towards mid and then runs top.
Don't get the kill, but you secure the tower, so it's alright. Not the worst, even though you're sad to use arena like that. Both teams should just take these towers.
And then you've got Boxy, leeching a bit of experience mid. Bring Insania in here. The DD rune grabbed by Nisha's back. And traveling up towards top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nisha is, even though he can't get like a kill right now, because everyone's playing sort of together and in these safe spaces, he's taking the jungle away from Liquid. Them taking bot towers is sort of their solution to this. They're even gonna just try and get these creeps if they can, but nah, Nisha steals it all.
It's all his.
Yeah, taking bot and focusing on that, definitely part of their solution. It means it gives Matu and Zai sort of the space to play around here, and then when the arena comes up, they can go mid with it if they want to look for a kill.
Yeah, they have an overwhelming amount of damage, right? With cooldown, all this magic damage out of Gyro. Zeus has his ulti back up again as well. So inside the arena, Secret could get picked off, especially since Boxy is about to hit level 6 now. We'll get snowballed towards, throws down the bramble, gets into Shadow Realm. Mickey, he fell back just a little bit too far. Maybe could have had a turnaround onto Zions there. At the very least, they keep Boxy alive. Top jungle fully controlled by Secret, though. Like I've been saying, Resolution. He's now got his black hole. Now his Vlad's coming.
On getting 6 now on their supports.
Insania holding out that top wave. Liquid under a lot of Secret vision, though. There's this wall of wards from top jungle down towards the Ancients area. Now, Secret can see a lot, but I'm not sure they caught this smoke from Boxy and Zai. They're not playing into vision of their own, so it is a bit blind heading into that bottom jungle. When Poppy and Zayat show mid, they'll be like, okay, 2 supports there must be cores nearby farming jungle camps. And they walk into an empty camp now as well, so they've got a very good idea that someone was just here.
They could look to fight around mid if they have Mickey's near. I think they just want to play around this ward.
Got it.
Just shows on it. He's playing really carefully. I think he knows what's up as well, because at this point you haven't been showing on your Mars for like at least a minute.
Find Puppy. Very magic damage comes his way. 4 liquid heroes. Centaurs, no matchup against the numbers they bring.
Radiant's middle
Did they
tower's
smoke under
not
that
feeling the
Radiant
love.
ward on the triangle? I actually didn't see where they smoked.
See, I think they were a little deeper. I think they were closer to like the more northeastern ward spot. So I'm pretty sure that they weren't spotted.
Wow.
It's just a good read from Nisha there. Understanding that, like you said, they've not showed Mars. There's something not quite right. But a good take on that tier 1 from Liquid. And this is all map space in that bottom jungle for them now, so they can just play down here. Zayats gets away from the maze. Nisha coming across though, arena required. Zayats in on top of the Zymars, the Terrorize there, pushing the back into the side of this arena, but the Thunder God's Wrath not quite enough. They can't finish him off, and Boxy, left to his own devices, zapped down by Crystallis.
Man, Nisha's tanky. They used Thunder God's Wrath to terrorize the Bedlam and getting that spear into the wall and fearing him into the wall, and all of that together was not enough. Jesus Christ, that is pretty rough. That's pretty much all your spells. Tells you that you need to commit maybe a couple more heroes into your fights. I guess for Liquid right now, your Mars is looking towards getting a Blink Dagger next, not going for that BKB rush. Want to try and outpace what Secret are doing, because you look at Enigma, he's got this Vlad's and you know, he's not going to get a BKB anytime soon. So you can definitely take some really good fights with a Blink on Mars if Zai is able to farm that.
Secret looking to try and regain a bit of control down here. Did get the D ward. Liquid had placed down a little earlier. It feels like they're in this waiting mode. Waiting for Rezo to get his items. Waiting for Crystallis to get this BKB. So it feels like they'll have a bit of a passive time while Batrider's the chaos creator. He is that tempo setter that wants to be playing with Zayat's Tusk smoked up towards the top jungle. They're going to come in contact with Mickey Zeus, it looks like. A quick Firefly, but an even quicker Heavenly Jump gets the distance out of that Tumbler's toy range that Nisha was trying to utilize. Now they're pinging out top, saying, hey, Matu and Insania, they're up here by their tier 2. If they press out any further, could find a catch.
I genuinely feel a little bit of frustration there. And maybe they can get a storm puppy here.
Terrorize.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
But I think they're playing pretty nicely on Liquid, because Gyro always just has Venge behind him.
Not this time. They'll take the gank though. Stampede with the lasso, trying to drag Insania away. I'll secure that kill.
Yeah, like this is the fruits of your pressure. You ran twice now into this jungle trying to look for Matu, and you just keep getting nothing you can really do. I mean, Matu's showing top, but Venge is right behind him. You try and go on him, he gets that swap. You try and smoke into him, Venge is breaking that smoke. Insania is just playing right now, knowing that Matu is the one at the most threat, playing in that top jungle, which is where Secret ideally want to be playing.
Puppy might have stepped forward a little bit too far. Steppy, up he goes, down he goes. Yeah, those ramps and staircases. Not where he wants to be, and they will get the black hole onto Zai. He's going to be taken down here by the Walrus Puncher Zayats. Matu and Boxy were looking to latch on to the remnants of that fight, but not quite speedy enough across into that Radiant jungle.
It feels like their goals so far have been to look for the bigger goals, like the Zeus and the Gyro, these carries, because Zai is going for a utility build. But they're settling in the end for using Black Hole on him, for getting what they can, because I feel like Zai has been making some kind of illegal movements with how much he's farming bot side of the map. Especially when Boxy's kind of rotating away and leaving him alone there.
That's why I was a little worried about how passive they are being on Secret. You know, waiting for these items, waiting for Enigma and the Razor to feel ready and feel strong. You know, quite often we see, I'm going to bring it up again, the LGD effect, where they know that they're strong and they can take these surprise fights where they smoke and they find a catch, or they force a team fight around key objectives without their items even. This kind of game, I think Secret probably have it right. You know, you can't fight into Arena, Thunder God's Wrath, into the Dark Willow. There's just so much team fight here from Team Liquid. You need these items to actually feel comfortable.
Blink on Zai, can go smoke.
Time to go.
How does that even work?
And it's really good to do it now if you can, because Bat is just about to finish speaking. when Secret can move. They're finishing BKB soon on Razor as well. They're finishing Blink on Tusk soon. There's 1,000 gold from Blink on Enigma. Puppey getting his pipe any second now. Like right now is probably the weakest that Secret will be for the next 5 minutes. Have Terrorize up. You can make a move if you want. You've taken that mid and bot tower though, so you don't have a true objective to go for. You're not strong enough to do Roche right now. Really, it feels like Liquid is just trying to farm up Matu as strong as they can until he feels like he's strong enough to take a fight. If you can get a pick off or a small little skirmish with the arena and Terrorize, I mean that's a win, but
and just holding on to this tier 1 as well. No launch pad for Secret to get into enemy ancients to really safely control Roshan either. Like Mickey just sits here zapping creep waves over and over again. Yeah. Like Enigma is all your push.
Exactly, right? Like Liquid had to commit 5 heroes and get a pick off just to take mid tower. That's kind of the only way they can. Like both teams struggle to just sit and siege things.
That's the result of Chen and DP and all these being banned early days in the draft. Not having your hands on those objective takers. But here comes Liquid. Aghanim Scepter up on Matu. Arena Blink ready for Zai.
Dire are scared.
They scan forward and that might just clip onto the Razor here as he moves towards his Ancients. It's close. They get the high ground vision. They see him now. Crystallis, an easy pick off. The carry dead for Team Secret. And they're quickly moving back up to top. Nisha is shown on the wave. And they might have a good idea that here that Zayat has gone lurking back through the jungle. As Liquid actually start on the Roche themselves. But this is Secret's time. BKB back. Smokes up with Puppey. Zayat's in with a Walrus Punch. Aiming on to mid-K Zeus. Are they trying to get him away here with a swap back and a Heavenly Jump? But the Lazo still comes in from Nisha. Midnight Pulse down on the ground as Boxy terrorizes back one. But Liquid struggling to really finish anyone off here. Finally, Puppey dies to the barrage of Matu. Zai spearing away Zayat inside this pit, but Zai dead there as well.
Wasn't great. Hoping for better.
And Nisha grabs. Yeah, that triple kill in the end actually gap closes onto Insania, who looked like he might have actually slipped away from them. Secret, they position themselves in the pit, but yeah, I don't know, taking towers and killing Roshan, not very adept at doing so.
Gyro without BKB is not quite strong enough to do it. I think Secret are being a little risky here by trying to force the Roche in it. I really don't think they have the damage to do it. So they should back off, but yeah, that fight was pretty good both ways. They forced a swap out on the lasso, but it didn't really stop him from just still being in there, dealing all that damage with the BKB. It was nice just from Willow to focus down on Rezo, not let him get in with that black hole, but he has a Blink Dagger now. The last fight is going to be much different to the next. This time he can actually take a better angle to try and get in there, because yeah, otherwise it was just trying to walk in and do that. They didn't really combine their spells in that arena fear. The fear being used only on Rezo, it was not super ideal in both cases.
I'm taking wonky. It was a good reveal from Zayat, right? And it's that surprise factor where Tusk is suddenly blinking into the middle of 4 heroes punching one of you. And you have this fight or flight moment. Like, hang on, wait, do we stand and kill him? Do we run? Are we afraid of a bat coming?
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble.
Yeah, Anisha now. Blink BKB. Roshan pinged down by Secret. They're going back in here, and they've got tag team and a decent amount of damage from Eidolons. And Resolution will bring in. It's not the fastest one, that's for sure.
They have all their spells. Liquid need to understand this is happening. It's happening so slowly. There's only a Centaur showing on one wave. They're just moving bot. It really feels like they actually just don't expect Secret to take it.
Scanning for enemies.
And Secret scanning high ground. Or does that scan scare them? The scan turns red and they're afraid. It's only Insania that's clipped it. But they're going to smoke in and try and wrap around behind them. High ground ward will see the Venge. Immediate 2-man blink straight onto Insania. Kill off the Venge. And maybe now Liquid realizing Roshan is an absolute potential here for Secret to just walk back in the pit.
Yeah. Pick up on Venge is the dream for Secret. Every single fight. They can kill him, it doesn't matter. The black hole can cover the rest. That's how you can kill the carry.
finding the Dark Willow there as Roshan dies. Aegis claimed, black hole in, Rezo sees Zai inside the arena, stopping any follow-through from Liquid here and losing one by one. Ven just bought back for this, but there's no way for Liquid to re-enter the fight, even with that BKB arriving on Gyro.
Let us fight.
Radiant's bottom tower
Really
is
just
under
felt like they
attack.
weren't sure if Secret had the damage to do Roche. Matu was going bot without TP, like it was on cooldown. So it was so hard for him to connect with the team and be ready. They just weren't ready. They weren't counter-smoking. They weren't looking to poke and find out. They didn't commit like a Zeus ult just to check for vision. It's not their way at all. I know Liquid are looking for a fight where they can start with this arena and spear. They want to just keep the Venge back and protect Matu, who's just going to deal damage with Flak. But for Secret, yeah, finding Venge and starting like that as they did, their #1 way in.
Yeah, and winning that waiting game, right? They were waiting for 20 minutes, and now they come out with this Blink Enigma, the BKB's up, Razor's ready to go. It's really a pivotal time for Secret here to turn this 6k advantage into meaningful objectives. In tier 1's mid and bottom still standing. Tier 2 top being pressured a little bit there, usually just shoving out the wave, falling back to farm the jungle. But it's always interesting to see teams fight back into Aegis. Liquid, they still feel strong enough with the majority of their arsenal ready. Arena coming back off cooldown in a second, in fact, so they will all have the green lights ready to go.
Yeah, they didn't even hesitate. I guess there's no black hole, right? It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, because then it makes it easier for Insania. It's just the Blink Lasso that he has to be worried about.
Yeah.
Why force Secret back down bottom?
So Secret can be very aggressive when they have black hole coming back up, but it feels like with Lasso, you always have that opportunity to steal someone away if you can catch them by surprise.
Oh, that's Anisha. Smoke breaks, high ground vision. Dark Willow into the Shadow Realm. Snowball forward, trying to chase onto Matu here, but kill off Boxy quickly. The punch finding Gyro, but he's got BKB in the backup of Zeus. Swap around as Matu saved by Insania as Zai goes in. Maybe a bit of miscommunication there, but he's still going to get a couple of kills. Puppy and Zayat both trapped inside that Colosseum of Zai. Anisha is back in with a lasso. He was able to hold it and still has his BKB, so he's straight onto Zai's Mars. BKB's up and doing an awful amount of damage to that Mars. Crystallis, and he just on hand, of course. And it feels like Liquid being dragged back and forth in this awkward team fight. Spending all their ultis, getting a couple of support kills. But, I mean, Secret feeling decent about this.
That was pretty awkward. The Willow breaking the smoke is pretty best case for them just because of the Shadow Realm not being able to just get killed instantly off by this Tusk, forcing him a bit out of position. They did get Matu's BKB though, and Batrider holding on to this Arcane. This game is just super weird. It feels like so many little prods and stuff. There's never been these grand team fights breaking out. It's all little bits at a time. This black hole's about to come back up on Secret, so they can use this right now to look for kills. Maybe they want to use it. What they could go into the triangle, take that area if they want. They can leave a ward in this bot jungle and then just play towards top. Maybe look to start pressuring that tier 2 tower with the Enigma Eidolons and stuff.
Yeah, and let's not forget that was a two-man smoke, right? Tusk and Batrider were the two heroes to go forward and start a team fight into the middle of 5 of Liquid. And still come out with a decent trade. And on the side of the map where Liquid are trying to hold as well. Now Liquid spend all of their team fight ultis, getting a couple of support kills, but not able to transition that into an objective or really move forward. You're still trapped on your side of the map. And now Nisha's playing top into Dire Jungle, forcing Liquid again just to retreat, get back to their base. They're using this Aegis so very well. They're not committing any real key items or spells. Like Nisha held that BKB lasso till the very end of that previous fight. And while this is happening, Crystallis, he was looking a bit worse for wear in terms of farm, but he's caught up tremendously.
Bottom tower.
Looks like they'll just try and take this bot tower and just open up the map as much as they can, remove a lot of TP points for Liquid. Liquid have been playing very just passive. It feels like they got this blink on Zai but weren't really able to make the dream happen. So now they're just sort of relying on Matu to be their win condition. They want him to get more damage, and then they will do their best job to try and lock people down for him. As long as they can save Matu with this swap, it's kind of the most important thing. But in a bunch of different fights now, we've seen the Razor linking Part 2 has pulled out a swap. The Bat using Lasso has pulled out a swap. So there's drop, but they have many ways to force the spell to give space for Resolution to also have a free team fight. And he's got BKB coming now on the courier.
Nice. He just has to be patient. That is the only rule Rezo has to follow. Just wait for swap. And then you can land these big black holes.
Just for Secret, if they can push into an area, ward it, and take that, I think it's very hard for Liquid to threaten it. Because they're playing into Fog, and they can only really start a fight if they start with a Zeus ult where they see everyone, and then their initiation is just really difficult because Zai has to see everyone, blink in, use Arena, or a Spear, and it gives a lot of time for them to just pop their BKBs.
What are Liquid up to now? Waiting behind their tier 2. All 5 of them are together, so it feels like they're converging for a smoke or wanting to start a team fight. 8 minutes on that. Centaur starts it. In comes Zayas, punching Zai around. Miles down to about half HP as they kill off the Centaur at that initiation. But look at this. They've actually caught up the Gyro, dragging back. Where's the swap? Where's the save? Martin gets his BKB off. And Zayas and Nisha do get blown up. A double kill from a Summer Man, and they trapped him in the arena. Zai comes back in. Round 2 of the fight. Kill them off.
That's one way. It's just they went for that spear that missed, and then Secret just kind of committed in and didn't take down Matu in time. I guess I underestimated how tanky he was. Just BKB Ags, they weren't able to combine damage as Secret.
There was no Rezo. He was bottom right corner. Look at him. He's farming bot wave. Puppy jumps in, and you're 4v5. And Liquid, they had the numbers, and they knew that Enigma showed, so they could go for this. Rezo has such a long walk up here. E-Blade saving Gyro there from the Razor right clicks that could potentially have come. And then it's perfectly placed arena in the end from Zai.
Okay, well I guess that's not as bad then. I kind of thought that went terribly for Secret and they had everyone ready. And I was like thinking, okay, how did they kind of mess this up? Did they accidentally lasso away from Rezo, or what happened? But really he just wasn't there. So I think now they need to just kind of clear up their comms on how they want to take a fight. Maybe it was just they weren't expecting to get gone on mid or something, and I don't know. It's just a little messy. It's messy, and it's something that you can fix. That's the most important thing. Rezo's playing with the team now.
Alright, jump on boxing. Glimmer Cape and Shadowrun can only keep you alive so long. And the potential for Roshan to respawn is here, as well as a DD rune for Chrysalis. But the long spawn, that's what's dragging these games out, Sheepo. We're getting 3-minute spawns on every Roshan.
Yeah.
Secret ready for tier 2 though. Zayas and Puppy in position to blink initiate onto Mickey, and there it is with the War's Punch. Centaur stop, combo in, but the swap back out. Insania buys time, but Rezo, he's moving forward with his BKB up to straight up black hole onto the Superman. Chrysalis for the damage he's got, the onslaught comes, and Zai, defensive arena to try and spear back that Razor. Oh, Liquid buyback on the Zeus, but he's blown up. He comes back in and dies immediately.
Oh my god.
Nice double damage rune for Chrysalis. Huge impact for Team Secret, as they can even consider having a bit of a poke to high ground here. There's no arena, there's no Zeus for 60 seconds, there's no Gyro for 45.
This response to Venge in the draft was so smart. Honestly, really good draft. I mean, you just see, like, Venge just feels so pressured. He has to use the swap, and at that point, I also actually really love the synergy between like with the Centaur being able to have Rezo fight whoever he wants, not relying on Blink to always catch up to this Gyrocopter and Black Column. I mean, their team fight execution is just really, really easy. And it's kind of similar to game 1 as well. Whilst they weren't able to close out the game, their execution is very simple here. Just force out swap either with the Link or with the Lasso, and then Rezo is just free to Black Hole Gyrocopter, and they have no way to cancel it. You need some, I don't know, miracle like basher on Mars and use a God's Rebuke to cancel. I don't friggin' know. It's so hard for them. They need to get the perfect initiation with Link's spear. I don't even think they can rely on Arena. I think they have to start with a spear on someone.
Yeah, displace them, send them back. We've even seen this Blink, Walrus Punch, Snowball, War Stomp from Centaur. There's also a lot of tools from the supports of Team Secret to force the swap as well. They're getting chain disabled just by these two jumping in, and then they're not showing, they're not committing with the other 3 cores either.
Matu's doing more than enough damage, so he just needs people to be locked down for him in front.
Crystallis going to drain a bit of damage from an illusion. As Liquid, they were posturing around Roche. 20 seconds to go, though. Rebuke, but no spear. Zai misses his opportunity. A stampede allows Puppey to get away. And now Boxy, yeah, he's going to have the Shadow Realm and Glimmer Cape. Secret, they're gunning for you.
They just struggle to initiate because one of your supports is, like both your supports actually are backline knee. You want this arena and to terrorize. You want Venge to always be there to save Matu. It's so hard. Everything relies on Zai, and it's really difficult when Secret have so many ways to start a fight. Crystal's being able to just run in, Bat being able to blink, Lasso, Tusk being able to blink, punch, Puppey being able to blink.
Oh god! Zai so quick with his blink, and Zai misses another initiation. They'll see that Roshan's alive, but yeah, no flame to the player. It is so difficult. You're right. Like the weight of the world is on his shoulders right now. As this Mars.
Oh, Garrett, he's feeling it. I would be feeling it. It's, and you're doing it into fog as well. You have to like split-second react as soon as you see someone, but then they also have the reaction because they see you, and that's when they get their blink or their TP. And
now Boxing getting punched up. Shadow on TP, 100 HP remains, and the snowball to the creeps. Oh, Zayas, he's so clever. Gets the stun on the way through, and now he's down a hero for 40 seconds with Roshan alive.
Dyer's bottom tower.
They're just showing how versatile they are at initiating.
Way back in though. The blink, the spear. Zayas and Zai trading places, and the Mars. He'll feel the pain. There is a DD rune bottom, and maybe if Matu goes and gets his hands on that, there's a chance for Liquid, but they're down the Mars for 60 seconds. That means Roshan belongs to Team Secret.
Secret doing a really, really good job of just... I mean, it's... I don't want to say it's easy. Any pro game is not easy. It is always hard, but just the amount of ways they have to access these fights, to catch people, to pull people away, to stun people. Like, they have so many stuns again. We see the strength in just being able to go on anyone and have even more like reserve ways to like, yeah, we initiate with a punch or whatever, but if you walk up on Gyro, Crystallis has no problem running in with a static link, and you have to always play and be aware and afraid of this lasso or a black hole that might come out at any moment, and then if you try and turn on us, we have the centaur run. We're just gonna run the opposite way and we don't care at all. Or if you try to run, we're just gonna chase after you. Like, they're limiting so many options with how many tools that they have on Radiant. For Liquid at this point, it's gonna take a miracle, and it does rely so heavily on just landing a spear.
I might get a little leeway here once Matu gets his rapier. And that is a be-all and end-all of team fight damage, and he's got it queued up.
Yeah. I think Zai is itemizing really well right now. I was thinking that how can they kind of supplement this lack of initiation, and a Hex is the first thing that comes to mind, but I was thinking about who would buy it, and it seems really hard for someone like Mickey to buy it on Zeus, so Zai's gonna go for one instead. It is a shame though, because it also means if Secret are ever able to kill Zai to start a fight, pretty much every single, I don't know, way to stun and control people is gone.
Yeah, all of your team fight, initiation, disruption, everything. It's on Zai. Secret, they prep themselves. Try and cut out these waves. Hold Liquid back in their base. Liquid, they are shuffling out, trying to find some D-wards and a bit of space for themselves. So very difficult though. Very bold, fearlessly just moves into jungle.
Such a 4v1. You just have to buy everything you can to keep Matu alive. If this is how you're gonna play, where you're not looking to scale on a hero like Mars with a Deso or something. He's going for Lotus, you're going for Hex. You need more Hexes, more Lotuses, 4-star Thermocapes, things that will keep Matu alive. Vlad's, yeah, anything you can that lets him live and be your number one. And then you just turtle and hold your high ground and let Secret come to you, because that's how you play these types of games, where you have to make like the enemy needs to make a mistake or overcommit or try and go all in on your one hero, and that's when the 4P comes into play and they protect you. Right, and that's it. You're looking for some maybe swap back into the base, but then
Lasso, drag him, but no swap. Insania gets him back to safety. The turn of desires now. The Thunder God's Wrath. Insania has died in the back and the back. Jump onto the gyro though, forced his BKB out. Chrysalis straight in there with a static link, and in comes Resolution. The black hole to potentially just win the game. Catches the two big cores, and down goes Matumbaman. No buyback on the gyro, and Zai is trying to kill off Rezo, but struggling. Chrysalis grabs the double kills, mid-game falls deeper in the base, and Secret, they swoop through. A triple for Razor. They catch them trying to push out the bottom wave. 5 down, only one with buyback. And Liquid's base now in disarray.
Dire structures are fortified.
What can you do? I mean, I'm coping for them, trying to come up with ways to defend and bring back this game, but let's be real, this is Secret owning you with a better draw, stronger game, 25k up now. They have way too many ways to start. Like, the execution on top of that, fantastic. That punch from Zayat into the 4-star, getting out of position to get that lasso. Yeah, the swap range was enough, but what a cool play. Mechanically, just trying to make sure they break the range of this Venge, and so that he can't save the gyro. I mean,
it was Zayat's force, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I thought as well. I was like, hang on, who's forced the gyro here? But it's Zayat. Yeah, you're right. Punching and forcing him to allow Nisha that second wave of initiation. Mega Creep's coming soon, eh? They're on tier 3 top. 2 lanes down already. Liquid are respawning. Team Secret holding Aegis for 1 minute on Chrysalis. Liquid with one more chance to go, with a blink initiation from Puppy, finding Boxy, and Nisha's there with a lasso on Zeus, drag him straight through into Zayas' punch. The Brawler comes out on top as Matu and Zai will get an arena down with a call down on top, but the snowball turnaround play from Puppy and Zayas, counteracted by the fear. Great terrorize from Boxy to clear through a couple of kills, and in the back, Nisha is speared up against the side of the map, caught out in the brambles, and Liquid. We've seen this happen before. The comeback is a potential opportunity here for them as they defend that final lane of barracks.
But at what cost? I mean, let's see. We still got buybacks on gyro and stuff, but maybe Secret then just getting a little bit ahead of themselves, not taking the win and sort of resetting. Maybe feeling like they were just strong enough to make moves like that, but. They're going to respawn here. They're still going to be much stronger. They have that black hole coming off cooldown, as well as Razor has his refresher. Very powerful team right now. And are having to come out on Liquid. Your Zeus is getting lassoed in, and it's kind of like, well, we can't swap him. We have to save it for Matu. And you see there, when he gets his little meaty claws on you, he is doing a lot of goddamn damage. He is coming pretty close now to his ratio, which could be the one thing to get them back into it. But at the same time, again, you just have to consider how these team fights are going to play out. Let's say they get the lasso onto him.
It's all in.
And they swap. Then there might be that follow-up from Rezo.
Yeah, I mean, in those last 2 team fights, I think Chrysalis picked up like 2 grand. Gyro in the last team fight were about 1,500, so a lot of money flowing into the pockets of the carries. And Liquid, 2 lanes of barracks down. They've managed to contend with this before. They're not newbies defending up against these super creeps coming back for moments like this, but you're right, it is still a struggle against Black Hole, against the tempo that Secret have been setting in these games.
You know what's actually really cool as well? Secret don't even have to think about Black Hole as the ultimate be-all end-all of their team fights, because he has a Linken's now, which means that he can get in there with BKB Black Hole multiple people, and the most the Venge can do is just swap Matu out of it. The rest will die.
Absolutely right. That's what Secret are looking for right now. Puppy shows on the wave mid, and Liquid, they all migrate back to their base. Line drawn to push out top. Secret in a really good spot here, though. They've got base vision, they've got the catch on the Zeus. Secret taking a lot of damage in that right click of the gyro, but look at Rezo! The perfect black hole catches them, but Matu turns. Satanic's up. He's got this rapier doing serious damage, but so is Crystallis. Shredding through the gyrocopter, cracking away at him. And Liquid now with no gyro, no rapier. Secret looking to close it out. Chasing towards Nick Zeus to kill the remaining 4. Crystallis, he's not going to dive fountain for it though. He goes for the buildings. Gets the rapier, picks it up. Side links in, the static links out here though, and Crystallis turning and destroying the Mars. The Greek and Roman gods cannot stand against the electric power of Razor. And Boxy is going to get caught out with a flame break in a plasma field. Slow to a crawl, and an ultra kill for Crystallis. And there's your GG. Game 3 incoming.
I think we
What a god that
happen.
was.
Not me. You weren't even watching.
Team Secret striking back. 45k net worth lead at the end of that match. 42 minutes it took, but it felt like, even though they could have shown they can come back from worse, a foregone conclusion.
It's Radiant's ban now.
Again, I still don't think we've really seen a team go with the let's ban nothing influential and just leave everything out in the open and then see if you can pick up 2 of those busts.
So let's see what the change is going to be in the bans as well for T1. It's been the Chen plus Batrider for the entirety of the series so far. And regardless if you leave one of them through. Okay, so Polaris get rid of the Morphling. I'm fine with that as well. We saw them have success with it in game 1. So now there's potential for them to go like Marcy / Undying as their first pick, or Chen or Batrider is going to get let through as well.
Yeah, Bat is at the top of my list right now. Lelouch is a great Batrider player. You can even afford to pick it at the first pick. Like, there aren't too many heroes that are going to look to be able to beat it in lane. You could quap against it. You could even, like, Lina to a lesser extent, Storm, I guess. But just the impact and the damage that you're able to output, it is, again, in my opinion, a top 5 hero right now. I've mentioned my top 3 in the past, but I think it's still top 5.
Dude, how's Lelouch sitting like that? What?
One's got some flexibility, that's for sure.
I'm so intrigued on how he can sit like that. I really like one leg under, like I'm kind of sitting cross-legged, but not over the top. One leg under when I'm sitting down. I don't know how the hell he can do that. That doesn't look particularly comfortable.
It's the yoga pose, right? The lotus pose, I think is what that one's called. I don't know, man.
Dire's turn to pick.
Picking out the Lina themselves. I mean, okay, they're going to go back into the Marcy, but maybe this means that you pick up the Batrider for yourselves, right? You know, it could just keep those lanes shoved in and makes life a lot harder for you. I suppose Lelouch, a great leader in that game as well, and Topson just wants to feel like he is the true win condition. Ana, again, we saw him put onto a much more conventional carry and wasn't able to really have success with it.
Batrider!
They could come through and, yeah, there we go. There's that Batrider. That's what I'm wanting to see. Although, it's really been Cuckoo Batrider most of the time, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm not sure. I imagine Topson's practicing this hero because the Batrider is incredibly busted at the moment. So I have to imagine he's got the capability to be able to play it mid. And, well, that's another hero that gets let through the pool, Matt. They get the Enigma in the 8th pick. We were mentioning it multiple times so far through this series. The Force Enigma is something that is very, very scary. And now they can protect it. Rissaback's gone. What else do you need to be considering here for Polaris?
I mean, all the way going back to the original Valve Mages back in 2016, you got to get rid of the Ana Alchemist. It's something that he's very comfortable on. Like, that's going to be a high priority. Even just the Slark being banned out leads you to think that, right? Just one of those heroes that very tanky, just means you've got a lot of those Essence Shift stacks to be able to pick up. That's definitely what they're leaning towards right now. But they're looking not necessarily just for the lane, of course. Wyvern decent enough in the lane, but of course that Winter's Curse as a way to be able to disrupt as well. I like that ban too. But yeah, I'd get rid of the Alchemist right now.
Also, just in regards to T1's draft, these two heroes are very different than what we've seen prior. Like, this has been a lineup that hasn't put a whole lot of emphasis on team fights or stuns, and they've already really covered that with the Earthshaker and the Batrider. So we will definitely have a bit of a different look at T1 in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm still just weighing up, like, how exactly these lanes going to go. Are they going to look to try and make any switch-ups happen? Rider into the Enigma isn't that great, so I highly doubt that's going to be the case. And of course, Shaker, in my opinion, a terrible laner. Enigma, one of the best out there. Probably not. Thinking as well, like, how are you actually going to address this Enigma once he's got the BKB available? Like, this is a game where you can look to go into that BKB black hole.
That Rider can address it.
I guess.
It's a Octarine builder. Yeah, exactly. So you will have ways to be able to deal with the Enigma as the game goes later, so maybe you don't have to particularly worry about that too much. Interesting. Omni Knight's going to get picked up, so what do we make of the Omni Knight pick? There's not the crazy amount to be able to dispel at the moment.
No, and it's very passive. That is the biggest thing that I'm looking at, right? Of course, Batrider is an active hero, but Shaker and Omni Knight are not. So unless they want to go something like maybe Terrorblade for the lane, maybe again just that Alchemist and put it onto Ana to be able to carry this game for them. Omni Knight is very strong. You are probably going to have the Malphus onto you at some stage. You're going to have the slow coming through from the Dispose as well, so just Heavenly Grace off. Some pure damage as well against the Eidolons can be quite nice if you just put a few points into the purification. I mean, just the Guardian Angel, right? From the black hole. Helps a little.
Do we have to be considering like a Nullify builder on Polaris, or is there some hero that could have a Dispel to kind of deal with the Omni Knight?
I think of who? Can you Doom this game to go the Purge creep? Probably not. Who would even play it? I guess Natsumi is capable. He's done it in the past. But, I mean... Did a Slux band? Okay. God. Really many other ones out there, are there, that are still available? I guess the Invoker?
I'm concerned on the matchup into the bat. Yeah, that's my concern. And I think T1 with the Earthshaker +1 can dive the tower. So they'll go, okay. And that's a pretty nice saving support versus the Bat Rider, and they'll also pick the Pangolier as well. This is a Lelouch specialty. A big reason of why they got off to such a hot start in 2-2, almost making it to the Stockholm Major off the back of Lelouch's Pangolier. He plays this incredibly well.
I'm really going to be looking to see the Pango making that rotation towards the Enigma's lane up top around that timing that he gets the Rolling Thunder. He can maybe level 7, just so Enigma's got that level 5, 3 points into the Eidolons, because Omni, Shaker really can't do anything to be able to deal with all of this this damage coming through and the potential for taking that tower.
Can we be considering about a Bloodseeker here for Ana, or do you want kind of like a strength carry to get effectiveness out of the Heavenly Grace on the Omni Knight for a lot of the bonus damage?
Kind of want the Alk, man. I think it'd be pretty decent.
Yeah,
although with the Shadow Demon, it kind of dissuades that, because, you know, if you're going into the Radiance, I guess you could just press the hotkey and then the Disruption illusions don't actually have the Radiance buff to them. But I don't know. It still feels strong enough for me. It's going to be good against the Enigma. It's going to be able to buy a Blink Dagger and go on to the Shadow Demon on the back lines. Omni Knight is a decent enough pairing with it. And I feel like they're lacking a little bit of damage right now on Polaris to be able to deal with it. It's not like the Shadow Demon has Soul Catcher anymore, right? It's the Disseminate now, so it's not like that big burst of damage coming through.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Templar Assassin.
How do you feel about that, actually? I mean,
what are we worried about?
A lot of people pick Enigma as a response to the Templar Assassin, just because you're able to get the Midnight Pulse going for the damage over time, even just the Malefice ticks. It's not really easy to get the Psyblades going. Like, I know it's still physical damage, but considering running this as like a TA mid, maybe, into the Pangolier and then Bat Rider in the offlane?
10 seconds!
I guess the nice thing about the TA is that it is nice to be paired with the Omni Knight, where you kind of just chuck the Heavenly Grace on her and you have this hard carry-esque kind of like win condition where you buff him up to a ridiculous amount and you just can't avoid this hero.
Got to get rid of the PL, surely. The T1. Very good at dealing with the Templar Assassin. Build into Puzzle Blade, makes Omni Knight's life pretty miserable. Sure, you can get a decent Echo Slam off with the Earthshaker if the positioning's bad, but even just the laning stage, right? Just to have that little bit of a dispel against the Bat Rider if that ends up being the lane.
Trying to see what... You can go back into this Doom position one like you're mentioning if you want to for Polaris. A little bit of damage over time. You will be able to deal with the... Because I really feel like T1 are going to try and put a lot into this Templar Assassin, where you just chuck everything on him with the Omni Knight buffs, and again, he's going to be on the front line. And Doom is a very good anti-carry. They didn't ban up the PL. Okay, so you mentioned they had to ban it. They didn't ban it, so there's the instant PL pick. I kind of didn't click that. So it was a Medusa that got banned out. So.
Yeah. I mean, do they Alchemist now into this? It still hasn't been banned out. Against the PL, it's not terrible. And you just go this really greedy dual core. I mean, the thing is, the lane, again, Shaker lane, terrible against the Phantom Lancer. So you're not exactly putting a ton of pressure on in the laning stage. So the Bat Rider, you could run an off lane. I mean, I feel like you kind of have to if you're going down this Alchemist route that I'm talking. Another option is maybe seen Ursa as a way to be able to go against the Phantom Lancer with the change to the Earthshock. I want to say level 15 talent. You can see which PL's real. Just go the Zeus instead. I don't hate this either. Thompson Zeus, huh? TI winning pick. Sure if it's a game-winning pick though. Against the PL, it's pretty nice, but I feel like this TA's game hasn't exactly been enabled.
I'm a bit concerned that they can get on the Zeus in this game. I think Thompson, he plays a formidable Zeus. You mentioned TI winning hero for him, but we saw what the Marcy is going to be able to do a little bit different in this game in particular, because not a position 3 Marcy, so maybe won't have as many items to play aggressively, but the Pink Lee should have a pretty free game as well. So Lelouch, I think, into like the Fusel Blade, and then he needs to be playing that initiating role. You need to get on top of the Zeus, because that is the way they're going to be able to deal with the Phantom Lancer, and even getting on top of the Omni Knight as well. So I think if Lelouch and Marcy are going to be able to fill that role to get onto Thompson to disrupt the Zeus throughout the fights, and Polaris should be pretty comfortable with taking it. But there's also a window here where if the lanes go really poorly for Polaris, they could just have a lot of issues with making plays across the map, and all of a sudden T1 they get first Roche and they just start running down objectives.
Think the lanes are going to go poorly though?
No, I think PL's got a winning matchup versus the Batrider. Pretty much anyone farms, like trades farm versus the Zeus, so that's Pengo's going to get a very good timing out of the Diffuser Blade. And I think the Enigma is going to be fine as well in the Templar Assassin lane. I do think Arna's going to be able to farm, but I don't think they're going to stop Force from getting his item. So no, I think Polaris will have a very fine time in these lanes.
Yep, I am in complete agreement with you. So I've been wrong with my last ditch prediction every single time. So for T1 fans, you are going to be very happy that I think Polaris is going to win this one.
Yeah. I know you often like to look at the lanes in particular. Like if it's a very, very close draft, you like to look at the lanes and say, all right, if one team's got an advantage in multiple lanes, you know, I might just give them the slighted advantage here in this game. Is that something we're doing here? Do you feel like that's why you're just giving a bit of an edge to Polaris because of how the lanes are looking for them?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I feel like the PL is great carry-to-carry matchup against the TA. You can't deal with all the illusions all at once, and it's very clear that the main priority for Polaris is going to be find that Zeus, because if you do, then realistically, there's nothing that can deal with this PL. Natsumi is set up to just have another game where he pops off. So there's that. You also have Earthshaker and an Omni Knight, which do basically nothing against the push coming through from from the Enigma and the Eidolons. So I think Whitemon needs to play this lane incredibly well if they're going to stand any chance in T1.
Pay attention now! The battle started!
Did in game 1. Carry, the true carry in game number 1 with his Dazzle. The game stopping that Axe Skywrath combination from blowing up both Cuckoo and Thompson. See, I want to see how he skills this lane as well. I really want to see him put points into the Purification, and I want to see him get a little bit more mana regen, just so that he's able to stay using that in the lane as much as possible to clear out those Eidolons, because they're not super tanky at level 1. It's just 180 HP, so Purification and a couple of right clicks, they're dead.
As the mid lane clashes for the last time in this series, we're gonna get a gauntlet challenge. Okay, Lelouch doesn't accept it. Come on, disappointed. Put something on the line. I mean, Force has been very vocal through the... Even Whitemon's gonna fall up as well. I like it very much. Exactly on cue. It's like we got a bit of a read there. That's the Force tonight, but... Yeah, we mentioned the draft. This matchup, it's going to be fine between both sides. They'll get their farm. Lelouch didn't actually start with a stick, which is probably the one interesting thing. He's just going to look to rush the bottle, which is now coming out of the courier. He will go stick afterwards.
Force is just getting all that solo experience to make sure that he picks up those early levels as quickly as possible. Looking to make a little bit of a counterplay come through on Xavius. Surprisingly enough, Force, obviously he was preoccupied in the lane, but 3 of the Eidolons actually died to Whitemon previously, so he's gotten a lot of extra gold that he probably wouldn't have been expecting out of this lane, and want him to continuously be playing up in the face of those Eidolons and clearing them out as quickly as possible.
And with our other side lane, Like we were mentioning, that PL is going to have a very good time versus the Batrider. What are we expecting that T1 can do to maybe offset this? Do they need to just play and avoid the lane, just kind of drag and not have this natural setup? Is that maybe not the play here?
Well, I think it's actually a little bit different now that the sticky napalm does damage. So it's not necessarily like the harassment coming through onto Natsumi. It's more about just the farm trade. So I think Cuckoo's actually going to get a really good amount of farm in this lane because, you know, I just saw him use a sticky napalm that had already 4 stacks onto the range creep, and it did about 60 damage just on its own. So really easy now to be able to get these last hits and not necessarily rely purely on the Earthshaker to be able to do that top side. Ana is actually getting focused down here, and there we go. The strong lane, as soon as they hit level 2, are able to go for these kills and just leveled up on Xavius as well.
Scary because now with that extra point in the Eidolon, I see Lelouch is playing around with Thompson at the moment. It's going to be another lane that both these heroes will have a lot of reliance on the power runes. Lelouch in particular, maybe to make some rotations. Thompson, Regen and Arcane to help out. Even a Haste maybe just to think about rotating. But once he gets level 6, definitely the side lanes do have to be a little bit wary of that burst potential.
To be very careful here. I mean, he could just get jumped in on, but maybe just wanting a few bit of a longer duration on the Eidolons to be able to make that play. Trying to kill Xavius now with this small window that you don't have the Eidolons off cooldown. Gonna need a little bit more mana just to be able to summon the demonic conversions. Xavius positioned himself really well to be able to block up that small camp to make sure that the lane stays in this super dangerous position for Ana. Might look to go for it here. Denying out that range creep. Gotta keep microing though to make sure that you're not giving up these Eidolons for free. The pull up as well. Make the lane a bit safer. Oh, doesn't quite get it. Bit of a mistake coming through, although Lelouch, he's getting chased down here, and Zephyr is going to join Thompson in the mid lane, but like they've at least secured the top water rune for Lelouch.
He's doing a really good job from Zephyr. Even I believe he unblocked the Ancients and how he can make some stacks here for the TA. Probably the Batrider first. We'll take those stacks, and he's also now going to double up the hard camp as well. So you mentioned Cuckoo's probably going to have a decent time. He's doing it at the moment. Now that AU has 2 points in the Shadow Poison, their spam might be a little bit more difficult. So Cuckoo, you already see his itemization. He's got some raindrops ready to play with. The Magic Wand charges as well.
The one area that T1 are really getting ahead of Polaris right now is just the control with these camps close to the lane. Top lane, they've been able to keep this one unblocked by Whitemon.
Top lane, Ana. In some trouble. Refraction still available. Gonna try and go under the cover of the meld, and they don't have detection. He will pop out, but Davis has already used his round of spells, so they're gonna be okay.
Hot side as well. Cuckoo, he's able to continue farming back close to his own tower. He's actually going to go for a bit of a play here onto Natsumi, who pops the doppelganger, but Cuckoo's fine with that. It just means that he can't really look to move on forward and get a lot of these last hits a bit more easily.
This wave is going to give Thompson his level 6 though, so even Lelouch has his own, so Thompson's going to be pretty cautious. Of course, can play around with a heavily jump. As long as Lelouch has a wall to bounce back on, could have some threat, but Thompson having that Thunder God's Wrath now could open up the kill. They were trying onto Natsumi bottom with a nice doppelganger when Zephyr was charging up the fissure.
I think that was just bait from Zephyr. He wants him to bait out the usage of all this mana. You can look to make those plays onto it with the Thunder God's Wrath.
They force out the heavily jump. They're going to be fine. Now they can turn it back around with Whitemon's TP. They'll chase down Xavius. Should take away the engine route at least. And Thompson's out of mana, so they won't even get the kill. Very nicely done. Kind of bait the TP from Whitemon. I guess it is a Rolling Thunder Expender from Lelouch, which early on is...
top side. He went out of the meld. He went out of the meld. He was there. He wasn't under the cover of a Sentry Ward, and he just right-clicked someone. Oh no. Can't be giving up kills like that in this lane that's already so difficult for you. Lane's there well.
Have they done the damage to get the Thunder Gods out? They're lacking the mana at the moment from the Zeus. But Natsumi will be fine.
Strength Twerds had enough time for the
You might be able to kill off Cuckoo. the 4 stacks. Zephyr's gonna hold him back at the moment. Nice side set from Cuckoo. Now they can go back in because Cuckoo himself is finding some sticky napalm stack. It's a very interesting lane we have down bottom. Just both the shouted him and the Batrider wanting to play their distance, just to spam out the abilities, but this time it's gonna be Cuckoo that comes out on top.
It's all about playing around those cooldowns, right? Making sure that Cuckoo's got the Firefly available, playing around that Doppelganger. To me, actually getting backed up a little bit here by Xavius, and it's a big rotation, unless Zephyr's able to get a great Fisher off.
Perfectly done. Lelouch, another kind of movement out of Polaris that's going to be stopped here. So they're going to bring another member down, maybe to refill the bottle. Yeah, Lelouch is trying to give over the remaining sips to Natsumi.
Radiant's
and AU will refill now the bottle once again from Lelouch. But this is meaning that no one is farming the mid wave.
Farming mid, but I think they're still very satisfied with the current state of this game. Force is 2 levels ahead of Ana right now, sitting at the very top of the net worth charts, and he's not looking like stopping. They're just looking to group up around this Vlads, potentially go into the full Wraith Pact as that first item, because they have plenty of ways to be able to interrupt the Black Hole for now. All about the push. That's what you need.
Both of the Wither Runes going to be in some trouble. Xavius up top will go down because Thunder God's Wrath, and meanwhile to the bottom one, Lelouch this time will convert with the use of the Rolling Thunder. Now they're going to look to try and take a stack away. It's just a double stack of the hard camp. Nothing too crazy, but it will definitely slow down the farm from T1.
Every little bit helps for sure. Walk on in and see that his precious stacks are gone, although Cuckoo doesn't really have the movement speed to be able to catch up to them just yet. The Firefly, if he wants that little bit of extra movement speed, but some of these rotations coming through, Shaker way back in base and can't actually TP out because he tried to escape previously. I'm not sure if Ana wants to come up here and stop this push. Goes just one step too far. Xavius just disposes it back into all those Eidolons, and he goes down again. And this time they've got the detection.
Well, this is really important now for T1. They get a double stack, another stack, I should say, at the Ancients. Actually, never mind. The Thunderhide didn't, for some reason, aggro to Whitemon. But they get a second D-Ward, which means that Polaris now, they definitely had a lineup to be able to invade the jungle. We just saw it prior, but they needed the vision to play with. So now that T1 have safely secured their triangle, the Batrider can go back. Cuckoo maybe trying to get an early blink, or you can give the farm to Ana because he's very much struggling off the back of the lane.
It's very important. I mean, anytime that you see a TA, you need to give him the farm. Like Thompson, obviously you can't exactly play aggressively as a Zeus, especially that Thunder God's Wrath not available. Not even in a state to have the lightning bolts available for some of these D wards, but with these aggressive plays to be able to find someone at any sort of pickoff, but who exactly feels killable at this state? Really only AU, to be honest, and well, he's actually making some of his own stacks.
It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to blow anyone up unless it's
about to be Radiant's top rubble.
like a blinking lasso, or like you said, maybe Cuckoo finds AU alone or another hero as well. So maybe just farm at the moment for T1 because they will have a very, very strong 20-minute timing kind of push back because of how slow Arna's been farming at the moment. But he's got the Bassi tread, so he'll be able to keep up the mana inside the jungle. So plenty uses refraction to be able to buff up his farm. We're really just looking at him.
We've got a 10.5-minute Wraith Pact coming out here for
oh
for
my
Force.
lord.
Like, he is actually having such a bonkers game where you're not even going to have full value coming out of this Batrider, right? He is the one that's doing the majority of the initial damage coming through. Like I was saying before, Omni Knight doesn't do it. Earthshaker doesn't do it until he's able to get into the Aghanim Shard. So, yeah, it's all on Cuckoo's Batrider, and suddenly if you're just reducing 30% of it, what exactly are you accomplishing?
Force? Is he going to solo Black Hole Ana?
Considering it, he wants to build up those
They get the Eidolon split. He's going to step out. There we go. Okay. Alright. I guess he, on top of Xavier, still see 3 other T1 heroes, so maybe he felt like it was going to be a bit too difficult for him to find the Black Hole with Zephyr nearby to cancel that. So Thompson gets a much-needed kill. He's up to 2 kills of the game and very close to the Kaya for the Zeus. And I wonder what the build is going to be for Thompson in this game. You know, we've seen a lot of the Kaya into the Aghanim Shard, back into the Kaya and Sunj, and then kind of from there. The Scepter kind of afterwards as well.
Double damage!
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty important to get the Scepter early-ish in this game, just because you're going to have the ability to find out the Enigma from long range. You know, if you get anywhere near some of these team fights, you're not going to have an Aether Lens super early on. You're going to get caught by the Master. You're going to get caught by the Pango. You're going to get caught by even just the Malefice, right? So you need that additional way to be able to cancel things like the Black Hole.
Nice read. Great read from Natsumi. TP's out of bottom. Getting away from the smoke gank from T1 because they have this blink completed on Cuckoo. Really needed that kill to slow down the Phantom Lenses game, who hasn't been farming overly well. Midas now completed from Natsumi will definitely be that steroid that he requires to be able to be the late game threat that we're expecting him to be. But T1, they need to be able to convert with this smoke.
With this tier 1 tower still surviving on the Radiant side, that's the big thing stopping a lot of these smoke
They're going to see them. Cuckoo. The smoke pops in the ward on the high ground. They know exactly where T1 are positioning. Cuckoo's unable to get the jump in, and Polaris, they're okay.
Ward as well. But yeah, I think it's not like they can though, right? This is the main issue that I had with T1's draft. They can't take towers super easily unless Ana gets involved, and because of the laning stage, it's going to be quite some time until he can. That mid tier 1 tower blocks a lot of these smoke attempts from some of the more unorthodox angles from the left-hand side. Really obvious whenever they're looking to go for any kind of attempt to gank inside of the jungle and disrupt Natsumi's farming patterns.
Precious bounty.
Again, the vision game as well from Polaris, just scouting out Cuckoo inside the jungle. A very good job. That was placed prior and it's still up and doesn't look like they have any idea of the positioning.
Out here, Thompson, oddly enough, putting himself out on the front lines. He's bullying away, do his job in shoving out these lanes as much as he can with the Arc Lightning. That Lightning Bolt off cooldown to be able to prevent more of that vision that's been coming out from Polaris.
We're really getting to a stage where they need to convert on this.
Middle tower
2 smokes in a row now, and if you don't succeed, this Blink Dagger on Cuckoo's not going to be helping out in farm, so they're going to try and move to the triangle.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Scanning for enemies.
Nice scan. I can't see. I think it's red. Red? Yeah, it looks. Yeah. Beautiful scan.
You're asking the red game colorblind guy if it's red or not.
As soon as I said that, I'm like, yeah, probably the wrong question to ask. I couldn't see all the lines were drawn on the map. I'm like, come on, dude.
Bot lane, you got Blink Dagger.
Alright, they find him. A big jump from Cuckoo onto the PL, but there's no damage. Natsumi's okay, still gotta be cautious. The threat of the Thunder God, but Ana might be in trouble. Steps too far forward, but Lush can bounce back with the help of White One nearby though. But Ana's on the wrong side of the fissure. Xavius was able to drag him away, but there's no kills occurring top bottom as everyone gets out. But maybe Cuckoo can chase down Xavius. They know that the Marcy TP down bottom, so they'll look to dive on the tower. It will make him work for it, but in the end, it's gonna be Thompson that gets the kill. He's up to a killing spree, but look at the move from Polaris. Instantly to mid lane they go to try and take the tier 1 tower, and they could potentially get the kill as well onto Zephyr. He's got the Echo Slam already. He's gonna be able to drop it onto 2 heroes, but with no one else nearby. That is a wasted Echo Slam out of Zephyr.
I mean, they're probably going to lose a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower. Force is pushing up top with all the Eidolons. They have no glyph available. Killing mid isn't going to refresh it either. This is a great move coming out from Polaris, and they're very happy to get a 1-for-1 trade out of that. Late game, they've got this.
And they might be able to get more kills at least for T1. They're going to jump on AU in the river. For the rest of Polaris, they geared up and ready to fight. Natsumi's nearby along with the Lush, but look at them playing the distance. They know they can't heavily commit into the middle. With the Rolling Thunder still on cooldown, they will have some difficulties, but at least they'll keep their support alive in AU.
15 minutes in, no tier 2 tower, no ability for a TA to play around the jungle. Feels pretty bad. Same sort of thing with a Zeus, right? He wants to be spamming out that Arc Lightning. It can't all be in the laning stage, but it kind of has to be as well in the same breath, right? Shaker, Omni Knight, they don't deal with push very well.
Ana has well and truly caught up. He's top of the net worth. Incredibly impressed with his farming pattern. Top lane, Zephyr. Go down. Elphys is going to be out from Force to be able to cancel the TP. Now, meanwhile, mid lane though, the Lush, he's going to charge into the middle. It's a double stun, but there's nowhere to bounce back on. So once again, another use of the Rolling Thunder. That's not going to pay off for Polaris, but they do at least get the tier 1 tower in the end.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're going to get some of this vision back as well. With the Lush looking to get the D-Ward happening. Now suddenly,
Dire's top
honestly, a
tower's
quarter of
about to be
T1's map
Radiant's
becomes
top rubble.
unplayable. Area around the jungle, you've got probably a little bit more potential to be taking Roshan. It's all on the back of Ana if they're going to get any kind of Rosh plays happening for T1. And you've got the Wraith Pact, you've got the Tango,
Dire
the sidekick as well that's going to be assisting Polaris with taking that, and they're on Radiant. So feels like they're just wanting to set themselves up around there. Xavier's just playing around the bottom side of the map, the more dangerous farm, but tanky enough that if you're committing to kill him, it's going to need to be multiple heroes, and there's that Blink Dagger.
Another very slow-paced game. Either sides have been trying to make their plays to trying to set themselves apart, but only one kill in at the moment. But Polaris have been able to edge out a pretty big lead early on in regards to the net worth, 3,000. But Dire, they are getting close to their item timings. Deso just completed on Ana. So going to be quite some time away from Cuckoo's BKB. We do see the other items though. We didn't, Zephyr with the Ag Shard. So they are definitely in a position where T1 can take a fight. But it feels like it has to just be the perfect jump. And who do they need to bring down on T1? Who do they have to kill to kind of enable these team fights throughout the early game?
Who did T1 need to focus?
Yes.
Probably the Enigma, to be honest. Like, if you could get him before the Wraith Pact's there, then, you're not dropping the Midnight Pulse. It means that the TA can stand and fight a little bit more without worrying as much about the refraction charges. But yes, you're into an Unleash, you're into a Swashbuckle, you're into PL and all the illusions. So kind of getting to the stage where there isn't exactly an ideal target. And whichever target you find, it's going to take a big cooldown to be able to kill them, right? Probably the lasso. This was the big thing that had me leaning towards Polaris's draft as the stronger of the two, because Earthshaker, Omni, they don't do that job at all.
It definitely feels like it's just another game where, I mean, it's just such an easy thing to say, but it just comes down to vision. Like, if you're able to get those key components out of Polaris in the team fights, it could help out T1, but it's very similar for Polaris. If you kill off the Omni Knight to start, potentially if you're able to find Topson out of position, that can really limit the damage.
Oh yeah, by far, Topson is the most important one that needs to be dying here. That the jungle is being farmed as well. Zephyr, somehow, the creep died and went over to Cuckoo instead, the neutral item. That someone was taking the stack.
Radiant mentioned before that Ana, struggled in the lane, but his capability to catch back up is definitely one of the best here with the Templar Assassin, and that's kind of similar with the Phantom Lancer as well. Also wasn't getting the greatest amount of farm off the back of the lane, but thanks to the Midas, Natsumi is top of the net worth. 1-0-1. Yasha Diffuser Blade is along with the Midas. But he's still going to need quite some items to be able to take these fights. Still a difficult game for the PL to play into.
I mean, for sure, the timing they're playing for is the heart.
Look at the blink from Lelouch. That's a decent start, but they don't get to bounce back off the Thompson. At least the Burp's going to be able to hold him inside the river. Xavier's going to try and fall with the damage as well, but Thompson's still alive for the moment till Force jumps in, gets an elephant. The answer from Cuckoo's not enough. They'll be able to charge him down. And now without the back rider, along with the Zeus, it's easy pickings for the rest of Polaris. As Lelouch can close the distance onto Whitemon, and this could open up the pit now for Polaris.
Lelouch, more like Lel ouch. He was able to get right on top of them, get all of that mana burned off very quickly into that team fight. And that was another pretty decent Fisher coming out just to try and stop the pathing of the Rolling Thunder, but the work had been done. The Zeus had no mana. You hadn't any abilities to be able to deal with that PL or the summons. It's just a draft that's come together so well for Polaris.
And TA is a hero that heavily relies on early Roshans. You're one that can just completely take over the game. Without that second life to play with here for Ana, it's going to be very awkward for him. A blink completed, but it's going to be looking for the BKBs. Cuckoo just will get away.
Get the D-ward off at least. More room to be able to play around. Coming straight on in.
Ultimate to back up.
Oh, mana on
the mana. A lot of damage. If they can play the distance, they can definitely get the kill. But a banishment's going to give him enough time. Force will even posture aggressively with the Wraith Pact just in case. So cover the retreat. They'll be able to get out of Dire's jungle.
That is what it's all about, though, right? Playing the distance. And I feel like you have two heroes that have that capability in Thompson as well as Cuckoo on the Zeus and Bat Rider. And someone needs to commit. Oftentimes it's being Cuckoo just because you have no one else for that purpose. But again, like, who does he kill? We see him use the lasso and barely tickle someone because the follow-up damage just isn't there.
Yes!
Alright, smoke off from Polaris. Let's see where they can get out of this. They see Ana farming in the lane down bottom. We will have Whitemon connecting shortly. Whitemon's in a great spot to pop the smoke. Great positioning out of the Omni Knife. It's still Lelouch. He's going to try and target down the Templar Assassin instead because they've got the Black Hole follow-up solo onto Ana, but that's all they needed. The first ultimate of the game nets them a big kill, which will now open up the Tier 1 tower.
Very, very happy to be able to pop that one. You know, there aren't many safe black hole situations, so if you're able to get one off onto a high priority hero like Ana on his TA, then you'll gladly take it. Still no way to be able to interrupt it if the Shaker's not nearby. Bat Rider, of course, still miles away from being able to get into the Aether Lens, let alone the Octarine core.
Lelouch is going to be in some trouble.
Alright,
great pick-off for T1 to find. A big streak over to Thompson. 606 gold. A little bit of gold as well into Cuckoo's bank.
Gives him the Aether Lens. That'll be a nice little pick-up for Thompson.
And a blink now. It's a pretty decent timing from Zeph, honestly. Shot and blink at 21 minutes. Cuckoo's going to find another kill. So just Polaris bleeding a couple lives across the map, even though they got the kill previously on Ana. T1 still showing they got the chops to be able to combat early on.
Really not necessary to give up a few of those kills. I understand Lelouch because they weren't expecting both Thompson and Cuckoo to be in the same lane, but yeah, definitely didn't need to be given that one up on the Shadow Demon. By the way, he's going to enable himself to be able to play super defensively as well with that Blink Dagger that he's got queued up, just 300 gold away. Another one of these instances where you're going to get to the stage where he is the target, excuse me, that you're wanting to be going on, because he's always going to be able to get that save. Made it so much harder once he gets that blink.
Right, in regards to Whiteman's game on the Omni Knight, because you mentioned that you felt like he was the important piece for T1 in game 1. What can we see him do to kind of help out T1 in their success in the team fights? He's got a mechanism queued up as his first item. Is there a route that he might be considering going down afterwards? I know it's kind of a pipe dream, but what kind of is the play for him?
I'll be honest, I was referring to more about the laning stage for that, just with more points of the purification to be able to deal with it. So we saw what happened, right? Ana just got completely bodied because he was having to deal with all those Eidolons. Maybe... I mean, he's going for the mech. Could he go like a Boots of Bearing sort of build just to be able to buff up Cuckoo a little bit more to provide the ability to play from range for not just him, but his entire team? Help with whoever gets hit by the Diffuser Blade active too.
That's the real PL. Natsumi's posturing very aggressive at the moment. And for some reactions, he does just that. T1 bringing multiple members to try and keep Whitemon alive, and it's going to be able to get out. But still the net worth lead, it's going for Polaris. Even though they found this first Roshan and not really taking too much map control, it is slowly bumping up in their favor. It's up to 6,000 now, the highest the lead has been so far in this third game.
Playing essentially the exact same game that he played last time, right? Just with a PL instead of the Naga Siren. The Illusions, I mean, back with very original OG, first major winning OG. Oh, hold on, actually. Lane, looks like Thompson's able to get the invis. They were playing all around these illusion carries, right? The PL, the Naga Siren, the Alchemist, which back in the day was going into the Manta style. So, like, if there's anyone that's going to be able to address this, it's Ana, but he's going to need to get vocal. Not really something that he's known for.
Just going to take out, and Cuckoo's on the charge. BKB completed. They see the Firefly. They've got to try and give them some information. Natsu with the jump in, but Cuckoo, he doesn't get the initiation now. Cuckoo might be in some trouble. He's going to be protected with the BKB for a moment, but look at Lelouch just charging towards the backline, trying to create some chaos. It'll open up Xavius to move into the middle. They're up to Thompson, but he's going to be fine. A Guardian Angel buying some time so Thompson can reposition. They'll kill off Xavius. Meanwhile, Cuckoo's stuck on the high ground. It looks like the Bat Rider, he too will be fine as well. A great fight from T1. They only get the kill. Okay, well, Cuckoo goes down as well, but I'm quite impressed with T1 and how they're able to delta split away from that team fight. You're playing with the vision on the high ground, even though in the end they kind of lose out in the trade. But they do show, you know, they've got the capability to avoid Polaris and kind of keep these cores alive.
My main concern, though, is that you've had to pop the Thunder God's Wrath and the Guardian Angel just to be able to survive. Well, one, to get the vision, to be able to maybe catch out the PL, and two, you pop the Guardian Angel so that the enemy position 4 didn't kill your mid laner. So now that they don't have those tools, you TP back in. Lelouch, 10 seconds away from the Rolling Thunder. He's got the completed Aeon Disc if he wants as well, so it feels like it's in a really good spot for Polaris to look to make an aggressive play, and lane just pushing in. With the Eidolons, they're going to be in a really good spot to be able to do so. Go for it. Only one not in this smoke is Natsumi, playing around the top side. It's the lane that's the most pushed out, so if they take a successful team fight, if they're able to find a pickoff, quickly converge onto that mid lane, or eventually even push high ground a little bit, and man, a heart too.
Radiant's bottom tower is
much tankier now.
Lelouch picked up a DD under the cover of the smoke, and there was a trap there. So T1 ping it out, they're going to back up safely. You just mentioned as well what the position 4 and Polaris is able to do in the team fights, and you take a look at the next item from Xavius. We see a lot of kind of the BKB into the Basher afterwards, but this time it's actually going to be the Nullifier to look to address the Omni. I like it, honestly, because it's going to be really nice versus Zeus as well, because more than likely late game Zeus will be considering an Aeon Disc.
Aeon Discs, 4 staffs, flat.
Xavius, if he drops a ward, they're going to see a lot of heroes on T1. The trap again, a lot of information that Arn has been able to provide them.
Back off immediately to the only place they feel safe. Wasn't actually safe on Division, but they look to deward that on Cuckoo. It does feel like these TA traps are providing so much information. Has Arna gotten into the Aghanim Shard yet? No, not quite. So that might be a different space.
Another smoke. That's 3 smokes in a row for Polaris. Well, they sense an opening. Of course, Enigma with BKB. Unless Cuckoo uses the lasso, then this is just a guaranteed free kill onto anyone in the fight. 3 smokes, if they don't get anything out of this, will really open up T1 to maybe play aggressive now on the map.
It's a really long Roche respawn as well. So again, they want to get a pick off because they know that this is their strong timing. T1 realize that, so they're playing uber defensively. So it's good play on both sides, but you mentioned, it does open up a small window for T1. However, Polaris are happy with going late. So an Enigma and a Phantom Lancer who in an advantageous core-to-core matchup. So things are just going to get easier. We mentioned before Xavius on his Marcy, getting into that Nullifier is just huge, right? Position 4 with a Nullifier, kind of nuts if you're able to get to that stages, and it never really feels like the Omni Knight is going to have that same level of impact. Maybe the Shaker. Zep has been playing pretty well.
Bounty. One at least, they have been able to deward both the observers that were placed on the cliff, kind of with the top power and the bottom power in. So that give them a bit more of a... Oh, look at the jumping, Cuckoo. Onto the Mars in the mid lane. The Lucius instantly going to be able to follow in pursuit. Trying to charge out Thompson with the diffusal slow. You're able to close the distance, but Whitemon's going to protect him and the Fissure as well. Once again, the T1 supports are doing a really good job to cover the retreat whenever the Rolling Thunder is used.
It was always this duo within SEA for at least 2 years. They were the best support duo out there, and clearly showing why. Just their positioning always on point, spell usage, recognition of where's safe to play on the map, and I feel like they're not going to feel too confident going forward now, because that BKB Black Hole Disruptor in the Flaming Lasso, it's not available.
Look at this observer ward. It's giving them so much information. They're going to be cautious, T1. Natsumi's going to charge forward for the traps again. Giving T1 that opportunity to be able to reposition. Ana's considering about beating back onto the Phantom Lancer, but is very hesitant with his own positioning.
What the shard on Ana as well. Have that little bit of silence to be able to stop, for example, the Shattered Image for going for the saves.
They have the Rolling Thunder back up. They used it previously, I believe, with the Arcane from Lelouch. Have it back available for this team fight. Next Roche is going to be spawning shortly as well. They're looking at charging forward. That's a big pick off. They get the Earthshaker. It's a lot of their stun control in the middle of the fight.
Thompson, that's even better.
To the Omni Knight instead. They're onto the wide one Omni, but they might not be able to bring him down. Instantly utilizing the ultimate. It's going to give him enough coverage, but not to the right. Forces in. What a disastrous black hole. As T1 have got no response. The ultimate to secure the team fight is dire. They need to get out. You can't lead back into the middle now. It's Polaris. They'll come out on top once again and more than likely secure the pit.
It will indeed. They've got the vision. They've got the heroes to be able to do so. And, well, take an absolute miracle play coming through here from Zephyr. Maybe an Echo Slam to go into the pit, but it's just not worth it. I feel like this Aegis isn't going to change matters all that much. Obviously, it would be great if T1 could pick it up, but it's not worth the risk. Not looking at risking falling out of these SEA qualifiers and losing a chance for that straight path to the group stage.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Just doing the little things right. Positioning from AU, scouting out any kind of smokes that might bring the game back in T1's favor. Aeon disc purchase coming out from the Lelouch, making him survive during the middle of that team fight. He went onto the backlines and he was pretty good with the right.
To Marcy. He's going to get the jump as well to the Shadow Deer, but now Natsumi's showing up. A great lead from Thompson up to the high gun. Who's going to be able to reposition. Kuku protected for the moment with the BKB as well, but it's got some difficulties with escaping because as soon as the BKB expires, they'll close the distance and secure the kill. But Ana up to the north. He's having a free fight for the moment. Zephyr's going to flip him with the Echo Slam as well, but there's no damage follow-up. As Polaris once again doing an incredible job thanks to the banishment from AU, buying them enough time to retreat.
So low as well. They all get away on barely anything. He did have to use the buyback, but again, it's another kill that you're able to claim onto this Batrider. More scaling that's going to be coming through. I mean, PL level 21 for a little bit of Phantom Rush range. He can look to play from afar. Really, obviously, they've got the capabilities to deal with the Zeus. You know, Thompson, he's level 18 now, so that's nice. A little bit lower cooldown on Thunder Gods and the bonus damage coming through too. But if you're revealing yourself to be able to clear these PL illusions, then you just open yourself up to get jumped on. KB on Thompson, he's tired of getting mana burned. Tired of getting chain stunned with this Rolling Thunder.
Is under attack.
Kind of feels like I feel like they need a gem on Polaris. The only thing in my eyes is them in this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
At the moment, beautiful double fissure. Are they going to be able to move in though with this start? T1 playing the distance. Ana's going to try and get the jump. The last right click, it's enough to get the kill. I didn't want to be able to bring down. They get Marcy's ball, but in the middle of the team fight, Natsumi. They're onto Kuku. It's not going to be enough damage because meanwhile, Ana is just ripping the backline apart. A triple kill for the Templar Assassin. It's going to move over towards the Pain Cleave with the blink back online. Ana gets an ultra, and all of a sudden, T1 are back in this game 3.
All it takes is one team fight, and it's just a little bit short as well of the initiation that they were going for. They were a little bit short on some of these big ultimate cooldowns, and even just the Aeon disc wasn't available on the Pango at the time, so it meant that they were having to be forced away. It gives them a longer cooldown now on the Aeon disc, which means that they're able to play around some of these longer cooldowns a little bit more effectively on T1. Taking a Tier 1 tower, absolutely amazing, but Ana, he is starting to really dish out the damage and dish out the Daedalus as well.
We see what can happen when back to live. Natsumi's on
Radiant's
the heroes at T1.
Kuku's
gonna be okay. I don't know if Whitemon's gonna be in trouble though. Phantom Rush is back up. Natsumi's gonna be a bit cautious. They're starting to connect. Zephyr has the Echo Slam, but without other members, they won't be able to get the kill, and that is the gem. Please get the gem. Please don't let the Corey get the gem.
Yeah, AU's pinging it. AU's pinging it. Oh, Korea. Run away! Run away! Oh, not the Shadow Demon. Oh, the miss!
No, it's all misses! What's going on? Okay. What did I just witness? What? Oh, Lord. Alright, this is a big item. PL's about to have Nullifier completed, so that will really take the Omni Knight completely out of the equation.
He immediately goes and buys it and says, look, you don't have Guardian Angel for this little bit. We've got a minute left on Aegis. Let's try and get at least this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I think so. I think for T1, very similar to what we saw how their last team fight played out, it needs to be the Earthshaker and TA combined together. I've mentioned a lot, but you need to play distance, you need to kind of play the edge of the team fights, fissure from afar into the enchant totem, and have the long range TA be able to right click them down, kite in and out. If you can do that successfully and kill off some of the supports, all of a sudden you've got a numbers advantage, and we can just see what the damage can come out from Ana. Because he went for Daedalus, like he's avoiding BKB, and no doubt about it, you have an Omni Knight to protect you, so now that he's got his damage items, he can consider going back into the BKB to kind of enable him to right click.
Been caught out in the lane a few times, but his positioning in the team fights has been pretty damn solid, right? To be able to get away with not going that BKB against a Pango that's constantly rolling through, against the Marcy that's wanting to jump on top of you every single time. Bottom tower's the free, it was already very low. They'll be able to claim mid though. Thompson doing his best to shove it out. Up by Whitemon.
Under attack.
A little bit further behind.
Radiant's top tower.
Another smoke here. Will this one catch out? And I know that Ana's up top. Might be Zephyr in good position once again. Able to find this one out.
Top tower is under attack.
Avoid the lane though. Trying for the big wraparound. It's not quite in the Ana spot. A little bit south of that. But Xavier's will the smoke pop. Shaker, that's not the target they want though. Oh. It's out in time. Oh, the Spidey senses, man.
Very nicely done. Nicely done indeed. T1. 6,000 deficit for them. The items once again starting to be accumulated. You even got some 20 talents, in particular Thompson. Extra damage with the Thunder God's Wrath, plus 100. What level is on? Oh, he's 22, so he's well and truly past that. It's gone for the Melt Dispels in a game like this.
Tense, isn't it?
Oh, very tense, with so much on the line as well. We've mentioned time and time again, but the last chance qualifiers are going to be an absolute bloodbath. Only two teams moving over to the group stages, and both T1 and Polaris want that opportunity to face talent in the grand finals. Making it to the groups would mean so much for these teams. They don't just want to be in the last chance qualifiers, they want to be battling it out at the TI lane.
They know there's smokes happening. They saw Thompson using the Chain Lightning in the laning stage. They want to find this backline. If they could get Force, that would be enormous. He doesn't quite yet have the A on disc, so he's immediately booking it to the rest of his team and the safety of AU.
We're going to see Xavius, the only target they've seen at the moment. Looks like T1. I like the call. Yeah. Like, no, we're not going to take a fight where we know Polaris are being able to set up a formation and drop some wards down. We'll force him to come to us, but kind of the issue with that is top is getting shoved out, so someone might have to show.
Maybe Force might have summoned
Cuckoo just stole a Spell Prism. That's a pretty big item, man.
Radiant's middle tower is not feeling the love.
Yeah.
Oh, it was.
Yeah. Instantly just runs over to Thompson, gives him a Spell Prism. A little bit of a laugh as well. All right.
Let's see if they get a telescope as well on T1 side. They got one on Polaris, but he wasn't really lucky on Ana with some of his neutral items. Like now, the Mindbreaker, the Titan Sliver, they're of course totally fine. But he just wants that little bit of extra attack range, right? From either the Grove Bow or the Enchanted Quiver. Just so that he could be a little bit, again, more playing the backlines, playing around the fact that up until now, he hasn't had the BKB. But now that he's picked it up, it feels a little bit more capable of being able to man up and take these team fights.
Finally, T2 Tower is going to be playing for T1, so they will be able to get the outpost control now. Let's see if they want to set the formation up down bottom and take a fight. They've got a decent ward, a couple traps as well to scout out. What's Radiant do have this gem over on for Xavius. He's also changed up the build, feeling like the Nullifier was a bit too difficult of a route to go down.
Second Spill Prism available was just picked up, and it's actually Ana that's going to be holding on to it for now. Never mind. Titan Sliver back in the item slot. I mean, you've got to be giving that one over to Whitemon or Zephyr, surely. He's still holding on to an Arcane Ring.
Scanning for enemies.
Maybe Cuckoo might take the Spell Prism and Zephyr. They're going back and forth. I don't know what Zephyr wants. He's got the Timeless Relic at the moment. And yeah, Cuckoo's got the Spell Prism. All right, smoke on smoke. They're going to pile over to Radiant's jungle. Whitemon do not want to enter the high ground. This is a hero that is so important to the lineup at T1. You cannot lose the Omni Knight at the start of the fight. Cuckoo, he gets a jump. Over to Zavis. AU's instantly with the banishment, but there's a double damage run as well. Natsumi's going to snag that up, so they will have this advantage now as instantly T1 on the retreat. They'll be able to get back towards the T2 tower. Can they go back in though? Because meanwhile, Whitemon, he's completely isolated a rest from the T1 members. They'll kill off the Omni Knight. He does have a buyback to rejoin if the team fight breaks out. Looks like that's not going to be the case as Polaris, they're happy with what they've got.
What I really like about how, I want to say it's Topson making a lot of these calls. They are just refusing to fight under areas where they don't have the information advantage. As soon as they saw that Observer Ward with the lightning bolt being dropped next to Whitemon, they
that's an aggressive blink. There's going to be some trouble now. Instant use of the Nullify of the Acro Slam. It's not going to be able to get enough distance away as the Illusions will finish the kill. Another support going down. And that's the Acro Slam expended as well, so they will not have this for the Roche fight.
It's the longest possible Roche fight as well. It was like 2 minutes, 50 seconds, so it's going to be favoring T1 a little bit, allowing Zephyr to respawn and still haven't impacted this fight. Of course, the Aghanim Shard means that you're not useless outside of these Echo Slams. Of course, it does want to buy back, though. That Wind Waker could be a big difference maker as well in some of these team fights. Catch out someone that's getting chain stunned or in the black hole. Buybacks, they're the most important resource right now. Everyone has one except for Marcy and PL, and very close to being able to pick his up as well. They're just camping around this Roche pit. They know, they just don't want to give objective over. It's going to be the third one. Will it have the Shard that have the Aghanim Scepter? Both are pretty ideal targets, but you would have to say the Refresher, which is on the Roche, is what Force is eyeing up right now.
So Xavius on the high ground. We'll get the blink away, so they're going to move on over. Again, no Echo Slam for this team fight.
Full wrap around. Catch AU, that'd be great. Really is hindering Cuckoo's effectiveness, but you can't go in first with the lasso onto the SD.
Smoke's going to pop. So they want to look to jump. Marcy's away for the team, so once again, they're going to lead him with the lasso to try and blink him down. The damage isn't there. Lelouch, look at the rolling thunder, now the black hole. Onto two, and it clips the opponent target on Honor. Now they can look to clean up the members of T1 as one by one they go down, and Polaris have 0 casualties. What another incredible team fight coming out from Radiant, and now they can reap the rewards of the Roshan.
Oh, just all that positioning coming through there. He's even got the Aeon Disc in his backpack right now on Force, but just the Aetherless providing that little bit of extra cast range. Same sort of thing with the Psychic Headband. I think Marcy's holding onto the Telescope as well. That was the longest range Black Hole I've ever seen.
Cuckoo as well. They're going to get another pickoff. Potentially going to make it a team wipe in the end, Cuckoo. Not going to dive in. Side stepping as well. Blink up shortly. Oh, Cuckoo. Get the TP out. Looks like you'll make it.
Xavier's unintentional grief coming through there meant that the Malefice stuns weren't actually connecting in onto him and get that consistent damage through, but Refresher Shard being picked up. Let's see him put the Aeon Disc in the old backpack. There we go. Actually gives it over to Lelouch, did he?
Middle tower looks to be disintegrating.
Casual plate mail. He's been far too many times where Lelouch has been brought super low by Ana just from the right place. Shadow Demon's not nearby though, having just reclaimed the outpost, so I wonder if that's going to give them the sense that they could maybe look to make this high ground defense, go for an all-in play, drag them back underneath tier 4 towers, but this is still a level 25 PL with Aegis that you're having to contend with Nullifier. Of that Shadow Demon, not quite yet level 18, but he does have the Aghanim Scepter as well, so now you've got 3 different ways to be able to purge off things like the Guardian Angel.
Do we feel like Polaris, even with this Aegis advantage and 14,000 net worth lead, that they can crack the high ground, or is it just they need a pick off beforehand?
I think they're always capable of doing it, right? You can just send the PL Illusions there. I believe Natsumi's got the Aghanim Shard. Yeah, he does. They're tanky as hell. Skadi, Heart, Sanjin Yasha, Ascetics Cap, everything that's just going to give a ton of HP through. And then the Eidolons as well, of course, assisted by the Wraith Pact. So you think about that and you think, well, you know, Zeus is probably going to be able to deal with them reasonably with the Arc Lightning, but the Eidolons have a lot of magic resistance, so they're going to be surviving a fair amount. And then all that really is again, just revealing the positioning from the Zeus. That's going to enable you to make these dives happen with the Marcy, with the Pangolier. Zeus dies, the team fight's just completely open for you. Still got plenty of buybacks, though. That is one thing that T1 can look to play around with this high ground defense.
That's really the big advantage that they are going to have, in fact, is just these buybacks. So, see how much they're going to come into factor here. We'll need probably a couple if Polaris do look to siege.
See, just prioritize that level 18 as much as he can. He's 112 experience away. It's only 100 damage, but it does make a difference if you're able to just layer this one out. Separate heroes, that's 300 extra damage that you're outputting as a support in a team fight. That up, and there we go.
Be very difficult for T1 to be able to exit the base this far behind. You'll be looking to try and give as much experience as you can over to Ana. Closing on level 25, so for the refraction instances that we're going to see come out for the PL, might consider the bash. Would be an answer to the black hole if he's not caught. Does have a decent amount of range, but we maybe with the nerf, the refraction instance at 25, we might see a little bit more of the meld hit bash, but pretty much always being the left talent.
He's been getting caught pretty consistently, though, and that's not even a slide on him. You know, he has to go in. He needs to be that damage coming through, but Force, he's just using all the tools that Polaris have at their disposal to create havoc, create chaos. I mean, look at what you've got coming in. A level 25 PL with Aegis, all these illusions. You've got a Rolling Thunder coming through. You've got Marcy jumping in on top of everyone. You have to deal with them, and the second you forget about them, it's when Enigma really starts to earth and up. Zephyr trying to cut this lane as much as he can, but Belushi knows. He actually gets the Stormcrafter. The damage disabling. Is he going to get the blink away?
Oh, the swashbuckle in the nick of time, and now Lelouch. No way. Oh, on the other way, the U-turn, back he goes, and end up getting the kill.
Before you have tried.
Nicely done. All right. Go for the Euro Shaker and into the top lane, getting shoved out. And I love what Polaris are doing as well. They're making sure they stay by the bottom triangle so that T1 can't even shove out bottom. Oh my lord, Arna. Way too close.
Fingers, man. Been around for a while, but he's still got them zoomer fingers on Arna. Xavier's about to drop.
Easy.
Free kill.
All right.
That's a dieback timer as well.
Okay.
You get the gem.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Babies. Alright. They're stalling out the Aegis. Not too fun to push into a Zeus. Spam of the fissures. Even honestly, the Batrider with this level 20 talent is a big issue as well. And if he can ever get to that late stage of the 25, then it's very, very difficult with the spam. So they're not going to be able to crack the high ground with this Aegis. 50 seconds left. So it's just up to them now to try and get as much farm as they possibly can. Lelouch went the Rolling Thunder cooldown for level 25 talent. We see the PL as well. He's already had his for quite some time, but the Doppelganger's cooldown. So it's just up to them to be able to work towards their next set of items. But are they ever going to reach max capacity here? In particular, PL, you're 7, 0, and 10. 34,000 net worth. What can
how much bigger could the man get? I mean, he's got a blood thought. He's got a nullifier in his backpack. You know, like he feels like he's pretty much max capacity at the moment.
I guess what Scepter, Moonshard into
Radiant are scanning for
travel
enemies.
Probably for Natsumi.
Yes.
Like you said,
we're really splitting hairs there.
If we're really like saying like he's not full slotted yet, then that's probably what's going to be next on the cards for Mr. Natsumi's. There we go. Third Aegis is soon to expire. T1, they're trying to set up on the top side lane, but nice read once again from Lelouch. He's going to look to jump out, so that also gives Arna the level 25. He did go for the meld hit bash. Okay, very interesting. Thompson forces in. It's all no, because the Batrider as well, so they can't get the break. They won't be able to to cancel the black holes again. Onto 2 goes the ultimate, but the instant use the buyback. T1, they need to get something out of the top, some buyback, but they're retreating. Instead, Cuckoo, he's out to the left. The lasso drag back with Arnie nearby. They'll bring down Lelouch, and Aeon Disc will only delay it. So a 1-for-1. Pop the pressure. Oh, Force has gone into the black hole. This might catch them off guard.
They're still clumping up. Not close enough that they're all going to get caught in the same black hole, but I want to make sure that they're able to take this team fight. This is one of the few instances where they've actually had the outnumber. Ravius still playing pretty fearlessly to place that super deep observer ward and find the pick off Thompson would be the absolute dream. Then they would have nothing to stop this Phantom Lancer at all.
Cuckoo's positioning, however, is going to be able to scout them out. Kind of big that forces Aeon Disc got popped. A bit more difficult now for him to be able to position throughout the fights.
Smoke again. Want to make this happen. They want to try and invade. Go for the full wraparound. They should know that they're playing around. Immediate ping saying, get the hell out of here. We don't want to be able to give them a way to be able to come back into this game.
I mind you, very far on the front line. Same with Ana. They'll get the instance onto the real Phantom Lancer, but the chain control's not going to be there. As he moves over to the right side of the Echo Slam now. They're trying to but the black hole of a lifetime. Force, where's the damage to? Natural's going to try and turn it back around. It's targeting down Ana. They've got the real TA.
They got to get on top
with a kill, but Ana's going to buy back. He's going to try and rejoin the fight, but it might be too late. It's Natsumi's too far. They don't have the answers to the PL. As now they can look to clean up. Ana brought back, and he might be sent to the grave for the final time this game. But a Fisher buys some valuable seconds, but they'll toss him back into the middle of the team fight as Natsumi's locked onto his target. Ana's gone, no Thompson as well, and look at Lelouch. It might be a rampage, and you bet it is. Natsumi, give him the double rampage, and that'll be it. What a team fight to send Polaris to the grand finals and get their rematch against Talon. Oh my!
So close, yet so far, so many times. They've always seemed to be the bridesmaids, Polaris, but this time around, still no emotion. You just knocked out T1 of these qualifiers, my guys, and, well, they're looking just composed, cool, calm, collected, and Force, he gets the shoulder rub. It is all on the back of him. Understandably, T1, they're feeling a little bit deflated right now, but what a performance coming through. From the draft, that was a clear as draft victory as I've seen in quite some time. The lanes were always set up for success. You let through this Enigma.
Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Which one, Dire again? Radiant's top tower's under attack. Radiant's top tower just tapped out. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Radiant are scanning. How does that even work? Roshan's dead. You ever been underneath this pit? A lot of good stuff down there. Killing spree!
Invisibility. Gold is a great conductor.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Kill. Radiant's top tower's about to topple. Radiant's bottom tower's still there, but not Radiant called in the fortification. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower ain't looking too strong.
Thank you, my beauties.
Are scanning, trying to find those sneaky bums. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Got it.
Name your refugees.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
I'll take that. The doctor will see you, but you won't see it.
Fortified constructions. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Vital spark.
Three, two, one, let's go! Radiant's top barracks is full. Dire now have victories.
SEA.
Killing spree! Own it! Unstoppable! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! The Radiant Agent is nothing but rubble! Dire, take it all!